זה עשית. לא, אני גולש. לא, הוא רק פתיון, אבל אין... התחילה המלחמה כתב בכל דבר להציג לי. לא, ואני בעיקר על הוויין את הארץ, נפתח תפשיט ולנהל, אני יכול לראות כל הארבע שידורים שלי.
שאלה, איך יש כל כך הרבה שוטרים ועדיין משפחה שואלת בצומת לא תפיל שמה מחר לא תשנה את זה דרך אגב איך יש פה משפחה? זה גבול ברגע שיתוי
ממש 10 שניות, 5 שניות זה נעלם. אבל מאתמול אמרתי שזה בעצם הדבר החשוב. אתה לא רואה אותם ביציאה, הם יצאו לשם. אבל אז חשוב, שאתה לא בא לפה, הם מגיעים, כמו שכבר עשו את ומגיע השעה היהודה
מי זה החתיך הזה? על זה אתה רוצה? על הכחול הזה? מה שרוב אותך תמיד תלמיד
לסיום. אבל זה סיפור. אנחנו מתקשרים.
לא, עדיין לא פה.
אולי? כן, כבר בלילה. זה מוקדם, דמון. דמון זה שם.
יותר בהיר, איכותי יותר.
כן, אני... בוקר טוב אחי, מה נשמע גבר? הכל בסדר?
הוא היה ברסטומה פה או שם, הוא מקבל...
בסדר, הוא עמד. שתחתו כל השעבים, יחד אולי, בזום?
אתה לא רואה אחר
מה יש לנו?
השם שלך הוא לבד גיי, סימן. תראו לו כזה סימן.
שיא האופנה.
בוא נלך רגע.
נראה לי שזה משקיעים. אם אני עושה פן, אני צריך מרחק. הכתבת שלי... כן, כן.
שיש את התמונה שעושים מכרזים, אפשר לדבר, לא יצלול.
כן.
לא שווה 1,000 חילים.
אבל אז הם רוצים לחזור אליה. היא מדברת תוך כדי, ברור. לא צריך אותה. אבל כאילו חוזרים אליה לדיווח. היא השתזמת. רוצים את התמונה, בסוף הוא שם את הדיווח, רוצים לראות אותה. אבל אולי... לא, אבל אם הוא פתאום איזה... אז אפשר לקחת את כל ה...
זה היה פישט?
כן.
זה היה שאתה חיבור היציאה, כאילו 70.
גם לאט.
מיני.
המקימאי והוא יוצא והוא מתנתק.
לא יודע, קודם כל תקרא בו לזה, והוא אמר לי שזה הכי יותר זכותי מהנסיעה. לא יודעים את זה פעם. אני לא משנה. תהיה מוכן לשבת. זה חשוב. לשבת.
גם להיכנס? אתה גם רוצה להיכנס? בוא אני אעביר כבל אחד. נעביר מעריך פה בוא נעביר מעריך פה. אני 301.
לא מרגישים קרוב לשעת כל הערבוב מה התכנסנו? כולם. אין לי משחקים. אבל בסדר. אבל עדיין, זה הכרטיס כאילו.
כזה אלכסון כזה.
שאתה כבר אין לך עוד לאן לזוז.
אני אין לי לאן לזוז. וגם נראה לי שהם יביאו לך תיסור.
אני טוב לי, אני בסדר ככה.
אייסטי.
יצא לך סימן נראה לי.
מעניין שזה דמיון מפוגע.
תשאיר את זה פתוח, אבל למה אתם סוגרים את זה כל 4 שניות?
Not safe to come in the centre of London, where we will be joined today by hundreds of Jewish supporters of our call, who are also here today to call for a ceasefire, and have an entire block of the demonstration that is a Jewish bloc. They are marching to say they do not accept what the Israeli government is doing. They don't accept his violation of Palestinian rights, and they too want a full ceasefire.
Do you accept that there will be extremists on the march and Hamas sympathisers?
Well, look, as I said, at previous marches, which have been heavily policed, we've had a handful of arrests. I'm aware that the police are indicating they're going to ramp this up. They have to act within the law, and we expect them to do so. But at each of the demonstrations, we've had a handful of people who have held placards or said things. I think there was a woman at a train station who made an overtly anti-Semitic remark that was picked up on camera. But these are a tiny handful of people in demonstrations of hundreds of thousands, and one has to ask the question, why is so much political attention across mainstream media from political leaders being paid to the actions of a handful of people and not to the sympathies of hundreds of thousands of people who are marching and the 70% of the British public who agree with the call for a full ceasefire?
But you'll accept, won't you, that those actions are not helpful to your cause, those actions of a few?
Of course not. Look, we're marching. We put out a statement yesterday. I don't know if your viewers have seen it, making clear of the foundations on which we're marked. Those include anti-racist foundations, and what we are saying, what we continue to assert, is the struggle against all forms of racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, is indivisible from the struggle against Israel's system of apartheid. You're not an anti-racist unless you oppose each of them. And it's on those
just very briefly, Mr. Jamal, sorry, we are running out of time. What
is welcome to join us.
Are you hopeful there will be an extended truce? President Biden has come out and said he's optimistic.
Well, I think that is going to depend. The reality is it's going to depend on pressure being placed on Israel. Leading ministers in the Israeli government are making clear that they want to continue with the indiscriminate killing of Palestinians. The defence minister has said we need to annihilate everything. The former head of the National Security Council has said he welcomes the outbreak of epidemics because that will kill more Palestinians. So that's not going to stop. Israel's intentions are not going to change unless serious pressure is placed upon it by the international community, and that's what we're marching for today.
All right, well, we will see what happens, won't we? And anyway, we've got this pause in the fighting, so that is there for now. Ben Jamal, good to see you. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Nick.
Right, let's have a look at the weather.
Warm memories wherever you go. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
The weekend begins in a cold northerly flow with a significant wind chill along eastern coast. However, cloud and rain spreading from the west tomorrow will allow...
כן, הם רוצים כנראה אני מבין נכון, הם גם הורידו את המשלחת וחסרו.
אני רוצה לשים גם מה שאני עושה, אני רוצה לכולם, אבל למה לשים עבודה כפולה? תחכי שנייה. מה את עושה? תתחילה השם.
זה נותן לי תקנה. בשידור מעכשיו עד 8 בערב.
לא שמעתי תשאיר לך לבן. תגיד עכשיו, זה כבר חושך, ויצלמו אותך עם פלאש, סבבה? אז יהיה לך משפט מתחת לעניין, שלא לרדת מתחת לעניין. לא חיים שלי, אבל אני עומדת לכל שלא ישתמש בזה מרוב. זה.
אני מר שמורת.
היום קורה.
קורה?
מה זה נראה?
זאת אומרת שהמגיד הוא צריך להגיע לפה עוד שעה ורבע. כן, כן, כן. חשבתי שהם פועלים עכשיו.
לא, מוכן לי, ב4 דקות.
אתה מתכוון ישראל, זה לעבוד את העניין.
כן, בדיוק.
טילים? לפי השמועות שרצות פה, עכשיו הם יוצאים מהבתים. אני שעה פה. שעה ורבע זה נגיד. דרום זה שעה וחצי. איפה דרום נמצא? בדרום? לא, צפון. צפון? חיפה. באזור חיפה. אז אני זוכר שהייתה שריפה בכרמל. זה בצור דמון, נכון?
תגיד לי, אתם צריכים כתבים? רוצה אני אסב את עצמי לכתב?
מסוגל לדבר 3 דקות על משהו?
למה לא? מה? תציגו את זה באיזה קוק.
יש לי אקמול. אדמי. שתדע, אם המצב יהיה קשה ממש.
רגע, מה זה? אתה כתבת מה?
אני צלם של AP, זה סוכנות חדשות הכי גדולה בעולם, אמריקאית. ואנחנו כאילו לא רשת, כמו הרשתות שאתה רואה, אנחנו מספקים לכולם. זה כל הרעיון. ואני יוצא בלי כתב. כן.
לא, האמת שאני לא שומעת מה.
אולי נחש אותי לאט.
כן, כן. כאילו הדיווח, ואז תקציב דקה. זה עשו לפני רבע שעה, 20 דקות. כן. אז עוד שעה הם אפילו פחות. מהחיים מאיה ודובי, אז אנחנו באמת נמצאים כאן בכלא עופר. בואו נדבר על כלא עופר בעוד רגע, נתחיל אולי באמת במטוס הקטרי, ואני חייב באמת גם אחד הזו תשובה לפני משהו כמו שעה על העניין הזה. אז בעצם אותו מטוס שמגיע מקטר לישראל עם איזושהי עצירת ביניים, כבר המריא בנמל התעופה בן גוריון, להבנתי בדרך לקפריסין, אולי כבר נחת שם, אבל, וזה כמובן עניין החשוב, הוא מביא איזושהי משלחת, אנחנו לא יודעים להגיד כרגע מה הרכבה, במטוס הזה היו 8 מושבים, שבעצם אומר לנו גורם שקשור לעניין הזה, הדיבורים האלה הם לא רק על מה שצפוי היום בהמשך היום הזה, אלא בעיקר על מה שצפוי בימים הקרובים. כלומר, המשלחת הקטרית הזאת שמגיעה לכאן עם איזושהי עצירת ביניים, נקרא לזה דיפלומטית, כי אין טיסות ישירות, תדבר על מה שצפוי בימים הקרובים. זה אומר שייתכן ואנחנו גם מדברים על יותר מאוד 3-4 ימים, שעל זה אנחנו דיברנו, אני מזכיר, ההסכם מדבר על אפילו 10 ימים של הפוגה, אז כל הדברים האלה כרגע נדונים. אם אנחנו בעצם מדברים על מה שקורה כאן בכלא עופר ועל מה שצפוי בשעות הקרובות, אז בעצם נתחיל אולי בחדשות היותר טובות, לא 13 אלא 14 חטופים ישראלים צפויים להשתחרר היום, מתוכם גם ילדים, כמו שאנחנו יודעים, 14, כלומר נוסף עוד אחד, ולכן גם בשירות בתי הסוהר כבר בשעות הבוקר דיווחו ועדכנו שלא ישוחררו 39 אסירים אלא 42, כלומר המספר קפץ, אנחנו יודעים שהמפתח, היחס הוא 1-3, אז בעצם כאן מכלא עופר ישוחררו יותר מאוחר 42 אסירים. אנחנו עדיין לא יודעים לומר הרבה לגבי הרשימה של האסירים שמשתחררים מכאן, חלקם, רובם אמורים להיות גם קטינים וגם נשים. הם יגיעו לכאן, לכלא עופר, חלק קטן נמצא כבר כאן, אבל הם מגיעים בעצם לשני מוקדים בצפון, גם מדמון וגם מכלא מגידו. אנחנו מדווחים על כך שלפני כ-20-25 דקות הם כבר יוצאים משם, מה שאומר שמתישהו בשעה הקרובה נאמר הם אמורים להגיע לכאן, לנקודה הזאת שנמצאת מאחורי. חשוב להדגיש, כל העניין הזה של שחרור האסירים קורה אך ורק אחרי שאנחנו בעצם מקבלים, מזהים שאותה רשימה שעליה דווח אכן משתחררת. אני מזכיר שבעצם גם בה, אומר לנו זה גם גורם ממשלתי היום, היו שינויים כנראה כאלה ואחרים של הרגע האחרון, כלומר דיבורים כל הזמן על זהות הישראלים שישוחררו היום, אבל ההליך הוא מאוד מאוד ברור, הם בעצם חוזרים לידי הצלב האדום, כמו שראינו אתמול, מהצלב האדום לידיים ישראליות, משם דרך אחד המעברים בישראל לאותה נקודת חבירה עם הצבא, ומשם במסוקים לבתי החולים השונים ברחבי הארץ. יש 5 מתחמים כאלה, וכל יום בעצם חושבים לפי מי שיוצא, לפי מצב בריאותי וכולי, לאן מגיעים. אחרי שכל הדבר הזה קורה ורואים שאכן הרשימה מדויקת, שמדובר על אנשים ששוחררו מצב טוב וכולי, הם בעצם יעברו לכאן, ומכאן מהנקודה הזאת בעצם יצאו האסירים מתחרים, האסירים 42 במספר. אז אלה הם הדברים מכאן, מכלא עופר. מיכל, אני מעביר את השידור עלייך, האולפן בירושלים.
And it was very, very exciting for all of us. They are in good condition, and they are surrounded by our multidisciplinary teams, social workers, psychologists, nurses, and doctors. They are surrounded by the family, friends, and it was, I think, the most exciting evening that I had since I started my career. And we hope to see them all back and to see them in good condition. Yes, please. They told us some of their experience. We are listening. We are not ask a lot of questions, but they are telling us their stories, and we are listening, and we are exciting with them, sometimes crying with them. But I can't share these stories. They're going to stay for the next few days. They asked to stay here because they're very, very, they feel here very surrounded, and we had very good atmosphere, calm atmosphere in our hospital, and I think that it's going to take some few days. They went to sleep maybe around 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and they slept for maybe 3 or 4 hours. They are very exciting, all of us, so they didn't sleep very well, but I think it will be better in the next few days.
Well, so far, 39 Palestinian women and teenagers have walked free as part of this pause in the fighting. Crowds gathered last night in the West Bank to welcome them, despite celebrations being banned by Israel. One prisoner told our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, the resistance against Israel will continue.
Israel delivered its side of the bargain after a barrage of tear gas. Then the coach appeared. On board, the released Palestinian prisoners revelling in their liberation. Welcomed in ecstatic scenes by the West Bank crowd.
How do you feel? I feel fantastic. Why? It's a winning win. If we die, it's shahada, and if we live, this is going to happen.
Israeli occupation authorities had banned any celebration of the homecoming, but that was comprehensively ignored. The euphoria could not be suppressed.
This is what they've been waiting for. Their women and children returned from Israeli jails, from the cross back into the West Bank. To Israelis, they are terrorists on board. To these people, they are heroes of the resistance against Israel's occupation.
Hamas will claim this as a victory, their green flags waved over the crowd. Despite Israel's best efforts, this will only make Hamas stronger on the West Bank. The prisoners defied Israeli orders not to talk to the cameras. Hanan Barghouti had been in jail for 2 months without trial and had this message for her captors.
We are the owner of this land. They are the terrorists. They are the ones who took our land. They are persecuting us, and that's how they create resistance inside us. Our small children, when they grow up, they will become resistance. Even the unborn children would become Hamas, whether Israel likes it or not.
There'd been a tense build-up all day. Israelis moving in to clear the area, terrifying some in the crowds.
Right, get in the vehicle.
They are not want peace. No end for all this. And Gaza will come here.
As darkness fell, there were clashes between Palestinians and Israelis and a number of casualties. But this is what Palestinians will remember from this evening, scenes that may be repeated now in coming nights. Their brothers and sisters released into freedom and Hamas taking the credit. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News on the West Bank.
Let's return to our Middle East correspondent Alistair Bunkle for the latest.
Things have gone pretty smoothly, I have to say, on both sides. The ceasefire is holding for now. And so that hope will grow that perhaps the ceasefire could be extended and more Israeli hostages could be released in the coming days. In exchange, as we saw in Dominic's report there, Israel would agree to release more Palestinian prisoners. And there's huge jubilation in the West Bank at those moments. So we wait and see. We understand the Israelis have been given the list last night of the hostages to be released today. We don't know any more than that. Their families will have been informed. But until they are in Israeli hands, until they're safely back on Israeli soil, the Israelis will remain very quiet about who is expected to come out. But I think we can anticipate many more children coming out today, possibly tomorrow.
Meanwhile, tens of thousands of anti-war protesters are gathering in London for the latest demonstration calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Protesters also gathering this lunchtime in Leeds. Well, let's join Sky's Ivor Bennett, who's in Marble Arch in London for us. How's it looking there, Ivor? March underway.
Very nearly. Officially, it starts at 12:30, so in around 15-20 minutes or so. But a lot of people, as you can see, are gathering here already, and they're already chanting. So it feels like it's already begun. It's hard to put a number on how many people are here, of course. Hundreds, certainly, thousands most probably. But organisers say today as a whole, they expect around 100,000 people to attend. And that, of course, means there's going to be a lot of police out on the streets as well, 1,500 deployed across the capital. And officers here at the start of the march are handing out these leaflets that they said that they would hand out. As you can see, it's titled "Keep on the Right Side of the Law." It's a guide of how to avoid ending up in a police cell this afternoon or this evening. It tells people not to use words or images that are racist or incite hatred against any faith. It says don't use words that support Hamas or other banned organisations. Don't use words that celebrate or promote acts of terrorism. And it also tells protesters not to use fireworks or deface or damage statues and war memorials. So it's all part of a much more active, proactive policing approach, I think, that we've seen compared to what police have done in previous weeks, previous marches, where they've kind of dealt with offensive behaviour, criminal activity in the days after the march. This time they're trying to prevent it or kind of jump on it as it happens. To that end, there'll also be professional police spotters at key junctures on the route looking out for offensive placards and criminal behaviour. They'll have lawyers in the control room, Arabic-speaking officers on the route. Also, a lot of officers deployed at key junctures along the route outside war memorials. We've seen dozens of police vans parked just at the bottom of Hyde Park Corner here, where police will pass. There's the Royal Artillery Memorial there. 2 weeks ago, protesters carrying Palestinian flags scaled that memorial. The Met faced a lot of criticism for not arresting them. This time, they're clearly very keen to avoid a repeat of those scenes. And I think that's because of the concerns raised by Jewish groups in the last couple of weeks, saying how they feel threatened and unsafe in London as a result of some of the behaviour we've been seeing on these kind of marches. I have to say it's a very small minority who take part in these protests. The majority are here to protest peacefully, who are guilty of these kind of offensive language, criminal activity. But it does happen every week, and police clearly very keen to clamp down on that this time.
All right, Ivor, thank you. We'll be back to you during the course of the afternoon. Let's bring in Sky's policing commentator, Graham Whettone, who's with us. Thanks for coming in, Graham. So, a huge policing operation, as we know. And Ivor was mentioning there, leaflets are being handed out to demonstrators. That's new and unusual, is it?
It's a new one on me. I heard the commander's briefing, or the note he's put out. He said it's something they've done before. It wasn't something in my experience. But again, for me, I think it's more informative, advisory. Gives the police almost like the first rung of any evidential criteria that might be needed. You've already told people what the offences are. You've pointed it out to them. You've handed leaflets out. So no one can say they're not aware of the potential offences or criminal offences that could be taking place. It also asks people, if they see criminal offences taking place, almost challenge the behaviour and or report it to a police officer. So it's almost put the onus on the people attending as well.
Yeah, I suppose all very well doing this. Are people going to listen and pay attention?
You'd like to think that, I think, as just mentioned there, the majority turning up here will listen and pay attention to this. There is a minority at some of these protests that are committing criminal offences. It's almost like making the vast majority there more aware of the offences taking place and almost asking them to start reporting things.
Huge policing operation. What have we got? 1,500 officers, not just from the Met, but other forces. What kind of day, what would police be expecting to do? Keep the peace naturally, but what will they be on the lookout for?
Just any of those criminal offences. So again, it's almost, this has been like a learning experience from the very start. This has been, I think, now 6 or 7 weekends regularly. Huge demand on the Met for their public order team. So they've used more mutual aid officers today, I think about 500. I've spoken to about half a dozen public order trained officers who've got their first Saturday off for about 6 or 7 weeks. So it's been a huge drain on the police. They've also got the Just Stop Oil protests during the week. So this doesn't stop for public order officers. So a significant number of officers looking out for criminal offences, keeping the peace, but again, dealing with any offences that they see.
Do you think the police can learn lessons then from the previous weeks of what's happened?
Every time you do one of these events, you look at how, there's always a debrief after the event. So you look at how you policed it, what offences took place. Could you actually act any sooner or quicker? It's very difficult to intervene in large crowds. And that's only then if you've actually seen the offence taking place. So there is always a post-event investigation in large demos like this. That's ongoing. I think there's been around 400 arrests made over the course of the last few weeks, post-event, so after the event itself. But again, I think that what the Met are trying to do is almost try and act a lot quicker, a lot swifter. They're conscious of the fact they're being criticised for not acting on the day. It's very difficult to see some of these offences taking place when they're literally thousands of people in front of you. So I think they're more aware. You've heard now about spotters being out, Arabic speakers being out, advice from the Crown Prosecution Service, actually fast time advice and guidance. So for me, there's almost like a change in tone for policing for today. So it'd be interesting to see how they react to any potential offences, placards, etc., chants. At the time.
All right, we shall see, won't we? Graham, for now, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, it's reported from the US today that former police officer Derek Chauvin...
זה הם, שני האוטובוסים האלה. כן. אני בטוח. כן.
תעברו אלינו, המיניבוסים מגיעים.
זה הם, זה הם, זה הם. לדעתי זה נראה ככה אתמול בדיוק, אדר. יכול להיות שאני סתם מסתכל.
מה זה המיניבוסים שאיתם הם יוצאים?
לא יודע, לא ברור לי מה קורה פה.
ניידות.
אז מי זה צריך לדבר כן נכנס? לא נורא, זה לא נראה תרגיל תימנות.
תגיד לי, אני חומר, בסביבה של גודל החפרתי.
לא? סגור? זה היה... כמו זה נראה בדיוק ככה. אני פשוט מתאר אותה. זהו, זה מה שאני יודע, לא יותר אני יודע. סיני? בוא! אני לא בטוח שזה משהו. לא. לא, אל תתפקי, למה לקחת סימות? תזיזו אותו קדימה. שימו אותו פה. ככה אנחנו יודעים לבירה יפה. נכון, קודם כל באמת הכנות אחרונות, המספר הוא כנראה 42 לפחות מבחינת מה שישראל משחרר, אנחנו לא יודעים לומר מה יהיה מהצד השני, שמענו אבל מה שבטוח שב"ס בהחלט יהיה לנו אפשר לראות כאן ממש לא רחוק ממני, יואב אולי תנסה כן לספור זאת ככה קצת להזיז את המצלמה ולהראות את האוטובוס הראשון של הצלב האדום שהגיע לכאן. מיכל, האוטובוס הזה כמובן הוא אוטובוס ריק כרגע, את רואה גם את החלטים שנמצאים מתחת הוא בעצם האוטובוס שייקח בהמשך, אחרי שכל התהליך ייגמר, גם אחד הישראלים כאשר יוצאים הישראלים שתוכלים מאותן ישראל, אותם אסירים שיוצאים מהכלא כאן מהארבעה, ומחזיקם מכאן, חלק קטן, כפי ששמענו ממשה קודם, גם מבקש החוצים, בעצם מזרח מירושלים, הם בעצם יעלו על האוטובוס הזה, ומכאן יגיעו למחסום ביקום. האוטובוס הזה עכשיו ממש מתקרב אלינו, והוא בעצם יהיה פה וימתין כמובן למה שעתיד לקרות בשעות הקרובות. שוב, חשוב להדגיש את הנקודה הזאת, כל העניין הזה קורה אחרי שהחוצים הישראלים מזוהים, מועברים לנקודות עצמן, מול הרשימות שהגיעו, ורק אז בעצם האוטובוס הזה נוכל להעלות את האסירים הביטחוניים ולהעביר אותם למחסום. אנחנו בינתיים כמובן נמצאים כאן, בדקות הקרובות אגב אמורים להגיע האסירים, אותם 42 שמגיעים גם מגמל וגם מגמל.
עברו מכבי, עברו את מכבי. זה לא משנה. מגיעים, הם עברו את מגיעים, עברו מסע. מועדד. כן, לא, הזמן של... כן, בסדר, זה היה. חוץ מזה לא. בסדר, הכל מעולה. איך אתה? תשרוף אותו. תשרוף אותו. תעלה אותו בערב. הרגישו אותו עם הצורך. אמן. אז זה זמן עדיין. מודיעין. חצי שעה מפה. לא, 20 דקות. מקסימום. כמעט יש נוהג 7 דקות. רמון, דמון, מגידו.
רמון, דמון,
מגידו. אני שמעתי רק על רמון רק על מגידו ודמון.
כן, جد هي بقول لك رمون منين ما كانش بتحسب واحده بتروح على المسكبيه بس انا نادي المسكبيه صلاة المسكبيه برضه بتيجي وهون لحديث
لا دايركت كان مشتخرين عشان بكره
خلوه بالمسكبيه لليل
كلهم على نفس الوقت طلعوهم يطلعوه
نفس الوقت كلهم لا إذا امبارح
كله بنفس اللحظة
امبارح طبعا الناس جابوهم
لا
الصليب الشنطة أخذتهم بعدين هناك
לא, הוא רוצה לחזור, להחליט.
שני אוטו שם. רגע, שני האוטו. אתה יכול להזיז את האוטו.
אין בעיה, להזיז את האוטו. אין צער. אף אחד לא ממשיך ישר. זה הרעש, לא יוצא כלום.
מפריע לי, תגיד לו אתה. תגיד לו אתה שיזיז לך. אתה יש לך יותר מילה פה.
תזרוק אותו ראובן, תזרקו אותו מזה. ראובן, תראה מי זה הקאיה. הקאיה הסיד הזה.
בירושלים, במזרח ירושלים, אז כל הסיפור הזה עדיין נקרא זמן, זה לא מה שנקרא בכל הקרובות. חסרים לנו את השייכות כאלה אופן, אנחנו כבר רואים את התהליך הזה, תהליך שאם אתמול העין של בני ישראל, מסומן מגורמים כאן בחמאס, יודעים להגיד שאנחנו יודעים לייצר את זה מהר יותר מאתמול, הכל תלוי כמובן באמונות גורמים, אז כבר אנחנו רואים את התהליך הזה.
סליחה.
לא, אל תצא. הם נכנסים עכשיו, אל תצא. סע אחורה, סע רבה שהם יוכלו להיכנס.
המון כוח, גם של משטרה צבאית, גם של חזרים, גם של מג"ב, גם מכאן.
אני מבינה, אבל
תעזור לנו לעזור לך, תודה.
בעצם הקראים ששלחה אותם עוד שניים פעמים אנחנו ניכנס אותם בעצם מה שאנחנו רואים שבו למעשה החוזרים הישראלים ישוחררו, כך אנחנו מקווים בשעה, שעתיים הקרובות, ואז למעשה אותם אסירים שהגיעו לכאן עכשיו בעצם יעברו לאופן של הסוהר האוויר, וגם הסוהר שראינו עוד יותר, וכל השחררים בשבת בעצם שהאחרונים שניים, זה המסוהר ולא שחררים שמזרח עדיין בעצם באנו תחת בשעתיים של השחררות, שוב נגיד כמעט את זה מזל שהוא אומר את אני רוצה כזה אנחנו רואים את הכתבות מהחברה שבעצם מבדים שהמצב נאמר לשחקות, והם בכלל כל מה שבעצם שחקנו לה, ורק לאחר מכן ניתן ומדברים הלאה למחתום אנחנו מבקש מאיתנו ונתקדמים שהם נזכו בפעם ועברים מראש למדרש הערכים מירושלים, ובעצם כשלושה מקרים שנכנסו עוד שניים שכנראה יגיעו ממש בדקתיים הקרובות כל כך מאוד מאוד חזרה כמו שאת יכולה להבין, כל אנשים יכולים להבין את החוק מישהו היה כברידה, רק כדי הגדולה כל כך של כולנו, יש חיבור על השם הישראלים, כך אנחנו רואים שקורה.
צריך להיות עוד אולי 10 דקות. Did you tell and did you count? Two different stuff.
People, they are heroes of the resistance against Israel's occupation.
Hamas will claim this as a victory, their green flags waved over the crowd. Despite Israel's best efforts, this will only make Hamas stronger on the West Bank. The prisoners defied Israeli orders not to talk to the cameras. Hanan Barghouti had been in jail for 2 months without trial and had this message for her captors.
We are the owner of this land. They are the terrorists. They are the ones who took our land. They are persecuting us, and that's how they create resistance inside us. Our small children, when they grow up, they will become resistance. Even the unborn children would become Hamas, whether Israel likes it or not.
There'd been a tense build-up all day. Israelis moving in to clear the area, terrifying some in the crowds.
Right, get in the vehicle.
They are not want peace. No end for all this. And Gaza will come here.
As darkness fell, there were clashes between Palestinians and Israelis and a number of casualties. But this is what Palestinians will remember from this evening, scenes that may be repeated now in coming nights. Their brothers and sisters released into freedom and Hamas taking the credit. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News on the West Bank.
Back to our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who can bring us the latest.
Things have gone pretty smoothly, I have to say, on both sides. The ceasefire is holding for now. And so that hope will grow that perhaps the ceasefire could be extended and more Israeli hostages could be released in the coming days. In exchange, as we saw in Dominic's report there, Israel would agree to release more Palestinian prisoners, and there's huge jubilation in the West Bank at those moments. So we wait and see. We understand the Israelis have been given the list last night of the hostages to be released today. We don't know any more than that. Their families will have been informed. But until they are in Israeli hands, until they're safely back on Israeli soil, the Israelis will remain very quiet about who is expected to come out. But I think we can anticipate many more children coming out today, possibly tomorrow.
Well, now tens of thousands of anti-war protesters are marching in London in the latest demonstration calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. There are also protests today in Leeds. Let's join Ivor Bennett, who is in central London for us. So the march underway as police embark on this leafleting campaign. News too, Ivor, of an arrest.
Yeah, that's right. The march, as you can see, is very much underway. We're stood on Hyde Park Corner, the bottom of Park Lane. The protest started at the top of Park Lane and it sweeps round up Piccadilly here and ends at Whitehall. Around 15 minutes ago is when the front of the march went past us. And ever since then, it's been this continuous stream of people. So there's clearly A lot of people present on this march. Impossible to say exactly how many right now. Organisers say they expect 100,000 to attend, but we won't know official numbers until much later. And there are, of course, a lot of police out and about too, policing this march. 1,500 officers stationed throughout the capital this weekend. And I think they're taking a much more proactive approach to policing this march compared to what we've seen in previous weeks at these kind of demonstrations. So to that end, they're handing out these leaflets to protesters on the march, basically telling them how to avoid ending up in one of their cells at the end of the day, telling them not to use racist or offensive language, telling them not to show support for Hamas or other banned organisations, also not to use fireworks or climb on or deface any war memorials, monuments or statues. Despite that, though, the Met have already said that they've made one arrest, even though the march has only been underway for around 15 minutes or so. They say they've arrested a man on suspicion of inciting racial hatred near the start of the protest. That's after he was spotted carrying a placard with Nazi symbols on it. But organisers of the march, the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, they've spoken to Sky News earlier, and they've been at pains to say that it's only ever a minority of people taking part in the protests that are committing criminal offences.
At previous marches, which have been heavily policed, we've had a handful of arrests. I'm aware that the police are indicating they're going to ramp this up. They have to act within the law, and we expect them to do so. But at each of the demonstrations, we've had a handful of people who have held placards or said things. I think there was a woman at a train station who made an overtly anti-Semitic remark that was picked up on camera. But these are a tiny handful of people in demonstrations of hundreds of thousands.
So a tiny number of protesters, but nevertheless, this criminal activity does still happen every single week that we've seen these marches. And that's why we're seeing this much more proactive approach. Police have also got spotters stationed at various key junctures along the march, looking out for offensive placards and criminal activity. They've got Arabic-speaking officers stationed on the march as well, lawyers watching it all unfold in the control room if they need some urgent legal advice as well. So a much more proactive approach. I think that's because of the concerns raised by Jewish groups in recent weeks, saying that they feel threatened and unsafe because of the behaviour, some of the behaviour they've been seeing on marches like this. So police very keen to keep criminal activity this week to a minimum.
All right, Ivor, keep us up to date. Thank you for now. Let's speak, shall we, to British Palestinian Mohammed Gailini, who is visiting family in Gaza when Israeli missiles struck. It's very good to have you on the programme. And I wonder if you can just describe what the scene is like right now with this pause.
Hi, Nick. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, of course. I think it's so important, even in the context of this pause, to just take a moment to acknowledge all the Palestinians that have lost their lives in the 50 days up to now, because this pause is like cold comfort for those families that are still grieving. Only 3 days ago, my cousin's wife, my cousin is sheltering with me, and they got the news that his brother-in-law was killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza City.
I'm very sorry, we've got some breakup. Let's try and persevere right now. I mean, you've perhaps faced a number of Israeli airstrikes over the last 7 weeks, and we know that a ground campaign is underway, or certainly was until yesterday. Is everything quiet right now?
Yeah, I'll carry on. I'm just saying, just as a personal story, this was a loss in our household. Her brother stayed behind with his pregnant wife because she wanted to stay near her family in Gaza City, and an airstrike hit their home, killed her brother, the whole family. The only surviving member of the family was her sister-in-law, who's pregnant now, and this child she's bearing will be raised fatherless. But yeah, so in terms of the pause itself, it is a relief, but we're also, as I said, very saddened by the loss of life and frustrated by the fact that we don't know. It's really, really, really good to be able to just go outside without fear, The streets are much more bustling than they normally are. Today, I took my young cousin. He's only 4, and I took him for a ride on the back of my bike to my other cousin's house. And it's the first time that he's been more than 100 meters from like the apartment that we're sheltering in 40 days. Other aspects of the pause, there are shops that haven't been able to open, that are open. People are in their businesses, kind of just going about their life, not as normal, because we still have no power, we have no normal water supply, we have a lack of fuel, and I'm not sure, how much the aid that's going to come in is going to plug that gap, because Gaza the Gaza Strip is a place of almost 2.4 million people. And that needs like consistent supply of all these resources for these people to be able to live a normal life.
Is it fair? Sorry, we are running out of time, and the line isn't that good. But I will ask you that: is it fair to say, or a step too far to say, there is some kind of a sense of freedom right now while this pause is happening?
Sure. But then at the same time, what point that freedom for it to then be taken away 3 days later if we don't have a permanent ceasefire? We need a permanent ceasefire, and a permanent ceasefire is within the gift of the UK and the US government, in terms of they offer all the financial, military and political backing to the Israeli state to carry out its genocidal campaign on the Palestinians, and they have it within their hands to push for a permanent ceasefire. They control Israel. Israel acts at the behest of the US, UK and other powers, and with their financial and military backing.
We'll see what happens, won't we? Even Joe Biden has raised some kind of optimism that this might last, but we shall have to wait and see. Thank you very much indeed for your time, and thank you for persevering with us today on what is not brilliant connection, but at least we heard you well, loud and clear. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you for joining us on Sky News today. Coming up, the latest on the government's immigration plan after the new Home Secretary admitted being frustrated at the focus on the Rwanda policy.
מי רואה איך זה?
מי זה פה? מי זה? יש מקום? אתה שם פה. אני עמד לך תשמור לי פה מקום. היינו בדרך לקרן שלום.
נו?
יש אדם שם בא לקחת אוטובוס, ולפי אוטובוס אחר כך צריכים לשטח צבאי סגור, עד שהם יגידו צריך לצאת. מה היום נעשה פה? מה? יעמידו אותך בזה. גם לא חושב. לא, ראיתי את השלטים אותם, זה לא נכון. כן? דווקא ברפיח בצד המצרי, ראית, אז שם אחרי יותר. אבל אנחנו לא ברפיח ולא מצרי. בטוח שם אתה אומר למעלה? כאלה, הלו, מה? מהאוטו. מה? כן, בטח. בואי לא.
לא תעלה?
יש? לא, אני בא.
באת? באיזה ערוץ אתה?
וואי, בטוחה שאת מוכנה לשמוע את זה?
כן.
איראני כמעט.
חייב דבר כזה, רגע. של מי אתה צלם? של מי צלם? הארץ?
קודם כל, סתם
מי השדרן? לא הבנתי.
בבא, נכנסת בה.
באת באיחור נראה לי.
תפסיק לשמוע. נגד המשטר, יש בפריט.
למה קוראים לנו כלום? למה אבל? וואי, איזה חסום אחרי, יכולים להתנתק ממני היום?
אתה לא תשכח את אבא. זה לא העונה, אחי. נגמר העונה. אבל היה טעים לך. נגמר העונה שלה.
אבל למה באת רק עכשיו?
מה?
למה באת רק עכשיו?
כי השידור הראשון שאנחנו צריכים לעשות גם בבחר. תגיד, נזיר.
איפה הדוברת שלנו?
מוריה גם הרכב השני כנראה.
It's my camera. Here I can stand? No, this is my camera. Yeah, can I stand here? Yeah, you can stand here. Thank you very much. Just because you have space. Always a problem. No, you didn't have to ask anyone. I'm from Austria. We always ask for our colleagues. Oh, okay. What's your last name? Liska? No, Liska is typical. Austria. What's it? Thank you.
Stunning architectural buildings with the future of tomorrow, but those 600 students aren't there now. It's now 30,000 civilians taking shelter, seeking safety, even though we know dozens of those safe spaces, or at least those UNRWA shelters, have been hit as well. So the greatest need still is in the north, because they haven't seen this kind of humanitarian aid for weeks and weeks. The south is now bearing the brunt of those civilians who are looking for safety, and now so many people just looking for food, looking for water, looking for shelter. It's getting cold now at night, Nick, and there are tens of thousands of people who are sleeping outdoors.
How optimistic or are you that this truce, this 4-day pause in the fighting, will be extended? I have to say, President Biden came out overnight and said there was a real chance it could last.
Well, I mean, they're the halls of power. So you tell me that, and that increases my optimism. And we have to have it. You know, it's one of the strangest things I've found here in the last couple of days is the number of families I speak to and hear their stories. And then sometimes if we want to film their story, I'm talking about a mum just right now. Okay, a mum and her 2 little children, a 9-year-old and a 5-year-old, severe burns, broken limbs, shrapnel. Whenever a child is in a house that's hit, all these injuries come together. I'm learning that it's going to be burns and head injuries and shrapnel. Nick, what they tell me time and again is they don't want to name names, because they don't want their children to hear the whole story, because invariably the child's father or brother or father and brother and mother, they're dead, and they haven't yet told the child, because the child is already trying to deal with their wounds of war and their trauma. I've never heard this before. So many people don't want to tell the full story in front of those children, because those children don't quite know how bad their story is.
And what does this do to you personally, somebody trying to help in a war zone?
Well, when we can help, when we can, to talk to your viewers and get a sense of any pressure than why this needs to stop, and why, any support to the United Nations to keep getting aid into areas like that, then that obviously means a lot. I think it can feel, personally, I'm quite shocked by what I've just seen, and I can't bear to see, you have to look, right? But it's very hard to look at children with horrendous burns or hear that scream. But at the same time, it feels I'm embarrassed to talk about that, because of course I will seek to leave this place. So it's what humanitarian workers do. And importantly, it's what the local Palestinian humanitarian workers do, the thousands and thousands of brave people who are still doing this work, Nick, even though they're displaced, even though they've lost a loved one, even though they've seen their house destroyed, the number of colleagues, particularly UNRWA colleagues, whose homes have been destroyed, they're still paying a mortgage on that. They're the people I listen to, and they're the people I pay tribute to.
James Elder from UNICEF, many thanks indeed for your time today.
Thanks, Nick.
Right, let's talk about the war in Ukraine, where Kiev has been hit by what has been described as the largest Russian drone attack of the war so far. We are told at least 5 people have been injured, including an 11-year-old girl. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said more than 70 drones were shot down by his country's air defences. Let's talk to our military analyst, Sean Bell. Good to see you again, Sean. So this seems rather intense. What's been going on?
Well, the war in Ukraine has been continuing, even though we really haven't covered it because the weather vane tends to point towards the war in Israel. But it has been pretty intense. But we've never seen this level or this intensity of drone attacks. Over 70 drone attacks over Kyiv overnight. As you say, 5 injured so far. Some of the devastation, seeing some of the pictures here, it's pretty significant. So we expect to see more injuries. These drones, whilst themselves they're relatively slow, they haven't got big warheads.
הם הורידו אותם בפנים, ועכשיו הם יוצאים. האוטובוס של עכשיו העלום יצאו היוצא. אז זה ריק.
לא, אתה דואג שהכל בסדר? מה, כבר עברת לג'קט?
חיברת קובי? כי זה עובד לי. על מחר. ביי, נזיר.
לא! לא, אתה לא. אני לא מוסרת מה ידע לכתבים, רק ערוץ שעושה. אתם תלכו.
I don't think I need to leave you if I stay longer. Later. Yesterday I had problem at the end. Yesterday in the night I didn't use my iPhone.
אבל אני הולכת לחגתו הזה. שרק אני... לא, יש לה כבר זה, יש לה כאלה. אם אתה אומר... תציע לה גמר. מה, אתה לא עושה רגע?
I don't know, maybe. Is it very hungry?
לא תקווה נתעשה לו. נו, אז יאללה בוא נשאל את הילד, מה? רגע, יש לי שאלה. מה נשתנה הלילה? לא לעשית את זה.
No, like freezing trying to avoid that.
בוא לשם, לסבנה, בוא. לא.
הנה, זה סובב לפה, אנחנו יותר רפות מהשלג.
רוצות להצטלם.
לא, 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 לא. לא תעלה. רגע, אתה מה אתה מעלה? יש לך תוכנית ישראל? רגע, דור, אתה מצלם? אורטל, זה לא מצלם. לא, עזוב אותה, מה עם האחר גדול שאתה? אנחנו אוהבים את המערכת. האמת לא בחר. לא הייתה מה לדבר, לא בחרנו את זה, בחרו את זה בשביל. מה נעשה? מה נגיד? קלטתי שיש עליי בדיוק ככה. קלטתי בדיוק ככה. קיבלנו את זה בהתחלה. הנה לשבת! כל מה שפגשת? לא, לא. כן, אני גרועה ממש, כאילו, אתה לא מתאר לעצמך. אתה לא מתאר לעצמך. בואי, בואי. קפה? לא, לא קפה. רק קפה אתה חשב כל הערב. רק קפה אתה חשב כל הערב. לא, מה שיש לך חשב? כהן. כהן, יש שקרן, אתה כולם תדור כהן, אתה עומד עליו. כבר מנסה גבוה. אני כבר מנסה.
This is Sky News Today. It's 2 o'clock. The headlines. The reunions after 7 weeks in captivity as Hamas prepares to release 14 more Israeli hostages in the coming hours. In return, 42 Palestinian prisoners will be released from Israeli prisons in the second phase of the hostage exchange. In the UK, tens of thousands of protesters are marching in London to call for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Also this lunchtime, Derek Chauvin, the former US police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd, is stabbed in prison. An uncertain future for the XL bully. We reveal how many dogs face being put down at the end of the year.
And coming up at 2:30, we'll look back at the Chancellor's autumn statement in the best of this week's Politics Hub. Good afternoon. The next group of Hamas-held hostages and Israeli-held Palestinian prisoners are expected to be released today as a temporary truce between the two sides enters a second day. The Israeli government has received a list of 14 more women and children who will be reunited with their families in the coming hours, provided, of course, the truce holds. And Israel's prison service says preparations are being made for the release of 42 Palestinian prisoners, also women and children. Well, footage has emerged on social media of the moment some of the hostages released yesterday were reunited with their loved ones, including here 9-year-old Ohad Munda, seen there running down the corridor towards his family and friends. His brother released this statement.
אתמול שוחררו אוהד, קרן ורותי מונדר משבי החמאס אחר 49 יום.
Yesterday, Ohad, Keren and Ruti Munda were released from Hamas captivity after 49 days. I would like to thank the IDF for the efforts to release them, and thank you to all the Israelis for their embrace and support, without which we would not have managed to survive these 49 days. I'd like to thank the entire nation, but it's very important for me to say that we are not celebrating today. We're happy, but we're not celebrating because there are still other hostages in captivity. We need to carry on and not stop our struggle until all the hostages are released, until the very last one.
Well, Doron Asher Katz and her two young daughters, Aviv and Raz Asher, are seen here reuniting with husband and father Yoni Asher. They were kidnapped from the Nir Oz kibbutz on October the 7th. The grandchildren of released Israeli hostage Yafa Aydar said the fight isn't over until all the hostages are back.
Thankfully, our grandmother returned home yesterday. After almost 50 days in captivity, we got a chance to hug her again. We are very moved from her strength and from the way she was able to survive this experience. We want to say thank you to all of you that helped us bringing her home to us, that went out and shout and demand her return. It meant the world to us. And I want to say that the fight is not over until all of the hostages will be back. From the youngest, Kfir Bibas, to the oldest, they all have to be home. So I ask you, all of you, all the international community, don't stop fighting. We will fight for all of them. We will demand their return. Please continue the pressure and make sure that Hamas will understand that we won't accept any other option but bringing them all back home. Thank you.
Well, more than 230 hostages have been captured by Hamas on October the 7th, including 80 women and children. Earlier, we heard an update from the Schneider Children's Medical Center, where some of the hostages released by Hamas yesterday were taken.
Yesterday evening, 4 boys and girls, 3 mothers and 1 grandmother arrived to Schneider Children's Medical Center. We were very exciting from the first moment. We saw the kids and their parents, the hugs and the crying, and it was very, very exciting for all of us. They are in good condition, and they are surrounded by our multidisciplinary teams, social workers, psychologists, nurses, and doctors. They are surrounded by the family, friends, and it was, I think, the most exciting evening that I had since I started my career. And we hope to see them all back and to see them in good condition. Yes, please. They told us some of their experience. We are listening. We are not ask a lot of questions, but they are telling us their stories, and we're listening, and we're exciting with them, sometimes crying with them, but I can't share these stories. They're going to stay for the next few days. They asked to stay here because they're they feel here very surrounded, and we had very good atmosphere, calm atmosphere in our hospital, and I think that it's going to take some few days. They went to sleep maybe around 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and they slept for maybe 3 or 4 hours. They are very exciting, all of us, so they didn't sleep very well, but I think it will be better in the next few days.
Well, in the last few hours, the family of those who are still held hostage have spoken at a news conference. Here's what some of them had to say.
I want to see her with us again, to hug her. I cannot imagine what she's been through in October 7 in the next following 50 days. It's really, I cannot sleep. And, every moment since then, I'm trying to do everything to bring her back.
We are urging all over the world. We are traveling, we are taking interviews, we are meeting important people and influential and artists and businessmen and whoever can help us to bring them back home. I just want to add another thing, and it's been 50 days since they were kidnapped. And in that 50 days, all the families are traveling, talking, interviewing, whatever it needs to do. And in any interview we are taking, wherever we are in the world, we are asking everybody to make some influence.
Well, also last night, more than 36 Palestinian prisoners returned home following their release from Israeli prisons. Asil Menir Al-Titi said she was feeling happy to be reunited with her family, but said she felt a profound sadness about the devastation in Gaza.
Being with my family fills me with happiness, but it's a happiness tainted with sorrow because our release from prison came at the cost of the lives of martyrs and the innocence of children. Deep inside, I feel a profound sadness because I emerged from prison in exchange for all the suffering and loss endured by those individuals. I often wish I could have remained in prison indefinitely rather than departing under such circumstances. The pain I experience is indescribable, and this sentiment resonates with all prisoners.
Well, our Middle East correspondent Alistair Bunkle has the latest for us now.
Things have gone pretty smoothly, I have to say, on both sides. The ceasefire is holding for now. And so that hope will grow that perhaps the ceasefire could be extended and more Israeli hostages could be released in the coming days. In exchange, as we saw in Dominic's report there, Israel would agree to release more Palestinian prisoners, and there's huge jubilation in the West Bank at those moments. So we wait and see. We understand the Israelis have been given the list last night of the hostages to be released today. We don't know any more than that. Their families will have been informed. But until they are in Israeli hands, until they're safely back on Israeli soil, the Israelis will remain very quiet about who is expected to come out. But I think we can anticipate many more children coming out today, possibly tomorrow.
And in the last hour, my colleague Nick Qureshi spoke to UNICEF spokesperson James Elder.
It depends where you are. A lot of aid is going north, and that's exactly what we needed to see. Those people have really been in a hellscape for a long, long time. I'm speaking to people here in the south who've come out of Shifa Hospital with serious injuries, and they give a sense of just how desperate the situation is there for people. No water, no food, no shelter. And of course, here in the south, it's about people taking this moment of respite just to see family members or to look for family members. But for me, I've been at the hospital, and that's a war zone, Nick, to be honest. I'm on buses where people have come down from the south, children with one leg missing, and the smell of death all around, hospitals just wildly overcrowded. So it's a mixed day, as they all are. It's great to get aid. It's great to get hostages back and families together. but it's hell for children here. Some of them are burying their dead. And of course, the United Nations is finally able to get significant amount of life-saving aid to the north. Now, we need to do that tomorrow, the next day, and we need to do it every day, which requires a lasting peace. And this pause to turn into a lasting peace.
Well, back in the UK, tens of thousands of anti-war protesters are gathering in London in the latest demonstration calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Protesters are also gathering in Leeds today, but let's take you to Ivor Bennett. He's joining me from central London right now. So, Ivor, is there a big crowd out today, and what are they telling you?
Yeah, it's a very big crowd, actually. As you can probably see, the protesters fill Whitehall behind me. It's full with protesters from here, Trafalgar Square, at the top of Whitehall, stretching all the way down past Downing Street to Parliament. Impossible to say exactly how many people are here. Organisers say they expect 100,000 to attend. It's definitely not as big as the one we saw 2 weeks ago on Armistice Day, when an estimated 300,000 turned out, but it's clearly a lot of people. And they're still making their way down to Whitehall here, where the march ends. Now a rally will be held for the next couple of hours. A stage has been erected all the way down the bottom past the Cenotaph, where speeches will be held as well. The behaviour we've seen on the march route, we've walked along with demonstrators, has been very peaceful. But police say they have already made one arrest right at the beginning of the march, when they saw a man carrying a placard that had Nazi symbols on. He was arrested on suspicion of inciting racial hatred. And that is the kind of behaviour we've seen at times in previous marches as well. This is the seventh one that's been held, seventh Saturday in a row. We've seen a march calling for a full ceasefire in Gaza. People here say the pause in fighting that we've seen in Gaza should be permanent. But as I say, every single time we've had these demonstrations and marches, there have been people arrested on suspicion of inciting racial hatred. There's offensive language, offensive chants. But organisers ahead of this have been at pains to point out there's only ever a small minority of people who are guilty of criminal offences.
At previous marches, which have been heavily policed, we've had a handful of arrests. I'm aware that the police are indicating they're going to ramp this up. They have to act within the law, and we expect them to do so. But at each of the demonstrations, we've had a handful of people who have held placards or said things. I think there was a woman at a train station who made an overtly anti-Semitic remark that was picked up on camera. But these are a tiny handful of people in demonstrations of hundreds of thousands.
A tiny handful of people maybe, but police clearly very keen to stamp out this kind of behaviour. And so today we're seeing a very kind of proactive approach to how this march is being policed compared to how the Met has handled previous marches. 1,500 officers have been deployed, and at the start of the march they were handing out leaflets to demonstrators, basically telling them what kind of behaviour will land them in a cell this evening, telling them not to use racist language, not to use offensive words and imagery, telling them not to deface or climb on statues and war memorials. A lot of the ones along the route have actually been surrounded by officers to ensure that kind of thing doesn't happen. And I think the reason we're seeing this more proactive approach is because of what Jewish communities in London have been saying how they feel threatened by these marches, how they feel unsafe in their own city, even though it is only a small minority of people who are sometimes using this kind of racist and offensive language that we're seeing. But clearly, police very, very keen to stamp out that kind of behaviour.
Okay. Ivor Bennett live in central London at that protest. Thank you. Well, let's talk more about those pamphlets, bringing in our policing commentator, Graham Wetton. Graham, let's talk about the fact that the police have chosen to hand out those leaflets this week. We've not seen anything like that before, even at other protests, not just at the pro-Palestine and ceasefire protests. So what do you think the police are trying to get at here?
I think there's a couple of issues here. I think it's a bit informative and advisory to the people attending. So it's putting them on notice, actually, what type of offences, what type of placards, what type of writing, phrases, etc., may well land them in a police cell if they carry it. So I think the message was, if you're in any doubt, don't carry these things. It's almost like making people aware what the offences are. And maybe an evidential and trained to that as well. Almost like you're telling people what the offences are. If they then commit the offences, they are fully aware of what's likely to land them in a cell and maybe being arrested. So a couple of strands for me, but it seems to have had some sort of effect at the moment. Maybe people have read it, listened to the briefings going out from the Met, and have actually changed either what they were going to carry, what they were going to write on their sign, etc.
Right, OK. So, I mean, that's one way of looking at it, isn't it? But a lot of people feel that potentially by handing these out, these are demonising the protesters, kind of tarnishing everyone with the same brush. We had Lindsay German, well-known Stop the War representative, on earlier talking about this as well.
Yeah, and I understand that view, but again, there's almost like a responsibility. There is a right to protest, but it comes with a responsibility to protest lawfully and peacefully. So again, there's an onus as well on the people actually taking part, and we've seen huge numbers over the last 6-7 weeks on the streets of London, walking alongside people with clearly offensive placards and banners and saying offensive things. So there's also an onus on people taking part, on the stewards and the people on the protest, to actually act responsibly and lawfully and either report those to the stewards or even report them to police officers.
Right, so hopefully they can see these leaflets, look out for what's going on and deal with it themselves.
Yeah, and as we've said, there's a minority of people. There's a significant numbers protesting here, you know, a couple of 100,000 in the last few Saturdays. So huge numbers of people, a minority committing offences. I think the Met are up to about 400 arrests so far from some of these protests. So a much smaller number committing offences, but they do need dealing with.
OK, Graham, good to talk it through with you.
Thank you.
Now, in the US, a former police officer who was convicted of killing George Floyd has been stabbed in prison. Derek Chauvin was attacked by another inmate while in prison in Arizona. That's according to a US law enforcement official. Let's get the latest from our US correspondent, Martha Kellner.
Derek Chauvin is among the most high-profile prisoners in the United States. He's the former police officer convicted of the murder of George Floyd, found to have knelt on the neck of George Floyd for 9.5 minutes in Minneapolis in May 2020. It was a killing that sparked protests and an uprising in the US and across the world, leading, of course, to the Black Lives Matter movement. So he's one of the most well-known prisoners in the system. He was previously being held at a maximum security prison in Minnesota, which is where that murder took place, mostly in solitary confinement. But last year he was moved to a medium security prison in Arizona, and it's there that we understand he was stabbed by a fellow prisoner. The Associated Press news agency additionally reporting that he received life-saving measures by staff before he was moved to hospital, where we understand he was still being treated overnight. There will be questions.
יש פה לקוחות שהגיעו בשבילכם.
של החזרה של החטופים לשמור. דברים מרגשים. ניקח גם את האייפון, לראות ילדים במסוק צבאי. עד 12, ברגע שתפתחו שונה בשתחנו את הכתבים. תן לי את זה. Okay, you can come with me. I hear you, I hear you, I hear you. Yes.
אתה ישר הולך לשם.
They just asked me when I started. It's low, but it's because of the weight. I'm alone, and it's 15 euros, so I throw it away when I'm back. And they say when I made an interview like who was standing next to us? We have the same. Always 24.
אבל אמרתי לך לפני רגע משהו על הזמנים במשחק. כן. אתה לא בא מאוסטריה, אתה בא מאיראן, שם הם עומדים בזמן? פלסטינאים שהוחזרו אין דאגה שחזרו. ככה.
לא, בשביל לדווח, אני שואל אותו שוב.
That's it? Bye, Mike. Why not you have to stay with us a little more? That's impressive. You left your mark.
A destra, Simo. Almeno corrono un po'.
Yeah, I'm there, but it's suggesting me to put myself here.
No. Yeah. That's it. It's over. different jails. אנשים לא היו בכלא הזה, היו במרכז שלוש כלאים.
מה, שי?
ילד שופט בשוליות.
صور هلا من التصوير
بدون کاور نداره ما در مرحله دوم و در دوم تبادل زندانیان و همچنین مشخص بین اسرائیل و سازمان حماس هستیم. همانطوری که گفتی در پشت سر من اگر ببینید زندان اوفر قرار داره. زندان اوفر بسیار نزدیک به مرز اسرائیل و کناره باختری هستش. زندانی هستش که بسیاری از زندانیان امنیتی فلسطینی در اونجا به سر میبرند. از بسیاری از زندانهای دیگر هم زندانیانی که قرار آزاد بشن امروز صبح به اینجا آورده شدند و قرار هستش که پس از آزادی 13 گروگان و یا 14 گروگان هنوز دقیقا معلوم نیستش اسرائیلی از اینجا هم بین 39 تا 42 زندانی زن و نوجوان فلسطینی آزاد بشن. قرار هستش که این زندانیان از اینجا بیرون بیان، اما بسیاری میگویند که امکان داره که اسرائیل نخواهد که تصاویر اتوبوس زندانیان فلسطینی از دروازه اینجا را رسانه‌ها فیلمبرداری بکنند و ممکن استش که از جایی دیگر اونها را خارج بکنند. امروز هم درست همین مسئله انجام شد. این زندانی‌ها به سمت کرانه باختری میرن که شاید بیشتر از اینجا فاصله نداره، اما اتوبوس صلیب سرخ باید اونها را ببره. اونجا اونها را رها میکنه که به خانه‌های در کرانه باختری برن و اگر زندانی هستش که در اورشلیم شرقی زندگی میکنه مطلقاً اورشلیم شرقی خواهد رفت و در مقابل هم قرار هستش که 13 گروگان اسرائیلی که گفتم یا 14 که 7 تا از اونها باز هم کودکانی هستن که در دست حماس بودن
السوداء اللي معرضة بالشارع.
در کنار اون گفته شده که مصر هم داره مذاکرات برای ادامه آتش بس
انت قدام مش عند ورا عند عرفت علينا.
انجام
هي انت هلا بالله بالضبط. هاي انت مش هون عند الخيام هون ولا لما دخلوا الصحفيين هون. لا الصحفيين هون الشباب الإسرائيليين هون شايفها عند الخيمة. انا شايف المحسوم والمدخل ولا شمال شايف السجن لا خليك ما اعرف
בבא, 5 שנים אני אומר לך, אל תעמוד עם הגב למצלמה ותדבר, תסתכל על המצלמה. עכשיו עוד הלכת לצד. תסתכלו אליי, לא, אבל אתה אומר שיראו את הג'יפ, אני יודע שיראו את הג'יפ. לא, אני אגיד לך למה אני אומר. אם זה רואה אני יזמי להגיד לו, הנה, כמו שאתם רואים זה אוטו של צלב האדום, אבל תבין אותי. אתה תבין להגיד לך, להגיד אני אגיד לך משהו שהייתי בטח. ברגע שהגעת לשם,
ايوه هم ليش هون ايوه ها يجي الوقت عند المول من الجبل يا شوف بيروح عند الناس اكثر احسن يا هذا بيجي يرجع من
זה לא יקרה פעם הבאה. תסתכל עליי, אז תבוא בזמן.
كله على ظهر الجبل.
לפי 100 מיליון אשכרה. הוא עבר בעצמו שם, כן, לא נעים אבל
גם במבצע שהיה חיל האוויר, גם עכשיו מלחמה מאוד לראות
תסתכל לו על הקפה. אני לא בדובר צה"ל, בחיפור. אבל לא חשוב אם הגיע, אמרתי אולי גם יש לה איתה באותו חדר. תמשיך! לא יעשה איתה באותו חדר. אם הוא לא נסתכל, הבעיה שהם לא מבינים את זה. בוא נמשיך שלנו מבינים את זה. אני אתחיל עוד כל מיני. בעיה עם התרבות הפרטית. לא, אני חוזר אישי.
لا والله مش هشبع
זה הגיוני עד עכשיו, נכון? אתה חבר תקום. אומר, יש לי איזה שעה, שאני אעשה לך, יוצא בשלוש וחצי דקות, לא הייתי יותר טוב. אז יש מסלול שהגיעו אליו. מגיע. אני שעשיתי בבמה. נכנסתי שוב, שלוש וחצי דקות, כל הסרנות, המחזקות.
לשעה מאוחרת. מה יש לעשות? לשבת ולחכות.
אתם באתם עכשיו? לא, אני הולכת. לא, זה לא שלי עכשיו.
The reunions after 7 weeks in captivity and the prospect of more to come, with Hamas due to release 13 more Israeli hostages today. In return, 39 Palestinian prisoners will be released from Israeli prisons in the second phase of the hostage exchange. It comes as the truce between Israel and Hamas in Gaza holds for a second day. We'll bring you all the developments live over the coming hours.
Also ahead this afternoon, here in the UK, tens of thousands of protesters march in London, calling for the pause in the fighting in Gaza to be made permanent. And Derek Chauvin, the former police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd, is stabbed in the US prison where he's serving his sentence.
Hello and welcome from Jerusalem. I'm Yalda Hakim. We're now well into the second day of a truce between Israel and Hamas, and awaiting news that a further 13 Israeli hostages have been released by Hamas. In return, the Israeli Defense Forces say that 39 Palestinian prisoners will be released. It's now around 24 hours since we learned that the first group of hostages had been freed. 13 Israelis, 10 Thais, and a Filipino national. Well, today, footage has emerged of the moment some of the hostages released yesterday were reunited with their loved ones. Let's just have a little listen in. Among them was Ohad Munda, who's seen here running down the corridor towards his family and friends. You just saw him there a little earlier. And we also saw some others being reunited with their family members.
אתמול שוחררו אוהד, קרן ורותי מונדר משבי החמאס אחר 49 יום.
Yesterday, Ohad, Keren and Ruti Munda were released from Hamas captivity after 49 days. I would like to thank the IDF for the efforts to release them, and thank you to all the Israelis for their embrace and support, without which we would not have managed to survive these 49 days. I'd like to thank the entire nation, but it's very important for me to say that we are not celebrating today. We're happy, but we're not celebrating, because there are still other hostages in captivity. We need to carry on and not stop our struggle until all the hostages are released, until the very last one.
Let's go through the names of some of the other hostages who have been released. Doron Asher Katz and her two young daughters, Aviv and Raz Asher, are also seen here being reunited with the girl's father and Doron's husband, Yoni. They were kidnapped from the Nir Oz kibbutz on October the 7th. Well, also last night, more than 36 Palestinian prisoners returned home following their release from Israeli jails. Asil Munir al-Titi said she was feeling happy to be reunited with her family, but said she felt a profound sadness about the devastation in Gaza.
Being with my family fills me with happiness, but it's a happiness tainted with sorrow because our release from prison came at the cost of the lives of martyrs and the innocence of children. Deep inside, I feel a profound sadness because I emerged from prison in exchange for all the suffering and loss endured by those individuals. I often wish I could have remained in prison indefinitely rather than departing under such circumstances. The pain I experience is indescribable, and this sentiment resonates with all prisoners.
Well, that was one of the Palestinian prisoners released from prison last night. Well, let's go straight now to our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who joins us from Baytuna in the West Bank. And Dominic, last night you had a gas mask on, and then later you were able to see some of those prisoners who were released from those prisons on the buses to really a hero's welcome by the crowds who were there. Just give us a sense of what's going on now.
Well, Yada, we haven't got there yet because of terribly heavy traffic on the occupied West Bank, but we're very close to Betunia, where we expect the prisoners to be released and to cross over to a similar reception. We expect a kind of jubilant homecoming as to what we saw yesterday when those 39 Palestinian prisoners, women and teenage boys, came across and were received rapturously by the Palestinians this side of that crossing. Now, we're expecting something similar tonight. The ceasefire is held. There is a difference in terms of numbers. Some people are saying 42 prisoners in exchange for 14 hostages. Others are saying 13 Israeli hostages released out of Gaza and 39, which is the numbers we had yesterday, although, of course, there were a number of Thais and Filipinos released from Gaza as well. There's some criticism from the Palestinians who say they believe the Israelis are manipulating the list of prisoners. So there's some acrimony there, but so far things seem to be going to plan, pretty much on track for a repeat of what we'll see yesterday. The Israelis, I guess, will be bracing themselves for the possibility of the kind of repeat of scenes we saw in Betunia yesterday, where they had said they didn't want to see any celebration. One of the conditions, as far as they're concerned, of this exchange of prisoners and hostages was that there would be no celebration, that people would not speak to the cameras, and yet we saw extraordinary scenes of celebration. And what was worrying, I think, will worry the Israelis, but also the Palestinian Authority, which is the kind of more moderate faction within the Palestinians, was the pictures of Hamas, green flags. Someone climbed up on top of the white coach that had all the prisoners on board, waved those green flags. A lot of Hamas flags in the crowd, a lot of pro-Hamas chanting. And of course, Hamas although it's not actually the sort of nominal government or authority in charge of those bits of the West Bank that the Palestinians have control over. Hamas is very influential and increasingly influential here, and will obviously claim credit for the release of prisoners, and those pictures will help it, boost it enormously, of course, in that endeavour. So I think we'll see a repeat of those scenes, and if things go to plan, we could see that happen again tomorrow night and the night after, so 4 nights of exchanges. But we're getting the impression from the Egyptians, they're saying that there are positive signals from both the Israelis and Hamas that they're interested in extending this truce for maybe a day or 2 afterwards as well, which could take this up to 5 or 6 days. So things moving in the right direction for tonight, but possibly for more nights as well in the days and nights to come.
Indeed, as you say, I mean, the IDF really will be on high alert tonight to try and crack down, especially on those Hamas flags that we may see again. So tensions could really escalate again.
Yes, and what we saw last night was a kind of game of cat and mouse between the Israelis, who were keeping their distance. They'd come across from their side of the crossing. They were keeping a military presence there, and they intervened most forcefully when Hamas green flags were marched down towards the crossing, and then we heard that chanting in support of Mohammed al-Def, who's the Hamas commander in Gaza. Another chant saying, "We want the Al-Qassam brigades here in the West Bank." The Al-Qassam brigades, of course, being the military wing of Hamas. And that's when the mood in the crowd, I think, was at its most passionate, most heightened. And then shortly after that, tear gas was fired. A number of tear gas rounds were fired in, and that was a number of occasions when tear gas was used, and then Palestinian youths responded with catapults, stones let loose from catapults. So and just before the prisoners were driven across in their white coach, there was a prelude of a huge amount of tear gas fired in that dispersed the crowds away from where the coaches were going to go into. They were pretty tense scenes last night, and a febrile atmosphere. And I suspect we'll see something similar, but probably not quite as lively as last night, as the next wave of prisoners are released and brought into the occupied West Bank.
Dom, thank you so much for that update, and no doubt we'll continue to talk to you throughout the evening. I've just got some news that's also developing, because, of course, the focus really has been on the fighting and the bombardment, the Israeli bombardment in Gaza, the ground offensive that's taken place, and really the war between Hamas and Israel over the past 7 weeks. But increasingly, we have seen an escalation in northern Gaza and sort of ongoing rockets and fire across the border into Lebanon. And we've now just got some news from the United Nations interim force in Lebanon, and they've said that on Saturday that one of its patrols was hit by Israeli gunfire in the vicinity of Eit Arun of southern Lebanon, although they say that there were no casualties. They've condemned the attack on their peacekeepers, calling it deeply troubling, and they've said, "We strongly remind the parties of their obligations to protect peacekeepers and avoid putting the men and women who are working to restore stability at risk." So that was a statement put out by the United Nations interim force in Lebanon, concerned about the escalation between Hezbollah and Israeli forces. We are, of course, monitoring these developments in northern Israel and southern Lebanon, but it's not just the focus for the Israeli government on what's going on between Hamas and Israel in Gaza. But they're really concerned about the escalations in northern Israel as well. And of course, regionally, there are concerns that this may spill over. So it's something the United States is watching very closely. It's what regional powers are watching incredibly closely. And while the focus and the media attention has been on Gaza, there are escalations in the north of Israel as well between Hezbollah and Israeli forces. And we know that the IDF have moved a lot of families who live in kibbutzim in northern Israel because of the escalating tensions between the IDF and Hezbollah. But this is a statement that's come in from the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, saying that one of their patrols was hit by Israeli gunfire, and they have called for the restoration of stability there. And now, before we move on to our next guest, I just want to show you scenes outside of Offa prison. You can see some of it there on our screen. But really, it's very much a carbon copy of what was going on last night, where we were watching the scenes outside the prison, as well as watching very closely what was happening in Egypt at the Rafah crossing, because, of course, that's where we are expecting those hostages, those 13 hostages, to come out of this evening. And then here outside of Offa prison, part of that agreement is that 39 Palestinian women and children kept in Israeli prisons will also be released. So, as you can see, it seems quite orderly and under control for now, which is precisely what happened last night. And then, of course, we saw some movement and tension between some of the Palestinians who'd gathered there and the IDF. So, as Don was saying, we're going to be monitoring the situation very closely. Don's trying to get there as soon as he can. He's, of course, stuck at a checkpoint at the moment, and there are multiple checkpoints put in and around the West Bank following what happened yesterday. So the IDF also on alert, as well as the Palestinians who have gathered to welcome the 39 women and children who are expected to be released from that Israeli prison as part of this hostage deal. So we're monitoring things very closely at Offa prison in the West Bank, and we are also going to be watching things very closely at the Rafah crossing, where we are expecting in the next perhaps half an hour or hour for those Israeli hostages to be released. And we understand that they too are women and children as part of this agreement over the next 4 days. Well, now really 2 days left after today, where almost 48 hours into this truce, there's 2 days left of respite for the people of Gaza and for the Israeli government to see those Israeli hostages released. Well, let's go now to Neil Greenberg, a professor of defence mental health at King's College. Thank you so much for joining us here on the programme, Professor. We're just talking there about those hostages. We saw those 13 hostages released yesterday. They were examined initially by the Red Cross, and then, of course, they were examined again by Egyptian medical teams, and then brought over to Israel, where they spent time in the hospitals, being looked at again by doctors and psychologists. You've worked a lot with people who have been detained. Just give us a sense of what sort of challenges they may go through after spending 7 weeks in captivity.
I think it's fair to say that actually people who go through sort of being detained for a long period of time, their experiences vary a lot. I mean, inevitably they're going to be, excited and elated at the fact that they're going to be released. But there's a whole range of stressors that might be affecting their mental well-being at the moment. There's obviously the actual situation in which they were taken hostage in the first place. That no doubt was intensely frightening and scary. They've obviously got their experiences that they've had whilst they've been in captivity that we don't yet know quite what's happened to them, but certainly many hostages report that being in captivity is not just frightening from a personal point of view of not knowing if they're going to come out again, but also the things that happen to them can be really, really unpleasant and horrid. And then when they come out, they've got this kind of strange situation of being kind of glad in one sense that they're released, but also there's a whole range of people who are left behind, and they have to sort of come to terms with the fact that why me? Why have I been released? And we often hear about the term which is called survivor guilt, which is sort of becoming used to the fact that you've survived when someone else hasn't. I think one of the important things to say, though, is that although the kind of public view is that everybody who becomes a hostage ends up with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. We know that most people that doesn't happen. And so what we fully expect is that there will be a lot of people, a lot of the hostages, ex-hostages will be distressed, and that over time, with the right support and the right care, that they will be able to sort of get back into their normal pattern of routine and reintegrate back into whatever is their new normal life.
Neil, I just want to bring in some pictures that we got earlier of that little 9-year-old boy being embraced by his family members. I mean, quite extraordinary and moving scenes that we've received since yesterday, and I think our teams will get it up. I mean, it's quite an extraordinary and an emotional moment, of course, because after 7 weeks, these families have been reunited. From what you can tell and assess, I mean, as you say, it's almost, they look in good health and shape, but it's difficult to tell what the mental health impact might be.
No, it is. No, I'm not a child mental health expert. I deal mostly with adults and older people. But it's fair to say that for children, actually, the main sort of factor that will determine whether they sort of go on and move on with their life or whether they become unwell will be the adults in which they have both been with whilst they've been detained, but also into the sort of families and friends that they go back into. So what you really want is actually for the adults around them to sort of say, gosh, this was terrible, but actually, you're okay, let's move on. What we have to be careful of is not trying to give them a label as being unwell. I mean, gosh, they're going to be distressed. Why would you not be, given what they've gone through? But distress is not the same as illness. And so I very much hope, and I suspect, I have lots of contacts with organisations that deal with hostages, that actually the sort of thrust will be, this has been really tough. Let's acknowledge what's happened, but let's try and move on and reintegrate you back in with the rest of your life. Keeping in mind, though, that some people inevitably, might develop some difficulties, such as PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, in which case, we'd want to get on and treat that early on.
And Neil, I think one of the things, of course, is that the IDF were trained to manage the situation carefully, how to handle especially the children, not to embrace them, not to pick them up or touch them without permission. But many of these people may have lost family members and they may not have been aware. So that's another layer that they need to sort of factor in, I guess, as they do reintegrate.
Absolutely, during those initial Hamas attacks, which are completely terrible, obviously, and the fact is that they may not know the full extent of those, which sadly, we as the rest of the world know now. So they do have to come to terms with the fact is that people will be left behind in captivity. There are people who are sadly deceased now, and that the relatives and families that they are reintegrating with are also themselves coming to terms with the fact of what's happened. But the overall message here is, we absolutely expect a lot of distress, and that's not surprising. But as long as we don't over medicalize that normal distress, the likelihood is the vast majority will be able to reintegrate back into whatever their new normal life is, really. The only kind of caveat factor there is the fact that some people clearly remain behind, and there's this challenge between, why me, why was I selected, and why wasn't the person next to me, and that is incredibly difficult to sort of cope with at times.
Yeah, indeed, and hopefully we will see more of these hostages released because, of course, it's bittersweet for those who have come out and knowing that so many others have been left behind. Neil, thank you so much for joining us here on the programme.
Thank you very much indeed.
Now, before we go back... Thank you. And now, before we go back to London, just a little bit of an update. We did hear early this morning that a Qatari delegation had arrived in Israel to discuss the potential future deals. Of course, we know that Qatar has been central to the negotiations between Hamas, between Israel, talking to the United States, talking to the Egyptians. This has been a multi-layered negotiation which has taken many weeks, and the Qataris have really driven a lot of this, and we have seen the head of Mossad travel to Doha, for example, in the past few days and several times over the last 7 weeks to drive and discuss those negotiations with Hamas, and that's how we've managed to get to where we are today. But it's sort of an extraordinary development early this morning that a Qatari delegation, a very unusual move, have arrived here in Jerusalem to further discuss the potential for this deal to be extended or to ensure that there are future deals as this tragedy continues, obviously since October the 7th, and then for the last 7 weeks of this campaign and bombardment, the offensive in Gaza. We will continue to follow all the developments here from Israel and monitor the situation on the Rafah crossing as we wait for those hostages to be released, as well as the Palestinians to be released as well. For now, back to you in the studio, Saima.
Well, here, tens of thousands of anti-war protesters are marching through London in the latest demonstration calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Protesters are also gathering in Leeds today, but let's take you to Emma Birchley. She joins me live from that protest in central London. So, Emma, it looks like tens of thousands have turned out yet again today, and this week, unusually, the police have been handing out some leaflets. Can hear me?
Yes, they have. First off, let me give you a sense of what it's like here. So I'm just off Whitehall, close to Parliament Square, so that end of the road, which is where the stage is and where the speakers are delivering their messages. But we understand that the crowds, which go as far as the eye can see, stretch all the way back to Trafalgar Square, which is half a mile away from here. And the chants have been ceasefire now, free, free Palestine, the kind of chants we've heard. But of course, there is a temporary truce now. What they want is a permanent ceasefire. Now, those leaflets that the police have been handing out, making it absolutely clear what side of the law people should be staying on when it comes to their behaviour, no intimidating behaviour, in terms of the messages that are on the placards, behaviour around monuments, making sure people don't deface them, and also the use of fireworks and flares, which are banned. Although, interestingly, the smell of sulphur has only just disappeared from the air because a pinky red colour flare was set off just a few minutes ago. And we know too that the police have got Arabic speakers on hand, we're told, and also lawyers back in the control room, so that they can judge what side of the law certain placards will be on. But interestingly, colleagues of mine spotted the police stopping some women who had placards. They were written in Arabic and they couldn't translate them. There was a lot of confusion, all well-intentioned, but actually if you haven't got someone there who can translate what's on the placards, it's a tricky old situation, and I understand that those women were arrested. We're waiting for confirmation of exactly what happened there. But here at Whitehall, the speeches continue. Clear parameters, though, of what must happen today. We're told that people must disperse by 5:30, and if groups roam around the city, then they can expect to be stopped by the police.
These marches have been described as hate marches.
Can you see any hate here? Everybody coming with the family. There's no hate here. You've been here, you've seen it, no one's hating no one. We hate killing, that's all. You know, if it's a hate, then we hate killing.
What is it you're out here calling for today?
A ceasefire.
There is a ceasefire?
No, well, yeah, but we want one that's longer. Because ceasefire is permanent, it's not just 4 days.
What do you make of the police being more proactive about this protest?
No, that's fine. If there is any racism, it should not be tolerated. Full stop. That's the end of it.
And that was Sky's Emma Birchley at that protest in London. Well, let's take you back to the situation on the ground in the conflict between Israel and Hamas and bring in our military analyst, Sean Bell. Sean, so talk us through what you think is going to play out. The ceasefire between Israel and Hamas has, for now, thank goodness, seems to be holding. How do you see this progressing? What's next?
Yeah, good afternoon, Simon. Well, the 4-day truce, 50 Israeli prisoners being released. We've seen those come out from the Rafah crossing, and likewise 150 Palestinians being released in the West Bank from the prison there, and the 200 trucks a day being released. And the truce does seem to be holding some amazing pictures being released of families being reunited. And it does feel like the focus is shifting now from the war to the humanitarian relief, to the fallout for the post-conflict. So even though Prime Minister Netanyahu will be determined to get back to the hostilities, he wants to restart the war as soon as possible, start phase 2. But it is worth noting at the start of this war, Hamas were, after the 7th of October atrocities, were on the back foot. It was the IDF controlling the pace of the war completely. Their objectives were to destroy Hamas, liberate the hostages. But despite 13,000 Palestinian casualties, they haven't achieved either. The military objective hasn't achieved either of those. Now, Hamas is now in control of the flow of hostages out. There is the talk, we heard it just now, about the potential for the truce being extended if 10 hostages a day for every day. And of course, Hamas will want that delay before the start of hostilities to be as long as possible, because they'll know the longer it is, the more difficult it is for Israel to withstand it. So for the first time since the 7th of October, Hamas is just starting to take the initiative and sees a little bit of control of this process.
Okay, that's interesting, but the point remains that they have a limited number of hostages. They're promising to release 10 a day or so. Eventually, there will be no more hostages.
You're quite right, but Hamas will never get rid of all the hostages. They'll retain a handful, maybe 10, plus maybe an American and maybe another foreign national. That's their currency. Although the current look is 10 a day for every extra day, you can imagine Hamas will gradually whittle that down. It'll be 9 a day, 8 a day, 7 a day. And it'll be very difficult for Israel to ignore that, because the only alternative they've got is to go back to start the conflict again. Phase 2, which will now, phase 1 failed to achieve the military objectives. Phase 2 is in southern Gaza. There's a much higher density of people, much more difficult. Even Israel admits that it's going to have a higher casualty count, not only of the military, but also of the civilians. So there's no military solution to this. Despite the Israeli determination, we're seeing growing international pressure, the marches and everything, to bring this conflict to an end. And Hamas, throughout all of this, are gradually gaining the initiative, the influence and control. And it's not clear yet whether we're seeing the end of the beginning of this conflict or the starts of the beginning of the end.
OK, Sean, let's hope for a longer ceasefire, that's for sure. Thanks very much indeed. This is Sky News Today. Coming up, former police officer Derek Chauvin, who is convicted of murdering George Floyd, is stabbed in prison.
A lot of people come to us for well-being aspects, people who suffer from anxiety. We often get people who message me and say, I know someone that's autistic, I think they benefit from this. Other people really just...
اسرائیلی که آزاد شدن 39 فلسطینی را آزاد کرد. قرار بود که هیچ جشنی گرفته نشه و این اسرائیل اجازه نده که فلسطینی‌ها برای آزادی زندانی‌ها جشن و سرور به پا بکنند، اما دیدیم که در این کار بسیاری از فلسطینی‌ها پرچم‌های حماس را در دست داشتند و از محمد و یحیی صدقان سپاسگزاری می‌کردند. در کنار او 4 کودک، 3 مادر، 1 مادر بزرگ و 4 زن سالمند هم دیروز آزاد شدند. مستقیم به بیمارستان‌هایی در اسرائیل رفتند که مدیریت حال اینها خوب هست. اینها با خانواده‌هاشون ملاقات کردند. تصاویری هم دیدیم که کودکان به سوی پدر خودشون می‌رفتند و اینها را در آغوش می‌گرفتند و با خانواده‌هاشون مواجه شدند. امروز قرار است که تجمعات بزرگی
News that the next group of 13 Israeli hostages has been released by Hamas from captivity in Gaza. In return, 39 Palestinian women and juveniles are expected to be released from Israeli prisons on this, the second day of a 4-day truce. Well, let's go straight to our Alistair Bunkle, who joins us live from Tel Aviv now. And Ali, it's been quite an emotional 24 hours for so many people in Israel, and quite bittersweet as well, because while they're excited and happy to see those who have been released, and again we're hoping to see more come out today, there are still so many hostages who have been left behind.
Yeah, I think bittersweet is a really good word to describe it. Even the relatives of the hostages who have been released are very aware how lucky they are compared to many other families who are still waiting news of their loved ones. And so, Israel celebrates the release of every hostage. Every hostage release is a national moment here. But they are fully aware that even if this 4-day truce goes according to plan, even if it is extended a little bit, it's almost certain that many hostages will remain in Gaza. I mean, not least, obviously, if the Israeli soldiers who were captured by Hamas, who one would imagine Hamas would try and exact quite a heavy price for in order to release them. I've been speaking to one of the relatives within the last half an hour who met with his family who were released yesterday, and he was telling me some quite interesting detail about what they went through. He said that they were held underground for a lot of the time. They were moved around on a couple of occasions. They were aware of the bombing overhead. Sometimes, he said, the booms of explosions were closer than others. He said that they were treated reasonably well, but there were times when they needed to go to the loo and they had to ask permission. They were hungry a lot of the time, and they didn't know that they were going to be released until yesterday morning, and so it was kept secret from them as well. But the hostages who have been released were told by the hospitals that they are in at the moment that they are in pretty good physical condition, but of course the mental trauma from it will take far longer. Perhaps the signs of mental trauma might take much longer to come out, but the treatment will take a very long time. And many of them, I'm told, didn't get to sleep until about 4 o'clock in the morning and only slept for a couple of hours. They were very excited to be back home. And they've also requested that they stay in hospitals just for the time being because they feel safe there.
And Ali, there's been some other development today here in Israel, a surprise visit from a Qatari delegation. They arrived here in the morning to discuss the possibility of an extension of a truce. So just some news that's coming through. Of course, the Qataris were central to these negotiations, and they had a delegation come here to Israel today to discuss the possibility of an extension.
Yeah, just to remind people why Qatar is essential to this is because the Hamas political leadership, the leader of Hamas, Israel-Hamas, reside in Doha. So Hamas have that direct link into Hamas. Hamas have provided millions and millions of dollars to Gaza, not to Hamas-Israeli, but to Gaza over the years. And so they've been crucial in this mediation. Yeah, it's on one hand, it's extraordinary that a Qatari delegation is here in Israel. Israel and Qatar do not have diplomatic relations. Qatar was not a part of the 2020 Abraham Accords. And there is a big difference in opinion between the two countries, given that Hamas have that office in Qatar. But, what is said in public is not always what goes on in private. I mean, you only need to track, for example, business jets leaving from Israel or elsewhere around here to know that Israel does have back-channel relations with many countries in the Middle East for practical purposes. But in terms of publicly a jet from Qatar landing here in Israel, it shows how significant this moment could be. I think back to the World Cup in Doha last November and December, when I think it was the first flights ever from Israel to Qatar were allowed specifically for football fans to go over there. So that's kind of how rare it is. But it shows that there is an impetus, there's a momentum building in Qatar and I think in Egypt to see whether this truce can be extended a bit further. The Israelis will be very mindful of not allowing Hamas to string it out, but at the same time there'll be pressure on the Israeli government to do anything it can do to get more than the initial 50 hostages out that have been negotiated thus far.
Alistair, thank you so much for that update. And of course, we are monitoring the situation very closely on the Rafah crossing, because of course that's where we saw the 13 hostages being released yesterday. They were handed over to the Red Cross by Hamas. And then, of course, they made their way into Egypt, where they were then handed to the IDF. Now, we don't have any live footage from there at the moment, but if we do, we will be bringing that to you. Because, of course, this is a developing story. Yesterday, around this time, we did see those first images of them coming through out of Gaza, out of southern Gaza, into Egypt. So we are expecting to see something like that today, if all goes according to plan. Well, joining me now from Hebron in the West Bank is Issa Amrou, a Palestinian activist and founder of the youth group Youth Against Settlements. Thank you so much, Issa, for joining us here on the program. Of course, as part of this deal, it also includes 39 Palestinian women and children who were also released from Israeli prisons yesterday, and we are expecting something very similar today.
So we are expecting similar deal today, and the same numbers with the same criteria. Palestinian children and Palestinian women to be released and to be unified with their families all over West Bank and East Jerusalem. People in Palestine and West Bank, they are happy about the ceasefire. They don't want to see more people killed in Gaza, and they want to see Palestinian prisoners to be released. I hope that it was in a different circumstances, but unfortunately, we have now people being released with this current circumstances, which is really, hard time on the Palestinians.
Indeed, we know that there's roughly about 8,000 Palestinians held in Israeli prisons. You also know all too well about this. You have spent some time in Israeli prisons.
Yes, we live under Israeli military law. According to the Israeli military law, we are not allowed to practice non-violence resistance and human rights. So I was arrested many, many times, and even I was convicted in the military court for my non-violence activism. I'm very proud of my non-violence activism, but that's the reality, that the conviction rate in the Israeli military court, it's 99.73. It's not fair trial. It's a military system. And the sole purpose of the Israeli military court is to shut off the Palestinians and stop Palestinians from asking for equality and for justice and freedom. From October 7th until now, I know many, many Palestinians were abducted and detained without any trial. We are talking about 3,000 plus since October 7th, and many of them did nothing to be detained, or even I have friends who are journalists and they are not politically affiliated. It's about them covering the news from the West Bank. So we have many, many Palestinians inside the Israeli military jail because of the military system. It's not a civil system with a fair trial.
Issa, I've spoken to Israeli officials who say that there are those who have been accused of terrorism, for example, or stabbing settlers, and they believe that there are legitimate charges against some of the people who are now coming out of Israeli prisons.
Yes, for sure, there are people who believe in violence and they use violence. But I'm talking about the system, the military system, the occupation system. I live under the military law, and the settlers next door here just few meters from my house, are under the Israeli civilian law. I was attacked, beaten, tortured October 7th by the Israeli soldiers and the Israeli settlers. I was attacked continuously from October 7th here in my house many, many times. Not only me. Look to the settler violence in the West Bank. There is a real wave of settler violence since the new government came to power without any real accountability, with full impunity. So this is the main issue. The main issue, there is two systems. One system against the Palestinians and even against the Palestinian human rights defenders, and one system for the Israeli settlers. So this is mainly, and for sure, I'm against violence, and I'm against any type of to attack any civilians, for sure. But that's the reality. And something else very important, peace process is not functioning, and the Israeli authorities and the Israeli leaders are the ones who are not accepting the two-state solution, and they don't want a political solution. They don't want to give us rights. They don't want to treat us as a nation.
Issa, I just want to get a sense, because we have been reporting and we've done reports from the situation in the West Bank and including the settler violence. If you can just give us a sense of what life is like for you there in Hebron.
We are under curfew since October 7th. The families leave only Sunday, Tuesday and Thursday, 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the evening. I'm lucky that my neighborhood now is reopened till 7:30 p.m. If I'm late, they don't allow me. And with our brutal military occupation, we were already restricted in this part of the city. They added more restrictions. The settlers move freely in the yards around me. I'm not allowed. I was asking now today the soldiers to allow us to pick our olives. It's the olive harvest season. They are not allowing us. Soldiers raid the houses. Soldiers beat up Palestinians, and they have a TikTok challenge to dehumanize Palestinians, film it, and put it on social media. So really, people are living in fear. Many families left their homes in my own city, in my own compound here. Many families didn't open their windows in the last 50 days. Really, they didn't open the window. And we are complaining, and nobody's mentioning that to us. The same in Area C, the South Mount Hebron. Many families were evicted from their homes and their villages and suffering from a huge amount of settler violence.
Okay, Issa, thank you very much for joining us here on the program. Issa Amru, Palestinian activist and founder of the group Youth Against Settlements. We'll be back live in Jerusalem at 4 o'clock, and Saima will have the rest of today's news from the UK after this short break.
I'm Inzamam Rashid, and I'm Sky's North of England correspondent.
תסתכל על היד שלי. אני אעשה את מה שצריך.
מי שבשש ברבע אולי יהיה פחות בדיוק.
شكلها نفس صف الشكل اليمني.
מה, עכשיו אני צריכה לגודל שהם ישחררו אותם?
The intelligence service was in Qatar recently, but for Qataris to be here is virtually unheard of. Well, they are going to come into play in a big way this evening if we've reached this sticking point. As you say, it is a glitch, and it's going to have to be ironed out pretty quickly because neither side have any trust in the other. And if one side or the other thinks that they are trying to be played and that things are trying to change, then you could see this whole truce collapse. But let's try and think optimistically. I do, from what I know and have spoken to various sides on this, believe that there is a genuine desire for this truce to hold. Whether or not it can be extended, that's another matter. The Israelis have been very clear that whenever it finishes, they're going to go back to the military operation. But there is a genuine desire that this truce holds for the 4 days that was initially agreed, in order that Israeli prisoners, Israeli hostages can come out and Hamas can see the release of Palestinian prisoners. Because as Dominic was explaining last night in his reports and just then, Hamas will very easily frame this as a victory for them, and that is how it will be seen amongst the Palestinian people in the West Bank.
Well, let's go back to the West Bank because Dom joins us live from there now. And Dom, as you say, you just broke the bit of news there that Hamas has said they've decided to delay this second round of hostage releases. This was always going to be quite difficult and tricky, and so many people were breathing a sigh of relief yesterday when first they saw the ceasefire hold, some of the aid enter Gaza, the hostages being released, the Palestinians being released from Israeli prisons, and then there was a feeling that, you know, this was day one and it was successful. And now, of course, everything seems to be in place, but this latest developing news is worrying.
It is, and I think, you have to bear in mind how this will be seen by Israelis. When this truce was announced by the Qataris initially and then confirmed by all sides. A lot of Israelis we were speaking to said it's good news, but just wait, they all said, and watch Hamas play its games, because they've seen exchanges in the past, and they've seen what they regard as Hamas games in the past delay and complicate exchanges and other agreements that have been negotiated tortuously, painfully between Israel and Hamas. And I think Israelis will see this latest hitch as very much part of that. What Hamas is saying, it's Al-Qassam military brigade's wing is saying that the military wing of the movement in Gaza is that the Israelis are not sticking to their side of the bargain. And earlier on, we heard from the Palestinian Prisoners Association here saying, which is not Hamas owned or operated, it's independent from that, but also saying that they felt that the Israelis were manipulating the prisoner list. Now, whether that is a genuine concern or not, the net outcome of it is the same, that there's going to be a delay and this is going to be causing a huge amount of agony, of course, for the families who had hoped that these reports from Haaretz and other newspapers that the hostages had been handed over to the Red Cross would then be confirmed in the fullness of time by the IDF. It seems as though now, from what Hamas is saying, that it's going to be delayed, it's going to be complicated. And I suspect we'll see similar hitches in the days ahead. I think what we can say that's more encouraging is that, first of all, the Qatari delegation coming here is a sign of diplomatic progress. Qataris have not had diplomatic relations with Israel since 2009, when they broke them off because of the military operation in Gaza, back then Operation Cast Lead, although they have had sort of back-channel communications with Israel. So it's a very good sign that they are here overseeing this truce that they've negotiated. It's also a good sign that earlier on in the day, reports from Egypt saying that both sides were sounding positive about extending this truce, which is meant to extend for 4 nights, but they were saying that both sides, Israel and Hamas, were talking about extending it by a night or 2 more. So that could see the ceasefire extended by a couple of days and then exchanges over the coming nights. So there's been more encouraging noises earlier on today. We're now getting, I think, less encouraging noises, signs of a hitch. But I think we have to say that both sides do want this exchange to happen. We think Hamas want it primarily because they want to buy time. They want to delay the onset of the Israeli operation coming back in against them, an operation that has done a lot to dismantle their military capability. They also will be very much enjoying the publicity they're getting. As Alistair was saying there, the picture we saw yesterday of the green flags of Hamas being waved over the bus, all of that is very good for Hamas, that's trying to strengthen its position across Palestinian society. And on the Israeli side, of course, they're desperate to get their hostages back. So all sides want this to go ahead, and they are backed by the Egyptians, by the Americans and the Qataris, who are now present in Israel. But I think we are going to see these hitches, and they are going to cause, of course, more pain and torment for the families of the hostages, and also for the families of those Palestinian women and teenage boys who they are hoping to see come across the crossing near to here later on this evening.
Okay, Dom, we're going to leave it there, but we will, of course, come back to you a little later in the programme for more of an update. But as Dominic was saying just in the last few minutes, we received news that Hamas says that they are going to delay the release of these hostages. This is after we were getting news from Israeli media that they had been released, and now this latest development. We're also being told here on Sky News, a senior diplomat in the region is telling us that there is a quote technical issue, which they say they're hopeful will be resolved. So that's a senior diplomat in the region telling Sky News that they believe it's a technical issue and that they're hopeful it will be resolved. As Dominic was saying, the Qatari delegation are in Israel. They're trying to negotiate a longer truce, but a truce that's longer than these 4 days. So this latest development of a hitch in this process, although senior diplomats say that this is a technical issue. I'm just being told I've got some more pictures coming in, which we may show you. I'll just check in with the studio. I understand we've got some images that have just come in. Okay, we are joined now by Ahal Basuray, who's hopeful for the release from Hamas of his two nephews. Ahal, thank you very much for joining us just in the last few minutes. We heard that there may be a delay in the hostage release. Obviously, this is incredibly painful time. We're being told by senior diplomats in the region that it's just a technical issue and that they hope that this will be resolved. But just give me your initial thoughts and feelings.
For me, it's not a surprise. You know, you are dealing with a vicious and sadistic terrorist organization, on the other hand, Hamas, headed by a manic depressive psychopath by the name of Yahya Sinwar. And, you know, this is something that we were expecting and we're talking about all the time. I don't have two nephews. I have a nephew and a niece. They were on the list to be released tonight. My family is waiting at the hospital in Israel, you know, for to accept them and to hug them and to, you know, surround them with the love that they were missing in the last 50 days. And it's just very, very disappointing that, you know, we get to this late stage of the release and Hamas is playing these manipulative games.
Yeah, it's quite an extraordinary development. And as we said, we're being told by senior diplomats in the region that this is just a technical issue and they're hopeful that it will be ironed out. But, you know, quite an emotional moment, I'm sure, because your feelings, you know, after 7 weeks and finally a glimmer of hope. And now this issue that has emerged, it must be so difficult for all of the families who are waiting for their loved ones to return.
Yeah, it's really devastating state of affair. You are waiting, you know, it's people that, it's children, you know, it's children being held hostage. Something like this, you know, doesn't happen anywhere else in the world. There were 240 of them, now there are probably 230 of them after the release yesterday. And still there are this manipulation and there are still games played by this vicious terrorist organization. And, you know, you just ask yourself, you know, as a human being, what is the purpose of all this? For what purpose? What do you achieve by making me now suffer and worry more, and my father and the parents of my brother-in-law, putting them into this sort of emotional roller coaster? What is the purpose of all this? What would you achieve? Would you destroy Israel because of it, as your charter claimed to do? What is the purpose of all that? You know, it's just mind-blowing.
Yeah, I mean, and deeply distressing, as you say, as family members, because you were expecting, I'm sure there was a phone call that was made to you and the rest of the family that they would be coming. And now this latest development, so many people anxiously waiting for the news. At this time yesterday, we saw the other 13 hostages, women, children, elderly, being released. And now we're seeing this delay without any understanding as to why.
Yeah, again, it's this sort of sadistic approach by Hamas, you know, starting on October 7th, the way they conducted and perpetrated these atrocities, the Kishinev pogrom number 2, if you like, but on a much, much larger scale, killing children, old people. My younger sister was murdered. As part of it, you know, the mother of these 2 children that are on the list to be released, it's my nephew who is 16 and my niece who is 13. And, you know, you just ask yourself, what is the purpose of this game? You know, to say Israel is not in breach, this I know for a fact. And it's all just games and manipulation, you know, to make us suffer more. Does it serve a purpose?
Can I just ask?
Yes.
Can I ask, do your niece and nephew know that their mother has been killed?
That's a good question. We don't know, but there was an eyewitness that saw all of them being pulled out of their house on the kibbutz Be'eri, where I was brought up. My father and 2 sisters lived. They saw them all pulled out together from the house. And then, you know, we were on the assumption that my sister also was held hostage. And then 14 days later, you know, we got the phone call that actually her body was identified on the kibbutz. And then we thought maybe all of them are now dead. And then we got confirmation that actually, no, the rest are held hostage. So one assumption, and it's not a verified one, it's just one thought that goes through my mind. And I shared with you that they were together. Maybe they tried to do something to the daughter or to the son of my sister. She retaliated and they shot her there and then in front of the children. This is a serious possibility. Another complication here is that the father is apparently with them in Gaza, but he will have to stay behind. He's not part of this deal. It's only my nephew and niece that are going to be released. And the level of sadism and cruelty on the part of Hamas is just beyond human. I don't even say it's animal, because animals don't behave in this way.
Well, Ahal, we really hope that you're reunited tonight with your niece and nephew, a difficult development that's emerged in the last few minutes. We also are grateful that you've joined us here on the programme.
Thank you so much.
Well, just some developing news that's come out in the last few minutes that Hamas has said they've delayed the release of these 13 hostages. We did see and sense that there was a delay compared to the timings yesterday, but Hamas has confirmed that they have delayed it. We've been told by a senior diplomat in the region that it is just a technical issue and that they hope that it will be ironed out. But it is 6:30 in the evening. It's getting quite dark. We were showing images earlier of the Rafah crossing. We could barely see it in comparison to yesterday. And it's not just the family members of people like Ahal who are waiting to be reunited. If this truce collapses, it impacts the hundreds of thousands, millions of 1.7 million, 2 million people in Gaza who are desperately hoping that this truce will hold so that they can too have some respite and the aid can enter the Gaza Strip. So much is at stake, so much is resting on all of this. We will be following all the developments here, and we will be bringing you the latest throughout the day and the evening. That's all for now. I'll be back live in Jerusalem a little later. Saima will have the rest of today's news from the UK.
Welcome back. Tens of thousands of anti-war protesters have marched through London in the latest demonstration calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Protesters are also gathering in Leeds today, but let's take you to central London, and Sky's Emma Birchley joins me live from there. Emma, how big has the crowd been today, and also today a real difference in the way it's being policed?
Yeah, so I'm in Whitehall at the moment. The stage down there has been dismantled now. Things finished about 3/4 of an hour ago, and people quickly dispersed. Although at the moment what we've got is what's called a filter cordon, I'm told by the police, to slow down movement of people in the direction of Parliament Square. Now, according to the organisers, according to the people speaking on the stage, around 300,000 people was the estimation. That sounds quite a lot, but certainly from what we could see, it was absolutely rammed in Whitehall all the way up to Trafalgar Square. Now, in terms of the policing, they made a very proactive move to give leaflets out to make it clear what rules should be followed to stay on the right side of the law. Obviously, people taking the opportunity for the camera to be on to have their say. And actually, this is one of the chants we've heard today, as well as a ceasefire now. Not just a temporary truce, but a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. And the leaflets that have been put out have made it clear that there mustn't be intimidating behaviour. There mustn't be violence.
Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you!
So,
anyway,
clearly they want to have their voices heard, which is what we've been trying to convey today.
Okay, Emma, thanks very much indeed for reporting on that march calling for a permanent ceasefire. And as Emma said, it's being policed differently today. They've been handing out leaflets advising people what they should and shouldn't say. Well, after today's pro-Palestinian demonstration, there's another march in central London tomorrow, this one protesting against anti-Semitism. Sky News has brought together British Palestinian Mohammed Abu Khashab and British Jew Deborah Lyons, who both have opposing positions on the current conflict, to see if any common ground could be reached. Our data and forensics correspondent Tom Cheshire has this report.
The Israel-Hamas war has exposed a deep and bitter divide here in the UK.
Nice to meet you. I'm very well. How are you?
Good, thank
Lovely
you.
to meet you. Deborah Lyons, a British Jew, and Mohammed Abu Khashab, a British Palestinian, are on opposite sides of that divide. But they wanted to sit down and find out how much of the gap could be bridged.
And for me, as a Jewish person living here, there was sort of a life up to October 7th, and then there's been a life since October 7th, and my life has not been the same. And I can say that, having spoken to anyone that I've spoken to within my community, my family, that's pretty much goes, across the board. That's universal.
Since October 7th attacks, I felt that, of course, how horrific what had happened.
آزادی از اینجا آزاد
ابزار و مواد غذایی و دارو و سوخت هستش که برای اسرائیل وارد نوار غزه بشه و به گفته حماس هنوز بسیاری از اونها وارد نشدن و این مسئله باعث میشه که این تبادل تغییر بیفته. به نظر نمیرسه که به خاطر این مسئله کل ماجرا از بین بره و این تبادل امروز انجام نشه. به نظر میاد یک نوع قدرت نمایی هستش برای حماس که نشون بده که هنوز میتونه مذاکرات را مدیریت بکنه. قرار هستش که امروز هم بین 13 تا 14 نفر از کودکان و زنان اسرائیلی از اسارت حماس آزاد میشن و در مقابل بین 39 تا 42 فلسطینی هم از زندان آزاد میشن. قرار هستش که زندانیانی در چند زندان دیگر به اینجا آورده شده‌اند. درست پس از اینکه زندانیان اسرائیلی وارد اسرائیل شدن و ارتش اسرائیل اونها را هویتشون را تشخیص داد، این زندانی‌ها به چند صد متری اینجا با طریق سلح جهانی ببندن کنار نوار غزه به حکومت‌گردان فلسطینی سپرده بشن و به خانه‌هاشون برن. در حال حاضر آتش‌بس روز اول تقریباً حفظ شده. روز دوم هم به گفته حماس چندین جا اسرائیل رو را نفس کرده، اما همچنان آتش بس ادامه خواهد داد. در شمال اسرائیل هم همون پیش تبادل آتش امروز پیش نیومد. صبح گفته شد که یک موشک روی اسرائیل پرتاب شده، اما آنچه که مسئله مهمی است این رابطه یمنی ها هستند. حوثی های یمن به هیچ عنوان آتش بس را قبول نکرده، که اعلام هم کرده که قبول نکردن و امروز به سوی ایلات در جنوب اسرائیل یک موشک آمد.
That's good. Perfect. If something bad will happen, don't tell me that anybody else telling me that.
But it feels
No, it's all good. I don't think it's taking too much
you have. Yes. זה היה קול, אפילו קול. ישראל אמרה שהיא תתקוף ב-12 אם לא יחזור.
באמת?
מעבר נדרי, מעבר נדרי. הרבה. AFP. Good. باید مثل ساعت پیش آغاز بشه به تبادل زندانی، اما به نظر باشه این توافق به روی یک دستانداز رفته. دقایقی سازمان حماس اعلام کرد که این تبادل زندانیان را به تغییر می‌اندازه به خاطری که آن محموله‌هایی که قرار بوده که امروز وارد غزه بشه کاملا وارد غزه نشده. در مقابل اسرائیل گفته که اگر ساعت این تبادل زندانی انجام نشه و توافق عملی نشه از ساعت 12 شب حملات خودش به نوار غزه را آغاز میکنه. همانطوری که گفتم من هم اکنون در کنار زندان اوفر هستم. زندان اوفر درست در 300 متری کناره باختری قرار داره که تمامی زندانی‌های فلسطینیان به اینجا آورده شدن از چند زندان مختلف و قرار هستش که درست پس از اینکه 13 یا 14 گروگان اسرائیلی وارد اسرائیل در منطقه‌های غزه که به دست می‌آورد از اینجا هم بین 39 تا 42 زندانی زن و نوجوان فلسطینی آزاد میشن. قرار هستش که اتوبوسی از صلیب صلح جهانی زندانیان را از اینجا به سوی کناره باختری در 300 متری اینجا ببره، در اونجا اونها را تحویل حکومت گسترده به فلسطینی بده و از اونجا به خانه‌هاشون بازگردد.
Freedom unless Israel agrees to permit more aid. Reunited with their loved ones after 7 weeks of separation and captivity, the hostages released last night and the promise that 13 more would be freed today. And on the West Bank, 39 Palestinian prisoners waiting to be freed as part of the hostage deal.
And here in the UK, tens of thousands marched demanding a permanent ceasefire. Police give protesters the most explicit guidance yet over how to stay within the law as they make a number of arrests. The Irish police have all the resources they need to keep the peace, say ministers, after the stabbings and riots in Dublin. And in the sport, Manchester City's star striker Erling Haaland breaks another Premier League record in a 1-1 draw with Liverpool.
Good evening, live from Jerusalem. A second hostage swap was expected today, with a further 13 Israeli hostages returned to their families in exchange for the release of 39 Palestinian prisoners. But in the last hour, Hamas's armed wing has issued a delay to the hostage deal until they say Israel is committed to allowing aid trucks to enter northern Gaza. Well, let's speak now to our international affairs editor. Earlier I spoke to Ahal Besoureh, whose nephew and niece are being held hostage by Hamas. Just have a listen to what he had to say.
For me, it's not a surprise. You know, you are dealing with a vicious and sadistic terrorist organization, on the other hand, Hamas, headed by a manic depressive psychopath by the name of Yahya Sinwar. And, you know, this is something that we were expecting and we're talking about all the time. I don't have two nephews. I have a nephew and a niece. They were on the list to be released tonight. My family is waiting at the hospital in Israel, you know, for to accept them and to hug them and to, you know, surround them with the love that they were missing in the last 50 days. And it's just very, very disappointing that, you know, we get to this late stage of the release and Hamas is playing these manipulative games.
Well, that was the uncle of two of the hostages who's anxiously waiting for more news after we received in the last hour news that there had been a delay. Let's go straight to our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who joins us from Beytuna. And we also have Alistair Bunkle, our Middle East correspondent. Both of them have been monitoring the developments. Let's speak first to Alistair. And Alistair, just wondering, has news started to trickle about this delay where you are? Because, of course, that's where all the families of the hostages have been gathering.
Yeah, people are monitoring the news here very closely. It is the end of Shabbat, the Jewish day of rest, and people have come here in their hundreds to the square in central Tel Aviv, the square that is the plaza of the Tel Aviv Museum of Art that has been turned into a permanent vigil for the hostages and a pressure to try and get them out. And we saw last night when the release was about to happen, hundreds of people come here, and they've done exactly the same this evening, and they are hoping and expecting that release will happen. But of course, this news that there might be a glitch is causing people great anxiety. There is no trust on either side, and they believe that Hamas will try and pull a fast one. Whether or not Hamas have a point in that they feel that not enough aid has gone in to the north of Gaza, where there are still pockets of lots of Gazans still living, like the Jabali refugee camp. We'll have to wait and see. But the Qatari delegation that's flown into Tel Aviv this evening is a very significant moment. We thought were attempts to try and extend this truce further beyond the 4 days it's initially supposed to be. It looks now like the Qatari delegation will be here in order to try and make sure this current truce remains on track. And everybody here is hoping, of course, that it will do. There is a general feeling within Israel that Hamas needs to be destroyed, needs to be eliminated. But actually, a lot of people feel that the priority is the release of hostages. And so this truce is widely supported. I think we're seeing the same on the ground in Gaza as well, where people have been living under 7 weeks of intense bombardment. And so the news, if it is confirmed that the truce is being delayed or it might collapse as a result of these demands by Hamas, will not go down well here at all.
Let's go to Dominic now. And Dominic, I mean, we have been hearing here from senior diplomats in the region, and they're saying, look, it's probably, and they think it's a technical glitch, an issue, and they're hoping that this will get ironed out. But no doubt, a lot of sort of frustration and angst from all sides if this is delayed. And earlier, I just looked at some news which said that the Palestinian Red Crescent had said that they had delivered their biggest convoy of aid yet to northern Gaza. Now, they weren't necessarily contradicting Hamas when they made that statement, but this is one of the things that Hamas has cited when they said that they would delay this. They're saying that they want more aid to go into northern Gaza, and yet we're seeing from the Palestinian Red Crescent that aid did get delivered to northern Gaza today.
Yeah, and they're looking at their statement, the Al-Qassam Brigade statement out of Gaza tonight, that explains why they're releasing the second batch of prisoners until the occupation. That's the word they use for Israel. Of course, they never mention Israel by name. There are two specific grievances they seem to have in this statement. First of all is to do with the entry of relief trucks into northern Gaza Strip. And from what we know, there does seem to be a lot of aid. A lot of trucks have got into Gaza. Not sure if they got all the way up to northern Gaza. So that might be the issue there. But also, which something we haven't talked about so much, which is the statement, the Hamas statement talks about Israel not adhering to the agreed upon standards for releasing prisoners. And what's interesting about that is earlier in the day, the Palestinian Prisoners Association in Ramallah, so not a Hamas organisation, but affiliated with the Palestinian Authority, and obviously Palestinians are divided between Hamas in Gaza and the PA in the West Bank. Now, that association said it wasn't happy, said there was a great amount of dissatisfaction about the way Israel was manipulating the prisoner list. Now, it's not entirely clear what they mean by that, but there could be a problem over the names on the list. The other problem Hamas might have also is the way in which these prisoners are being delivered to the Palestinians. We saw last night a pretty robust, assertive, aggressive, I'm not sure how you want to characterise it, operation carried out by the IDF and the border police, where ahead of the coach that carried the prisoners through into the West Bank, a lot of tear gas was fired in. Some live ammunition was used as well, reportedly as well, with 2 Palestinians being shot. Well, we have reports today of another Palestinian being shot today. We've just been to a high point overlooking Off-Air Prison and overlooking the crossing. The area's been cleared now. As you'd imagine, Palestinians aren't hanging around too much in the area where there were crowds of them last night because of the threat of live ammunition. We have withdrawn from there because of that risk, but also because it's very hard to get a signal. Palestinians are saying that they believe the Israelis are suppressing the cell phone activity in this area. Can't verify that for sure. Various reasons why we can't give you a live shot of that location. But I think, there possibly a disquiet on the Palestinian side over the way in which the operation of delivering the Palestinians was handled on the Israeli side. There's also the possibility they're just playing for time. And from the Israeli side, they're very, as Alistair was saying, there is no trust at all between both sides. Many Israelis said to us when this truce was announced, just wait, you'll see Hamas playing games, and they will be seen, this hitch will be seen as playing games, playing for time. Hamas does want this truce to go on as long as possible to give a chance for its forces, badly battered by the military operation, a chance to regroup. So there's any number of reasons why this is happening. I mean, the net outcome of this is that there's going to be a delay that already is now by a number of hours in the release of the hostages in Gaza, and therefore the prisoners going into this side of the story. And I think we'll just have to wait and see as to whether that hitch can be overcome by the Qatari mediators, who are the only ones really that both sides trust. The Israelis say they're pivotal in this process. Hamas also seem to have confidence in them, and I think it's reassuring for the families who are hoping to get their prisoners back or the hostages back that the Qataris are here and will be trying to iron out whatever this hitch is.
Indeed, Dom, thank you so much, and Alistair as well. And as Dominic was saying there, we had seen and heard of a Qatari delegation here in Israel today. That in itself is incredibly significant. But we had heard that the reason they were here was to extend the 4-day truce. And of course, now this hitch that we're hearing about. And of course, had things played out in the same way today, at 7 o'clock in the evening, for 3 hours yesterday, at this time, the hostages had been released. They were released at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, as promised. So we're already at 7 o'clock local time, just after 7, and we're hearing news of this delay. Now, as we said, it's around 24 hours since we learned that the first group of hostages had been freed, 13 Israelis, 10 Thais and a Filipino national. Well, today, footage has emerged of the moment some of those hostages were reunited with their loved ones. Have a look at this extraordinary scene there. Among them, Ohad Munda, who's seen running there down the corridor towards his family and friends. Incredibly emotional scenes there. His brother had this to say. Have a listen.
אתמול שוחררו אוהד, קרן ורותי מונדר משבי החמאס אחרי 49 יום.
Yesterday, Ohad, Keren and Ruti Munda were released from Hamas captivity after 49 days. I would like to thank the IDF for the efforts to release them, and thank you to all the Israelis for their embrace and support, without which we would not have managed to survive these 49 days. I'd like to thank the entire nation, but it's very important for me to say that we are not celebrating today. We're happy, but we're not celebrating because there are still other hostages in captivity. We need to carry on and not stop our struggle until all the hostages are released, until the very last one.
That was the brother of 9-year-old Ohad Munda and Doron Asher Katz and her 2 young daughters, Aviv and Raz. Asher, who you can see there on your screen, are also seen being reunited with the girl's father and Doron's husband, Yoni. They were kidnapped from the Nir Oz kibbutz on October the 7th. Now, the nephew of a released 72-year-old Israeli hostage has said she was not used to the daylight upon her release. He also commented that she had no idea the conflict in the Middle East was taking place.
Yesterday, around 2 o'clock, we started getting rumors through the Telegram channel that my aunt's name is on the first round of the hostages that's going to be released. We were so excited, but we were afraid to celebrate since everything was too early and there was no official announcement. It was in complete darkness. She had to adjust to the sunlight. She was walking with her eyes down because she was in a tunnel. She was not used to the daylight. And during her captivity, she was disconnected at all from all the outside world. She's been checked by doctors, she's well, but she was not aware completely to all the events starting October 7th. She was not aware to the war, she was not aware that her husband was killed. She saw him wound, she tried to deal with his wound, but she was taken out from the window before she realized he's dead. She didn't know at all what happened to her son, Amos Moshe, who was saved together with his wife Corinne and their 5 children. So yesterday she found out for the first time that Amos survived. And she saw him, she hugged him, tears of joy. She wasn't aware until the last moment she's going to be released. Until she saw the Red Cross, this is the moment when she realized, okay, these horrified 7 weeks are over. We are very happy that Adina was among the first wave, but I'm going to be together with all my family today at Tel Aviv to protest and sound our voice for the rest of the hostages. The journey is just started, it's definitely not over. We are not going to raise these signs again, but we're going to raise other hostages signs because now we are very big family. So we are keep fighting for the rest of the hostages to come back home. And this will stay with me until the moment everybody will be back home.
Extraordinary stories and images emerging of the hostages who were released yesterday. Well, also last night, more than 36 Palestinian prisoners returned home following their release from Israeli jails. Asil Munir Al-Titi said she was feeling happy to be reunited with her family, but said she felt a profound sadness about the devastation in Gaza.
Being with my family fills me with happiness, but it's a happiness tainted with sorrow because our release from prison came at the cost of the lives of martyrs and the innocence of children. Deep inside, I feel a profound sadness because I emerged from prison in exchange for all the suffering and loss endured by those individuals. I often wish I could have remained in prison indefinitely rather than departing under such circumstances. The pain I experience is indescribable, and this sentiment resonates with all prisoners.
That was one of the Palestinian prisoners who was released yesterday, and we were expecting more Palestinian prisoners to be released today in exchange for 13 hostages, Israeli hostages taken into Gaza on October the 7th. We're being told now that Hamas says that they have delayed the release of those 13 hostages. We've also been told by senior diplomats in the region that this is just a technical issue. They're hoping to iron it out. We also understand that there's a Qatari delegation. They visited Israel today to discuss the extension of this truce, but this is the latest hitch. We will be following all the developments. We'll be also speaking to a senior Israeli official, and we will get his reaction to this delay. But for now, let's go back to Jonathan at Sky News Centre. Jonathan, over to you.
Yalda, thank you very much. Well, tens of thousands of people marched on the streets of London today demanding a permanent ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. As the demonstration began, the Metropolitan Police said one protester had been arrested on suspicion of inciting racial hatred. Well, it came after officers handed out leaflets providing what they called absolute clarity on what will be deemed an offence. Our communities correspondent, Becky Johnson, spoke to some of those on the march.
Tens of thousands marched through London. This, the first large-scale pro-Palestinian demonstration since ugly scenes in the capital on Armistice Day. Leaflets handed out by police warned anyone inciting hatred would be arrested. Along the route, police from forces around the country had been brought in to support the Met.
Well, they're doing their job and we're doing our job. It's not a hate march because you can see it's really peaceful. We're all here to support one cause, and that's what you can see within the whole atmosphere.
Nothing's going to happen. Everything's fine. It's peaceful.
But away from the main march, a separate, much smaller protest organised by Hizb ut-Tahrir. It was at a demo by this group last month that the word jihad was chanted. There were tears for Palestinian children, but police on alert. 2 women were pulled over by officers and asked to translate their banners.
The best translation would be, who will roll up the sleeves for heaven? Okay.
Without a translator on the ground, police asked the women to wait. This is an example of the difficult balancing act police have, allowing free speech, but not allowing anything that incites hatred or promotes terrorism. After several minutes of confusion, they arrested them.
You're under arrest on suspicion in Section 4A, Section 4A, aggravated public order.
How can you arrest us for
It's
something you don't know what it
but it may
means,
harm the
though?
defence.
They were taken to a police station for questioning. Back on the main march, demonstrators voiced their continued demand for a ceasefire. Ceasefire now! They say protests will continue despite the current pause in fighting.
It's a pause, it's not a ceasefire. We want Israel to stop bombing Gaza. That's why we're out. We want peace, that's what we're out for.
It's a peace march, we're just saying stop the killing. So why would anybody be offended by stopping the killing?
Organisers defended the actions of the majority of protesters.
We have very clear laws that define what is and what is not acceptable. The police's job is to implement those laws. They have been policing these marches. They have had to arrest a handful of people. We know they're under huge political pressure, including people who are trying to conflate anti-Semitism with legitimate advocacy for Palestinian rights.
But those suspected of crossing a line were taken away by officers. Isolated incidents dealt with robustly after police were criticised by some for not intervening enough at previous demonstrations. Becky Johnson, Sky News, Central London.
Well, many of those marching in London chanted from the river to the sea as part of their demands for what they call a free Palestinian state. But this chant is regarded by many as being a call for the annihilation of the State of Israel and anti-Semitic in nature. Sky News brought together a British Palestinian and a British Jew with opposing positions to see if any common ground could be reached. Our data and forensics correspondent Tom Cheshire has this report.
The Israel-Hamas war has exposed a deep and bitter divide here in the UK.
Nice to meet you. I'm very well. How are you? Good, thank you.
Deborah Lyons, a British Jew, and Mohammed Abu Kachab, a British Palestinian, are on opposite sides of that divide. But they wanted to sit down and find out how much of the gap could be bridged.
And for me, as a Jewish person living here, there was sort of a life up to October 7th, and then there's been a life since October 7th, and my life has not been the same. And I can say that, having spoken to anyone that I've spoken to within my community, my family, that's pretty much goes, across the board. That's universal.
Since October 7th attacks, I felt that, of course, how horrific what happened to the Israeli people touched a chord with me. But it's also, I think, something that the Palestinians have felt for the last 75 years. And as much recognition that the attacks do deserve, I also think there's never been a light on what's happened to the Palestinian people for the last 75 years.
Calling for a ceasefire without calling for the release of the hostages, or calling for river to the sea rather than calling for a two-state solution, are things that for me are truly problematic. And then when I'm walking around London seeing swastikas all over the street or ripped down hostage posters on my way to work, does it make me feel very targeted here, very isolated here and afraid? Yeah, 100%.
But with any community and any type of movement, there's always going to be an extremist side. And if we want to go down that route, can I ask what your problem is with the saying, from the river to the sea?
But from the river to the sea being said in the streets of London is calling for the elimination of the Dutch state.
It's not calling for that.
There's now sort of been a whole rewrite of what from the river to the sea is. But if you call for a two-state solution, I will get on board with that. I'll be next to you with a banner.
We do call for a two-state solution.
River to
I've
the
been
sea
calling
is
for
not
a two-state solution.
You
river to the sea means from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, the end of the occupation in the West Bank and in Gaza. What has historically been linked to it, it's definitely not reflective of what it is now. And what I will always know it to mean is simply the end of occupation.
But I think what I would like to think is that having had this conversation, that you would walk away and feel differently about that, because if you understand that that's problematic and actually a barrier to moving forward, maybe that would be something that you would consider differently, because river to the sea to me does not mean that at all. And if however much you try and sell me that,
I'm not here to sell you anything.
It's not gonna work.
I'm not here to sell you anything. And to be honest, I won't stop saying it either, because I know what it means to me. People like me and you should unite against all the type of violence that there is in the world and show that we don't want these people who are only using violent means to come to agreement, because it doesn't need to be like that.
I genuinely feel better having spoken to you, because I think there's something. I do have an issue with your river to the sea thing. I'm never going to let you get away with that.
That's okay.
When you start walking around with the two-state solution thing, you call me and we'll go on our own mini march. I promise you, we do call for a two-state solution. The only positive I can see that's come out of this is that actually maybe it's thrown everything so horrendously into the limelight in every possible way that maybe the only way forward is a way forward.
Like, we have no problems between each other, and that's what we need to show. Like, doing something like this, it's shown that, especially to a lot of different people, it's shown our problems are not a wedge between us, like, just to genuinely be one people.
Let's hope.
Here we can hope.
Let's hope.
Amid such great division, hope like that is no small thing. Tom Cheshire, Sky News.
Well, do stay with us on the News Hour. Coming up after the break, after a knife attack in broad daylight and a night of riots, we speak to the community in Dublin coming to terms with the violence. Why almost 250 XL bully dogs in rescue centres will have to be put down at the end of the year. And Christmas comes to Westminster. A 40-foot tree is erected in the heart of Parliament.
A lot of people come to us for well-being aspects. People who suffer from anxiety. We often get people who message me and say, I know someone that's autistic. I think they benefit from this. Other people really just love cows already and want to spend some time with them. The problem with cows is that they're so big. Generally, cows are quite inquisitive. They are, on the whole, very friendly. I mean, I would say don't just go and approach a cow in the field, because you just never know. These are ones we've worked a lot with. We knew they were already friendly and confident. They're really used to seeing people now, and they do actually love the attention. They're really enjoying having people here to see them. This is Cuddle Puff. She's a British Blue Cross. The rest of our cuddle cows are dairy crosses. When we had dairy herd up to last year, we sold those because of the flooding in the area, and we kept these because we just couldn't bear to part with them. They were our friends. £40 at the moment, and that lasts about 2.5 hours. We meet the cuddle cows about 3/4 of an hour, and then we meet our little Highlands as well. Really popular. We put tickets on sale, and we sell out usually within about half an hour. But we only take 6 people at once. There's three of us farmers, my husband, my brother and myself. So one of us will just spend time with each couple, telling them about the cows, making sure everyone's safe, and making sure they have a really nice time.
Five of us have made it out of the car.
Welcome to Backstage, the film and TV podcast.
Welcome back. Just want to bring you a brief update with regard to those protests being carried out in London today. We know tens of thousands of people were marching to demand a permanent ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. Well, we're just hearing from the Met Police that a breakaway group began to march up Whitehall in central London. They were seen setting off flares, which on previous weekends have been used against police officers. They've been detained to be searched under Section 60 of the Public Order Act. So there was a breakaway demonstration and a number of arrests have been made. Moving on, the government says it took quick and decisive action when it banned XL bully dogs after a spate of violent attacks. The consequence, though, is that at the end of the year, nearly 250 will be put down, according to data seen by Sky News. Well, the dogs are currently housed in rescue centres across the UK. Amelia Harper has more.
This might be the last few months of this dog's life. 3-year-old Walter is under the care of rescue charity Mayhew. After a surge in deaths and injuries from XL bully attacks, he is just one of the dogs that faces an uncertain future at the end of the year, after which it becomes illegal to find him a home.
When the law comes into effect, those who cannot be rehomed, unfortunately, are going to have to be put to sleep. We believe in Walter's right to life, and we are fighting for his second chance. If we don't find him a second home before the law comes into effect, Walter will lose his life.
Walter was one of the lucky ones. Some dogs aren't even making it to a rescue centre. Brought to the pound, these dogs were found abandoned, just 2 of a growing number. This dog here is Daisy. She was dumped at the pound's gates 3 weeks ago, and she's one of the worst cases that they've seen yet.
She was just literally skin and bones, no fat on her or anything. Obviously, she is going to be one of many that we're expecting to come over the next few weeks leading up to December. There's a massive, massive influx in people trying to get rid of the dogs, basically, because of the impending ban.
Sky News can exclusively reveal the number of XL bullies that will be euthanised after the 31st of December, when it will become illegal to rehome or sell one. This is the number of dogs living in some of these rescue centres, among others. Animal charity Blue Cross estimates this will cost rescue centres at least £90,000. From February 2024, it will be illegal to own one of these dogs unless you have a certificate of exemption. The government says we've taken quick and decisive action to protect the public from tragic dog attacks. Alongside this, we're focused on ensuring that the full range of existing powers to tackle dog control issues are effectively applied across all breeds of dog. This includes considering the role of education and training to reduce the risk of dog attacks. But attempts are being made to delay the ban. This barrister is launching legal action against the government to challenge the process by which the decision to ban the XL bully was made.
We're asking the government, firstly, under pre-protocol procedures, to go back and think again about their process and do it again. And if they won't, we'll judicially review them.
Good boy. He's a good boy. Walter.
Parliament is set to debate a petition not to ban the XL bully on Monday after it reached 600,000 signatures.
שלום. בוא תעמוד פה ותקפא ביחד איתי. באת עם הנייק הכתומות. מה בצר? מה קורה אחי? פעם שעברה היית עם נייק כתומות. פיגוע בעלי, נכון או שאני טועה? יפה, אתה זוכר. זיכרון טוב, אני נכנס קצר היית. אתה רואה כמה זה חשוב טעם טוב בזה? כן, זה גם לא. יש בזה משהו. סגירת מעגל, הייתי פה לפני 12 שנה, אני. איזה קטע.
דובר צה"ל, יש עיתונות צרפתית.
מי?
לא, עוד אחד, שלך?
לא דובר צה"ל.
Prime Minister today.
Yes, I was in the meeting when they met the Prime Minister last week. I should say not last week, just a few days ago. But those calls have been there. But I think anyone who saw the press conference yesterday with President Biden and knows the positions of major governments in Europe, whether it's the German government, whether it's the British government, others, knows that there's a common understanding that we can't go back to the status quo of before October 7th. That is Hamas in power of the Gaza Strip with a very dangerous military machine. And let's be frank, Israelis simply will not stand to go back to that reality, because that reality means that Israel lives next to this terror enclave, and Israelis have to live in constant fear that in the middle of the night, terrorists will cross the frontier and butcher their children. No one should have to live that way, and Israelis definitely shouldn't have to live that way. And so the goal is to take apart Hamas's military machine and to remove it from power. But ultimately, as we've said before, that's also good for the people of Gaza, who deserve better than this regime that's been in power for 16 years in the Gaza Strip. And I'd ask you, what has it brought the people of Gaza? What positive thing can Hamas say it has brought the people of Gaza besides poverty and bloodshed and misery? Name one positive thing they've done for the people of Gaza.
Well, Mr. Regev, we're watching these developments this evening, and we're hoping that this truce will continue and those hostages will be released, including the respite for the 1.72 million people of Gaza who are relying on this truce as well. Mark Regev, thank you so much for joining us. Well, as we said, we are following the developments very closely here from Israel. But for now, back to you, Jonathan, at Sky News Centre.
Yalda, thank you. You're watching the News Hour. Coming up in a moment, the sport, including how Liverpool ended Manchester City's winning record at home in the Premier League.
I'm Inzamam Rashid and I'm Sky's North of England correspondent. We give a voice to communities.
זה ערוץ הטב, חוץ מ-14 אני רואה רוב חיצוני. זה ערוץ הטב, 11. אני רואה 14, 11. אני מכיר, ראיתי אותו בפיגוע ברמי.
The only fuck was soaking.
The Irish police have all the resources they need to keep the peace, say ministers, after the stabbings and riots in Dublin. And in the sport, Manchester City's star striker Erling Haaland breaks another Premier League record in a 1-1 draw with Liverpool. A very good evening. Thanks for joining us. A second hostage swap was expected this evening, with a further 13 Israeli hostages returned to their families in exchange for the release of 39 Palestinian prisoners. But in the last few hours, Hamas's armed wing has issued a delay to the hostage deal until, they say, Israel is committed to allowing aid trucks to enter northern Gaza. Our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, is in Betunia in the West Bank. So, Dominic, what's the delay all about?
Well, good question, Jonathan. All we have is that Hamas is saying it's to do with aid. They don't think the Israelis are keeping their side of the bargain in terms of getting aid into northern Gaza. They are also, though, talking about not keeping their side of the deal in terms of the prisoner exchange. Not entirely clear what that is to do with, but it kind of echoes what we've been hearing on this side of the story in the West Bank. We're near Ramallah, where the Palestinian Prisoners Association is based. That is not a Hamas-affiliated organisation. But they've been saying that there has been dissatisfaction amongst Palestinians about the way the Israelis are manipulating the prisoner list. Not clear what that means either. So either it's to do with aid or it's to do with maybe the names, the list of names on the list. It's not entirely clear. Israelis will be pretty sceptical about this because this hitch came just as it had been reported. Hamas had released 13 hostages into the hands of the Red Cross. So, I mean, if it's intentional, if it's deliberately playing games, playing for time, that's pretty cruel and cynical tactics by Hamas, doing this just at the time when they've raised hopes about the possibility of more hostages getting out, then saying no, they're going to delay the release of the prisoners. So I think we just have to wait to see where things go. We know that the Qataris are hearing from both Hamas and the Israelis and say they're trying to resolve the situation. Israeli sources say they are confident a release will go ahead tonight. So expressing confidence and the hope, at least, that this will go ahead. But I think there's no certainty about that. We've also heard from Osama Hamdan, who's a Hamas figure in Lebanon. And what he's saying is that the liberated prisoners chanting for the resistance is an expression of our people's rally around it and its project. Now, that's a reference, of course, to the fact that when they were released here in Betunia last night, the 39 Palestinian prisoners, women and male teenagers, as they came through, they defied Israel's calls and demands for them not to celebrate by gesturing wildly, reveling in their liberation and giving interviews to the media in which they said that Hamas will get stronger on the West Bank, and saying, one woman saying to me that she feels even the unborn children of Palestinians will be Hamas supporters. So Hamas is seeing their release very much as a kind of publicity coup for them. It's strengthening their position here, and also they feel that that's vindicating their decision to take these hostages and to release them in batches. But so far, what's happening tonight is a delay. So far, we're not entirely clear whether it's going to be all night, and Israel has been warning through sources quoted on Israeli media that if the hostages are not released by midnight, military activity, military manoeuvres in the terms of that source, will resume in Gaza.
OK, Dominic, many thanks for that. And in the last few moments, we have heard from Reuters quoting a Hamas spokesman saying that a total of 340 aid trucks entered Gaza since yesterday, 65 of which reached northern Gaza, and that number is less than half of what Israel agreed on. So it does appear that this hitch regarding the release of hostages could be about that aid, as Dominic was saying there. Less than half of the trucks which went into Gaza reaching the north of the Strip, according to a Hamas spokesperson. Keeping an eye on that, of course. Well, earlier today, Sky's Yalda Hakim spoke to Ahal Bazorai, whose nephew and niece are being held hostage by Hamas.
For me, it's not a surprise. You know, you are dealing with a vicious and sadistic terrorist organization, on the other hand, Hamas, headed by a manic depressive psychopath by the name of Yahya Sinwar. And, you know, this is something that we were expecting. and we're talking about all the time. I don't have two nephews. I have a nephew and a niece. They were on the list to be released tonight. My family is waiting at the hospital in Israel, for to accept them and to hug them and to, surround them with the love that they were missing in the last 50 days. And it's just very, very disappointing that, we get to this late stage of the release and Hamas is playing these manipulative games.
Well, it's now more than 24 hours since we learned that the first group of hostages had been freed, 13 Israelis, 10 Thais, also a Filipino national. And today footage emerged of the moment some of those hostages were reunited with their loved ones. Among them, Ohad Munda, seen there running down the corridor towards his family and friends. This is what his brother had to say.
אתמול שוחררו אוהד, קרן ורותי מונדר משבי החמאס אחר 49 יום.
Yesterday, Ohad, Keren and Ruti Munda were released from Hamas captivity after 49 days. I would like to thank the IDF for the efforts to release them and thank you to all the Israelis for their embrace and support, without which we would not have managed to survive these 49 days. I'd like to thank the entire nation, but it's very important for me to say that we are not celebrating today. We're happy, but we're not celebrating because there are still other hostages in captivity. We need to carry on and not stop our struggle until all the hostages are released, until the very last one.
Well, Doron Asher Katz and her two young daughters, Aviv and Raz Asher, are also seen here being reunited with the girl's father and Doron's husband, Yoni. They were kidnapped from the Nir Oz kibbutz on October the 7th. Also last night, more than 36 Palestinian prisoners returned home following their release from Israeli jails. Azil Muni Al-Titi said she was feeling happy to be reunited with her family, but said she felt a profound sadness about the devastation in Gaza.
Being with my family fills me with happiness, but it's a happiness tainted with sorrow because our release from prison came at the cost of the lives of martyrs and the innocence of children. Deep inside, I feel a profound sadness because I emerged from prison in exchange for all the suffering and loss endured by those individuals. I often wish I could have remained in prison indefinitely rather than departing under such circumstances. The pain I experience is indescribable, and this sentiment resonates with all prisoners.
Well, earlier we spoke to Mark Regev, a senior advisor to Prime Minister Netanyahu, and asked him about the delay to the release of the hostages.
Obviously, there's a lot of disinformation around. The most important thing is Hamas has made a commitment, and on the basis of that commitment, we've agreed to a 4-day humanitarian pause. And over those 4 days, 50 people have to be released. That has been agreed. And with the people released yesterday, the 13, that means there's another 37 that still must be released. And that is Hamas's obligation. Now, as much as I can feel the pain of the families who wanted to see their loved ones already on Israeli soil, I'd remind them that yesterday there was also a delay. Maybe today there's less excuses for a Hamas delay because they've had 2 days of a ceasefire now, yes? And so they can't say, well, they're more difficult. It should have been easier today. But I think when dealing with a group like Hamas, we need nerves of steel. We know that they will, if they can stress people on our side a bit longer, they'll try to do so. But they have that commitment. The humanitarian pause is based on that commitment, and they are obligated to release our people.
Well, here in the UK, tens of thousands of people marched on the streets of London demanding a permanent ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. As the demonstration began, the Met Police said one protester had been arrested on suspicion of inciting racial hatred. It came after officers handed out leaflets providing what they called absolute clarity on what will be deemed an offence. Our communities correspondent, Becky Johnson, spoke to some of those on the march.
Tens of thousands marched through London. This, the first large-scale pro-Palestinian demonstration since ugly scenes in the capital on Armistice Day. Leaflets handed out by police warned anyone inciting hatred would be arrested. Along the route, police from forces around the country had been brought in to support the Met.
Well, they're doing their job and we're doing our job. It's not a hate march because you can see it's really peaceful. We're all here to support one cause, and that's what you can see within the whole atmosphere.
Nothing's going to happen. Everything's fine. It's peaceful.
But away from the main march, a separate, much smaller protest organised by Hizb ut-Tahrir. It was at a demo by this group last month that the word jihad was chanted. There were tears for Palestinian children, but police on alert. 2 women were pulled over by officers and asked to translate their banners.
The best translation would be, who will roll up the sleeves for heaven? Okay.
Without a translator on the ground, police asked the women to wait.
This is an example of the difficult balancing act police have, allowing free speech, but not allowing anything that incites hatred or promotes terrorism.
After several minutes of confusion, they arrested them.
You're under arrest on suspicion in Section 4A Section 4A aggravated public order.
How can you arrest us for something you don't know what it means, though?
They were taken to a police station for questioning. Back on the main march, demonstrators voiced their continued demand for a ceasefire. Ceasefire now! They say protests will continue despite the current pause in fighting.
It's a pause, it's not a ceasefire. We want Israel to stop bombing Gaza. That's why we're out. We want peace, that's what we're out for.
It's a peace march, we're just saying stop the killing. So why would anybody be offended by stopping the killing?
Organisers defended the actions of the majority of protesters.
We have very clear laws that define what is and what is not acceptable. The police's job is to implement those laws. They have been policing these marches. They have had to arrest a handful of people. We know they're under huge political pressure, including people who are trying to conflate anti-Semitism with legitimate advocacy for Palestinian rights.
But those suspected of crossing a line were taken away by officers. Isolated incidents dealt with robustly after police were criticised by some for not intervening enough at previous demonstrations. Becky Johnson, Sky News, Central London.
Well, many of those marching in London chanted from the river to the sea as part of their demands for what they call a free Palestinian state. But this chant is regarded by many as being a call for the annihilation of the State of Israel and anti-Semitic in nature. Sky News brought together a British Palestinian and a British Jew with opposing positions to see if any common ground could be reached. Our data and forensics correspondent Tom Cheshire has this report.
The Israel-Hamas war has exposed a deep and bitter divide here in the UK.
Nice to meet you. I'm very well. How are you? Good, thank you.
Deborah Lyons, a British Jew, and Mohammed Abu Kachab, a British Palestinian, are on opposite sides of that divide. But they wanted to sit down and find out how much of the gap could be bridged.
And for me, as a Jewish person living here, there was sort of a life up to October 7th, and then there's been a life since October 7th, and my life has not been the same. And I can say that, having spoken to anyone that I've spoken to within my community, my family, that's pretty much goes, across the board. That's universal.
Since October 7th attacks, I felt that, of course, how horrific what had happened to the Israeli people touched a chord with me. But it's also, I think, something that the Palestinians have felt for the last 75 years. And as much recognition that the attacks do deserve, I also think there's never been a light on what's happened to the Palestinian people for the last 75 years.
Calling for a ceasefire without calling for the release of the hostages, or calling for river to the sea rather than calling for a two-state solution, are things that for me are truly problematic. And then when I'm walking around London seeing swastikas all over the street or ripped down hostage posters on my way to work, does it make me feel very targeted here, very isolated here and afraid? Yeah, 100%.
But with any community and any type of movement, there's always going to be an extremist side. And if we want to go down that route, can I ask what your problem is with the saying from the river to the sea?
But from the river to the sea being said in the streets of London is calling for the elimination of the Dutch state.
It's not calling for that.
There's now sort of been a whole rewrite of what from the river to the sea is. But if you call for a two-state solution, I will get on board with that. I'll be next to you with a banner.
We do call for a two-state solution.
River to
I've
the sea
been
is
calling
not
for a
that.
two-state solution.
You
River to the sea means from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, the end of the occupation in the West Bank and in Gaza. What has historically been linked to it, it's definitely not reflective of what it is now. And what I will always know it to mean is simply the end of occupation.
But I think what I would like to think is that having had this conversation, that you would walk away and feel differently about that, because if you understand that that's problematic and actually a barrier to moving forward, maybe that would be something that you would consider differently, because river to the sea to me does not mean that at all. And if however much you try and sell me that,
I'm not here to sell you anything.
It's not going to work.
I'm not here to sell you anything. And to be honest, I won't stop saying it either, because I know what it means to me. People like me and you should unite against all the type of violence that there is in the world and show that we don't want these people who are only using violent means to come to agreement, because it doesn't need to be like that.
I genuinely feel better having spoken to you, because I think there's something. I do have an issue with your river to the sea thing.
I mean,
I'm never going to let you get away with that.
That's okay.
When you start walking around with the two-state solution thing, you call me and we'll go on our own mini
we do
march,
call for a two-state solution.
The only positive I can see that's come out of this is that actually maybe it's thrown everything so horrendously into the limelight in every possible way that maybe the only way forward is a way forward.
Like, we have no problems between each other, and that's what we need to show. Like, doing something like this, it's shown that, especially to a lot of different people, it's shown our problems are not inherent, are not a wedge between us. Like, just to genuinely be one people.
Let's hope.
Here we can hope.
Let's hope.
Amid such great division, hope like that is no small thing. Tom Cheshire, Sky News.
Nice to see them ending with a hug. Do stay with us here on the News Hour. Coming up after the break, after a knife attack in broad daylight and a night of riots, we speak to the community in Dublin, coming to terms with the violence. Why almost 250 XL bully dogs in rescue centres.
מבינים שאין לנו ברירה אחרת. עם ישראל חי בזכות התקווה, האחדות, התקומה. יהיה מספיק זמן למוטט את החמאס. אנחנו גם ניישב את העוטף מחדש. ונראה לכל האויבים שלנו שאותנו בגוף אי אפשר לשבור. הרוח שלנו מנצחת את הכל. תודה רבה לכולכם. תודה.
אם במהלך האירוע תתקבל התראה, אתם מתבקשים לשבת על הקרקע במקומכם. יש להישאר ישובים למשך 10 דקות. חשוב להישאר במקומכם על מנת להימנע מפגיעה.
אומר כאן שרון על תקומה ושיקום. אז כמובן שהצעד הראשון, ראינו את זה אתמול בסנטימנט הישראלי, אין מה לעשות, התמונות האלה שאתמול שראינו, של אוהד ושל יפה ושל רז ואבי ודורון, המשפחה של יוני וכל מי שחזר, התמונות האלה חייבות לקרות לכל אחד מהיקירים, כי אנחנו לא נוכל אחרת, כי זה לא שם וזה לא מספר וזו לא תמונה. כל אחד הוא עולם ומלואו. ואחרי שכולם יחזרו הביתה, יהיה תהליך של שיקום. לא פשוט. אני רוצה להזמין בבקשה את מי שעמד בראש המועצה האזורית אשכול, היה גם חבר כנסת. לב ענק, לב גדול מאוד. חיים ילין, בבקשה.
תודה לך, תודה לכל אחד ואחת שבאו לכבד ולתמוך. תודה לקהילות, לקהילה של משפחות החטופים, שמלמדים אותנו מה זה אצילות נפש, שתומכים אחד בשני, ששמחים רגע קטן, שרואים את החיבוקים של מי ששוחרר עם המשפחה, אבל נשארים עם העצם ועם הלחימה האינסופית הזאת להחזיר את כל החטופים הבית. תודה לכל החיילים שנלחמים בתוך רצועת עזה. תודה לכל החיילים לשחרר את כל 240 חטופים. כשאני מדבר גם על אורון שאול, אני מדבר על אורון גולדין, אני מדבר על אורון גיזו, על השם, ועל כולם. כל המדינה זה הרצאות הגדולה ביותר ולהגיד לממשלת ישראל כל החטופים, כל המשפחות שלה אין ניצחון, אין עד שצה"ל לא לכן עד הסיום אנחנו של האזור שלנו, אלא על הצביון של כל מדינת ישראל. ואנחנו מבטיחים לכם, נבנה ארץ חדשה עם ערכים וערבות הדדית, עם נתינה והמון המון אהבה. תודה רבה.
נעזוב את עזה עד להשבת כל החטופים, כל משא ומתן זה המסר האחרון של שר הביטחון. אני רוצה להזמין את שוקת צרפת, שובל יפות של אופיר. אופיר, יחד עם החברים שלו, עשו באותה שבת, סך הכל במסיבה. אופיר חטוף, 30 יום, בעצם. כ100,000 איש הגיעו להביע תמיכה, ואנחנו מתחייבים שאנחנו לא הולכים לשום מקום, ואנחנו צריכים אתכם איתנו עד שכולם חוזרים. כולם, כולל כולם. אני רוצה להזמין את דייוויד מוזס.
Expected releases could now be resolved after intervention from Egypt.
We have called upon the mediators to make the needed efforts to fulfill all what has agreed upon, like allowing the trucks of aid to reach the northern part of Gaza.
Meanwhile, those set free yesterday are back with their families after 7 long weeks apart. In the UK, a number of arrests are made at a pro-Palestinian march in London. The Irish police stand ready to keep the peace, say ministers, after the stabbings and riots in Dublin. And in the sport, Manchester City's star striker Erling Haaland breaks another Premier League record in a 1-1 draw with Liverpool. Hello, a very good evening. I'm Jonathan Samuels. Breaking news this hour, a hitch in the hostage deal seems to have been resolved, we've heard in the last few moments. This coming from a Qatari spokesman, someone from the Foreign Ministry, saying that obstacles were overcome through Qatari-Egyptian communications to release the prisoners. We have been reporting that Hamas were unhappy with the situation regarding aid going into Gaza. They said that the Israelis hadn't kept their side of the bargain, but now the situation does seem to have been resolved. Let's go straight to Dominic Waghorn, who is in Betunia in the West Bank for us. So, Dominic, it's been a tense hour or so. The hostage release, we were hearing, had been delayed because of issues, but now through negotiation they seem to have been resolved. What are you hearing?
Yeah, a very tense few hours, Jonathan. We've just been down to the border crossing or near it, where there were crowds of Palestinian youths, pretty, I think the word of the jittery. They were nervous and they were quite suspicious of us as well. So a very different mood down there. Just now that we encountered, compared to yesterday, where there were there was real scenes of jubilation and celebration as their prisoners were released from the Israeli side and bussed in and welcomed as heroes of the resistance against Israel's occupation of the Palestinian territories. Now, clearly they were worried about the possibility of that not happening tonight, but we do have now this statement from the Qataris, who are the mediators in these negotiations. They've been negotiating between the Israelis and Hamas. There was this hitch. Hamas said it couldn't release the prisoners because they didn't feel that the Israelis were keeping their side of the bargain. But now the Qataris are saying, after a delay in implementing the release of prisoners, the obstacles were overcome through Qatari-Egyptian communications with both sides. And tonight, 39 Palestinian women and children will be released in exchange for the release of 13 Israeli hostages, as yesterday, and a further 7 civilians outside the framework of the humanitarian truce agreement. So the possibility there, amongst those 7, I guess, of the 2 or 3 British hostages, we don't know exactly how many, the British government is not entirely clear, but the possibility there could be some British hostages, I guess, amongst those 7. And the key point of this is that this truce arrangement that had seemed pretty precarious at points this evening is now back on track, if the Qataris are correct and the Egyptians are correct as well. The Egyptians sent a delegation into Gaza to meet with the Hamas leader Sinwar, and they seem to have overcome, along with the Qataris, those hitches, the obstacle to progress towards the hostages being released and the Palestinian prisoners being sent across the border here. So unless there are any more last-minute hitches, we will see at some point those Israeli hostages being put into Red Cross vehicles, driven out of Gaza, and then presumably flown up to hospital for triage, as we saw yesterday. And then we'll see similar scenes as we saw here yesterday, with 39 Palestinian prisoners put on a coach and driven across the border here into the occupied West Bank. There is a celebration prepared for them in the Al-Bira Square in Ramallah, so we expect them to go there where they'll be reunited with their families.
Dominic, we're hearing in the last few moments, Hamas upholds their appreciation towards Egypt and Qatar for ensuring the continuation of their temporary truce with Israel. So more positive noises coming out of the region. A bit earlier on, Hamas was talking in detail about the number of aid trucks that had gone into Gaza and how few of those trucks had reached the north. Is that key, do you think, to what was a stumbling block?
Not entirely clear, Jonathan. Yeah, that was one stumbling block. They said that the Israelis had not kept their side of the bargain in terms of getting aid specifically into northern Gaza. But in the statement where they said they would not release hostages until this hitch was resolved, they also mentioned the fact they weren't happy with what Israel was doing in terms of the exchange mechanism for prisoners, the Palestinian prisoners, in exchange for hostages. And we also heard from the Palestinian Prisoners Association in Ramallah here, so that's not a Hamas-affiliated organisation, but they were also saying earlier in the evening, before this hitch was announced by Hamas, that there was great dissatisfaction, in their words, about the way that Israel was, in their words, manipulating the prisoner list. So there may have been a stumbling block there, a sticking point there that both the Palestinian Authority here in Ramallah on the West Bank were worried about, and Hamas were as well in Gaza, or it may have been about the aid trucks getting into Gaza. And as you say, Hamas was saying that they felt the amount of aid getting into Gaza today, particularly northern Gaza, fell far short of what had been stipulated in this agreement. All we can say is that whatever the obstacles, whatever the problems were that Hamas were raising in these negotiations with the Qataris, they seem to be overcome if what the Qataris and the Egyptians are saying tonight, which is that all obstacles have been overcome and that this hostage for prisoner exchange will now go ahead as had been planned, but just a few hours late.
And what about the IDF, Dominic? They'll be on high alert this evening after events last night.
Well, here we saw the IDF go into action trying to clear the area, but in a way that I would say kind of provoked the crowd and made the situation much more jittery, certainly on this side of the border crossing. And the way they delivered the Palestinian prisoners in that coach was pretty dramatic. It came after a prelude, which was a number of rounds coming in of tear gas that cleared the area, but certainly made it much more volatile. So I have to see if that happens here tonight. I have to say that having gone down there, we've just been down there, there are far fewer people. I think a lot of Palestinians are waiting to welcome their prisoners in Al-Bira Square in Ramallah, and therefore they've not come down in the huge numbers that we saw last night, and therefore the Israelis may feel they don't need to clear the area, whatever reason they felt they had to use tear gas and stun grenades. But we have seen live ammunition being used here as well, speaking to some Palestinian medics saying that they witnessed a couple of Palestinians shot with live ammunition. So pretty volatile situation here still. Hopefully that won't hamper the release of these prisoners into the West Bank. In terms of the IDF more generally, they have held their fire during the day. There was a worrying report at one point this evening on Israeli TV where the IDF were quoted as saying if this hitch was not resolved by midnight, then military manoeuvres, in their terms, in their words, would resume in Gaza. So that was a clear threat, counteracting, I guess, what Hamas were doing in the negotiations, hardball on both sides. Clearly, if the hostages are released and the prisoners come across the border crossing, that's not going to happen. But I think it highlights, obviously, the precarious nature of this truce arrangement, because it is laid out over a number of days. And at any point in those days, you can have a breach of the ceasefire, you can have one side raising objections, and that could jeopardise the progress of the whole deal.
Dominic, what's the sense you're getting as to the duration of the ceasefire? If things do go according to plan this evening and we do see a successful release of hostages, do you get the feeling that the ceasefire could be extended?
I wouldn't want to put money on it, Jonathan, and events in this part of the world can be pretty perverse and defy expectation. But I think we're going to see probably more hitches, probably more games being played by Hamas. That's certainly how the Israelis will see it, and Hamas will accuse the Israelis of playing games. Under the rules of the agreement that's been negotiated primarily by the Qataris, but also the Egyptians, it seems, getting pretty involved this evening as well. Under the rules of the arrangement, this is a 4-day and 4-night ceasefire, and at the end of each day, both sides take stock. The Hamas take the lead the next day. They put forward the names of 13 hostages they are going to release. And if that happens, the ceasefire lasts another day. There's a quid pro quo here, obviously. Hamas want to have time. They want to buy time because they have been badly battered by the military operation in Gaza. And so they want this ceasefire to last as long as they can, to allow them the chance to regroup and put their leadership back together and come back again as some kind of military force. That's obviously not in the interest of the Israelis, who are ceding some kind of tactical advantage in this because they want to get their hostages back. They are going to get 13 hostages back a day, but if the Hamas side can come up with the names of more hostages, there's a possibility of another day of ceasefire. And what we were hearing earlier, before the news of this hitch broke, was both sides, the Egyptians were saying, both sides were sounding positive about the possibility of extending this by another day or two. So what was a 4-day truce, 4-day and night truce, could last for 5 or 6. I mean, it could go on indefinitely. But at some point, the Israelis have made it very clear that they want to go back into Gaza and resume operations, because their stated aim is not just to get the hostages back, but it's also to obliterate Hamas, in the words of the Israeli government. They can't do that while there's a ceasefire going on as well. So at some point, they're going to have to make a pretty agonising decision, which is they feel they're going to have to go back in, but that is obviously going to give up on the chance of getting hostages back for the time being, at least, whenever they do it.
Dominic, one of the conditions yesterday was that there'd be no celebration of the Palestinian prisoners being released. But of course, we did see huge celebrations, didn't we? Hamas flags being waved, lots of pro-Hamas chanting, and Israel won't be happy about that.
No, what we saw last night was very much not what the Israelis wanted to see happen. They were probably fairly realistic about what was going to happen, but what they had said to the Palestinians, particularly those in East Jerusalem, which is an area Israel feels it has claims to have annexed, an annexation that isn't recognised by many countries around the world, but where they do have authority. They had said to the Palestinian prisoners' families there that if you celebrate, if you even hand out sweets, they said, then you will be fined with 70,000 shekels, which is a lot of money for anybody. And they made it very clear they didn't want to see celebrations here in the West Bank either. And they said that none of the Palestinian prisoners should speak to the media when they came out. Well, those rules and those expectations were comprehensively ignored as we saw those prisoners come through in that coach. They were all gesticulating wildly signs of victory. They came off the coach. They gave lengthy interviews where they said that this was a victory for Hamas. And one woman I spoke to, Hanan Barghouti, who'd been in jail for 2 months without trial, said to me that she believed that even the unborn children of Palestinians were going to be Hamas supporters in the wake of what has happened in the last few weeks. So defiant messages we're hearing from Palestinian prisoners as they came off, certainly defying the requests of the Israelis for them not to speak to the media. And I think most worrying for the Israelis, but also for the Palestinian Authority, the more moderate end of Palestinian politics, the faction that controls where we are now, the West Bank, was the appearance of these green Hamas flags. As we were filming, we watched one Palestinian youth get up on board the bus that was bringing in the prisoners, waving 2 green Hamas flags. And the flags were present in the crowd, and they were chanting pro-Hamas chants supporting the commanders in Gaza and the military wing of Hamas in Gaza. None of that is going to be welcome for the Israelis, and they're going to have to put up with it probably for days and nights to come. And the problem there is it strengthens Hamas. The Hamas are the extremists, clearly. They don't just carry out barbaric atrocities like they did on October the 7th. They are also opposed to any idea of a 2-state solution. They don't believe that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. They are the spoilers in any attempts to have a 2-state solution, which is the only real viable peace solution on the table, and therefore they're an enemy to that process. And the concern is, of course, that what's happening now, at least, isn't weakening Hamas, which is what Israel is trying to do in Gaza, but ideologically and in terms of recruitment and support and the spirit of resistance is actually strengthening that organisation.
OK, Dominic, thank you for the moment. We'll come back to you when there is any development. The breaking news then this hour, Qatari and Egyptian mediators have said that Hamas has agreed to release 13 Israelis and 7 foreigners a little later today in exchange for 39 Palestinian prisoners. That announcement coming after Hamas had said that there had been a delay, there was a stumbling block. It had been thought one of the reasons was due to aid or the lack of aid getting into northern Gaza. But thanks to further mediation, that has been resolved, and we are expecting the swap to go ahead in the next few hours. Well, earlier, Ahal Bazore, whose nephew and niece are being held by Hamas, told Sky News the delay in releasing that second wave of hostages was disappointing but not unexpected.
For me, it's not a surprise. You know, you are dealing with a vicious and sadistic terrorist organization, on the other hand, Hamas, headed by a manic depressive psychopath by the name of Yahya Sinwar. And, you know, this is something that we were expecting and we're talking about all the time. I don't have 2 nephews. I have a nephew and a niece. They were on the list to be released tonight. My family is waiting at the hospital in Israel, you know, for to accept them and to hug them and to, you know, surround them with the love that they were missing in the last 50 days. And it's just very, very disappointing that, you know, we get to this late stage of the release and Hamas is playing these manipulative games.
So, as anxious relatives await news on the release of their loved ones this evening, there was joy and relief for the hostages returned to Israel yesterday as they were reunited with family and friends. Among them, Ohad Munda, who's seen here running down the corridor towards his family and friends. There he goes. He was freed with his mother and grandmother after nearly 7 weeks in captivity. This is what his brother had to say.
אתמול שוחררו אוהד, קרן ורותי מונדר משבי החמאס אחרי 49 יום.
Yesterday, Ohad, Keren and Ruti Munda were released from Hamas captivity after 49 days. I would like to thank the IDF for the efforts to release them, and thank you to all the Israelis for their embrace and support, without which we would not have managed to survive these 49 days. I'd like to thank the entire nation, but it's very important for me to say that we are not celebrating today. We're happy, but we're not celebrating because there are still other hostages in captivity. We need to carry on and not stop our struggle until all the hostages are released, until the very last one.
Meanwhile, Doron Asher Katz and her 2 young daughters, Aviv and Raz Asher, are also seen here being reunited with the girl's father and Doron's husband, Yoni. They were kidnapped from the Nir Oz kibbutz on October 7th. Now, we are expecting to hear from the Israeli Defense Forces a little later on this hour. Daniel Hagari, their spokesperson, due to hold a news conference. I'm sure he'll be updating us on the current situation regarding that hostage release. As soon as he begins to speak, we will bring that to you, of course. Well, here in the UK, tens of thousands of people have marched on the streets of London demanding a permanent ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. Even as the demonstration began, the Metropolitan Police said one protester had been arrested on suspicion of inciting racial hatred. Meanwhile, officers handed out leaflets providing what they called absolute clarity on what would be deemed an offence. Our communities correspondent, Becky Johnson, has been speaking to some of those on the march.
Tens of thousands marched through London. This, the first large-scale pro-Palestinian demonstration since ugly scenes in the capital on Armistice Day.
What's going on today?
Leaflets handed out by police warned anyone inciting hatred would be arrested. Along the route, police from forces around the country had been brought in to support the Met.
Well, they're doing their job and we're doing our job. It's not a hate march because you can see it's really peaceful.
Nothing's going to happen. Everything's fine. It's peaceful.
But away from the main march, a separate, much smaller protest organised by Hizb ut-Tahrir, the same group that held a demo last month where the word jihad was chanted. There were tears for Palestinian children, but police on alert. 2 women were pulled over by officers and asked to translate their banners.
The best translation would be who
we'll roll up the sleeves for heaven.
But without an independent interpreter on the ground, police asked the women to wait. This is an example of the difficult balancing act police have, allowing free speech, but not allowing anything that incites hatred or promotes terrorism. After several minutes of confusion, they arrested them.
You're under arrest on suspicion of Section 4A religious, Section 4A aggravated public order.
How can you arrest us for
You
something you don't know what it
but it may
means,
harm the
though?
defence.
They were taken to a police station for questioning. Back on the main march, demonstrators said protests will continue until there's a permanent ceasefire, not just a temporary halt to the fighting.
It's a pause, it's not a ceasefire. We want Israel to stop bombing Gaza. That's why we're out. We want peace, that's what we're out for.
And organisers defended the rights of the protesters.
We have very clear laws that define what is and what is not acceptable. The police's job is to implement those laws. They have been policing these marches. They have had to arrest a handful of people. We know they're under huge political pressure, including people who are trying to conflate anti-Semitism with legitimate advocacy for Palestinian rights.
But those suspected of crossing a line were taken away by officers. Proactive policing after criticism by some of too little intervention at previous protests. And at the end, a small group causing trouble faced a robust response. Becky Johnson, Sky News, Central London.
Well, many of those marching in London chanted from the river to the sea as part of their demands for what they call a free Palestinian state. But this chant is regarded by many as being a call for the annihilation of the State of Israel and anti-Semitic in nature. Sky News brought together a British Palestinian and a British Jew with opposing positions to see if any common ground could be reached. Our data and forensics correspondent Tom Cheshire has this report.
The Israel-Hamas war has exposed a deep and bitter divide here in the UK.
Nice to meet you.
I'm very well. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Deborah Lyons, a British Jew, and Mohammed Abu Kachab, a British Palestinian, are on opposite sides of that divide. But they wanted to sit down and find out how much of the gap could be bridged.
And for me, as a Jewish person living here, there was sort of a life up to October 7th, and then there's been a life since October 7th, and my life has not been the same. And I can say that, having spoken to anyone that I've spoken to within my community, my family, that's pretty much goes, you know, across the board. That's universal.
Since October 7th attacks, I felt that, of course, how
What do you believe the situation is now regarding your niece and nephew?
I think, from what we hear from the Israeli officials, that the deal is going to happen now, that the delay or the reasons for the delay were resolved, and that hopefully my nephew and niece are going to be released tonight.
What's been going through your mind over the last few hours is we were hearing that potentially the deal was off.
We were expecting, manipulation by this terrorist organization called Hamas, so, in a way we were not terribly surprised but still when this happens, it really takes an enormous toll. There are grandparents who are waiting for these children. The mother, my sister, was murdered by Hamas on October 7th. The dad is staying behind in Gaza. So, they have only grandparents now, who are close family. They have one older brother who is 18, who was spared by all this. So they are waiting for them. They are obviously disturbed by all that. It just baffles reason, why would Hamas resort to such sadistic tactics in order to do what, so to make us feel worse. It just beggars belief, this sort of behavior. I think the world can now see, why this organization, as Israeli always said, needs to be eliminated. And I hope, this is what Israel would do once all this hostage exchange would finish.
Do you know what condition the children are in? Have you had any contact with them, any update from them or their father?
Not yet. We are waiting. We will be the first one to learn about it. I think they are still being handed over to the Red Cross by the Hamas terrorists. So until they are in Israeli hands, we would not know exactly what is going on. There is a procedure. There are some family members who wait for them at the air base in the south, from which they will be flown to the hospitals, and then some more family members are waiting for them there. And really, the medical condition will only be really assessed properly, once they are at the hospital.
Of course, yeah. I mean, does it give you some hope that the hostages released yesterday appeared, on the surface at least, to be fit and well?
Yeah, I think this gives some hope, but I think the hostages are kept in separate sort of places. They are not all together. These are young children. Maybe the mom was murdered in front of them, when they were pulled out of Kibbutz Be'eri on October 7th. The dad is staying behind. So it's a very tenuous and difficult situation that they might be healthy physical wise, but maybe they are tarnished emotionally.
You talked about the tragedy of October the 7th and your sister being murdered and that attack happening in front of the children. It's your understanding that the children know what happened to their mum, that she's no longer alive?
We believe so, because an eyewitness that I actually spoke to personally from the kibbutz, this was my kibbutz. I was born there, and when was brought up there, Kibbutz Be'eri, where most of these atrocities happened, he saw all of them being pulled out alive out of the burning house. So we actually believed initially that my sister was also a hostage. It's only 14 days after October 7th, on October 20th, that we found out that her body was actually found on the kibbutz. So it's an assumption. We have no proof of it, but there is some reason behind believing, that she was murdered in front of them, because they were together during this process.
Yeah, just horrific. And what situation is your brother-in-law in? It's hard to know. You say you've not had any contact. What sort of person is he? Is he strong physically and mentally?
Yeah, he's a very strong person, very positive person, very kind and loving person. And yeah, he's a very sporty, does a lot of yoga, plays basketball, before he played it even professionally. So, you know, he's a really strong person. But, you know, it's these children, you know, that are devastated by all this. And, you know, it's just, you know, really you just wonder what are these terrorists think about, or what even they thought about when they attacked on October 7th. What crossed the mind? I mean, what did they think? They will destroy Israel as the charter calls for? It's not possible, you know. Would Israel now not destroy them? Obviously they will. So it's just, you know, as human beings, you know, you sometimes wonder, where is this evil coming from? Why to do this to a country? So you said you were oppressed, so you got, I don't know, $2 billion. What did you do with it? Did you try to alleviate the oppression? Did you try to better the life of Gazans? No, you took this money and you armed yourself, built tunnels in order one day to come and kill civilians and Israeli citizens. It's just a horrible state of affairs.
Yes, it is a horrible state of affairs. And of course, there's been huge suffering of innocent civilians on both sides. What do you think about the ceasefire? Is it your hope that this ceasefire can now continue? Or are you of the belief, despite everything that's happened, despite the death and destruction, that the war needs to continue and Israel needs to continue its offensive in Gaza? Or do you think that actually now is the time to stop?
No, so I think this truce, the 4 days truce, it probably will be extended by 2 days, should continue because, you know, women and children come back. We should do everything we can in order to bring all of them back. But I think once this stage is finished, Hamas needs to be eliminated. I think the world can see now who is it that we are dealing with. And I think the world should now rally behind Israel in its aim to eliminate this organization. It's bad for the Palestinian, it's bad for the Gazans, and it's bad for the Middle East. And obviously it's bad for Israel. So let's get rid of it and let's rebuild a Middle East prosperous with peace and not with hatred and organization that its charter actually calls black on white for the destruction of Israel. This is the home of the Jewish people. We have nowhere to go. And this is, you know, Golda Meir said, you know, we have a secret weapon. We have nowhere to go.
When it comes to your nephew and niece, you're hoping clearly that tonight will be the night that they are released from Hamas's grasp. What will be the plans, do you think, for family and friends back in Israel when they are released? Clearly, they'll have to be checked over medically. Then what?
So first, I think on the first stage, they will be meet with some family members. It will be the grandmother, my brother-in-law mother. My mom is not longer alive. And the older brother, who is 18, who was spared by all this because he was not on the kibbutz on October 7th. So they will meet them initially, and also the dog Nala, you know, that we found running around the kibbutz, I think on October 21st, you know, so a little bit after, you know, we managed to find this dog. And the son, you know, when we headed it to them, you know, the son that was left behind was first time had a smile on his face. So the three will meet them there. They will be flown to a hospital where a special room is prepared for them. They'll be medically examined, psychologically examined, and then other family members will join, my dad, my middle sister, uncles from the other side, and so forth.
Of course. Well, it's clearly a stressful time for you at the moment as you await news, but we wish you and the little ones well, of course. Ahal Bazorai, thank you very much for coming back and speaking to us as developments in the Middle East suggest that the release is going to happen imminently. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Let's just take you to Israel. We are waiting a news conference from the Israeli Defense Forces. This is the podium in Tel Aviv. Daniel Hagari, a regular face, of course, at these news conferences, waiting to update us and no doubt will give us more information as to when we are likely to see those hostages released and, in turn, the Palestinian prisoners released as well. Qatari and Egyptian negotiators tell us this evening Hamas has agreed to release 13 Israelis as well as 7 foreign nationals today in exchange for 39 Palestinians imprisoned by Israel. That's the situation in Tel Aviv. We'll take you to that news conference once it begins. In the meantime, let's speak to Yossi Meckelberg, Associate Fellow in Middle East and North Africa programme at Chatham House. Good to see you this evening. What do you make then of events over the last few hours and what looked like a hitch in tonight's release of hostages?
Good evening. Obviously, for the family of the hostages, this is nerve-wracking. You know, they've been waiting for this for 50 days now, with with warring and the highest, kind of emotional stress that you can imagine. So every hour now is probably eternity for them. So we all feel for them as they're waiting to see, and we are talking about here children, toddlers, and women. So everyone, I think, hope to see them coming as soon as possible. I think those technical issues you could expect in this tense situation. We are told it might have been about Hamas complaining that not all the lorries that were promised to go through North Gaza actually entered. According to Qatari sources, this has been resolved and everyone is waiting that despite the delay, the 13 Israel hostages will actually be released. I think the best guarantee that this deal actually will go over, will continue, is that both sides have interest in it. It's not only Israel interest; it's also Hamas interest, because they're interested in the pause, they're interested in the humanitarian aid that is coming into Gaza and the release of prisoners. So we can expect some hitches here and there, but I think within the 4 days that we are saying, I think both sides will try to adhere to the agreement.
And of course, both sides will be buoyed by the success of yesterday and how, relatively speaking, smoothly that went.
Yeah, I think it's as smooth as we could have expected, considering this is a war zone. That, for 50 days there is, war, ground troops, bombardment, militants underground, above ground. So under these conditions, the ability to reach first of an agreement, then for the ICRC to enter there, and then to exchange and to make sure that the hostages arrive safely to their destination, I think this can be regarded as a great success. Within this terrible tragedy that is unfolding over the last 50 days, I think we can see here and there a ray of hope and the ability to bring it eventually to an end. First with the pauses, the humanitarian pauses, the exchange, hostages for prisoners, the humanitarian aid enters on a level we haven't seen since the beginning of the war. And maybe we can start already talking about a permanent ceasefire and trying to see what happens beyond the war, because I think at the end of the day, this is significant to have some horizon of a political solution.
Do you think this truce could be extended, though, and turn into a permanent ceasefire? Because noises from Israel would suggest that they will be as keen as they can be to go back into Gaza to finish the job in the south.
I think we hear contradictory messages right now. One says that for every 10 hostages, Israel is ready to extend by a day, by 24 hours of this, call it pause or ceasefire, temporary ceasefire. On the other hand, yes, you're absolutely right, talking about that this will continue because Israel set the objective of destroying Hamas, whatever it means, because even this, it's not a clear objective. We are talking about military capability as a political movement. What does constitute destroying Hamas? It's more kind of an abstract though we still see the translation of it into what happened and the destruction and the killing in Gaza. But what does it mean that Israel can declare victory if that's what they're after in terms of destroying Hamas? So we need to wait and see. But I think also the objective of the war can evolve because the conditions on the ground and the dynamic of the war itself will dictate also how the international community see that, which I think the international community sees differently to what it saw in 7th of October, with a growing concern about the level of killing of civilians in Gaza, which will amount or bound to amount to greater pressure to achieve a permanent ceasefire. But I think we are moving the question towards it. The question is the pace and how quickly hostages will be released. How Israel can say that it's achieved as much as it could militarily, and then how the international community look at every step from here until the permanent ceasefire is achieved.
Indeed, and you talk about the international community, and today we saw something pretty extraordinary, a Qatari delegation flying into Israel, and we should remember just how important the Qataris and the Egyptians have been in these negotiations.
Which also tell us that in negotiation you always need those countries that are capable to build trust with both sides, trust enough to move forward. And I think Qatar really positioned itself not only in Israel-Palestine, on other issues as well, Russia, Ukraine, and Afghanistan, and Iraq, as a third-party mediator, which is capable actually to reach an agreement between sides that, to begin with, are completely polarized, miles apart in their position. And I think this is important. On this specific issue, I think the first achievement that the hostages were released yesterday in orderly way, the prisoners were released, lorries, humanitarian enters, this will enhance also the reputation of Qatar with that Egypt in being able to strike further deals. And the fact Qatar and Israel obviously don't have diplomatic relations, but for all means and purposes, diplomatically, they operate very closely, and they have the leverage vis-a-vis Hamas, bearing in mind that the political leadership of Hamas is actually based in Doha. So it gives them a really special place in their ability to reach such agreements and mediate.
Indeed, they do. We appreciate your analysis this evening. Yossi Nickelberg from Chatham House, thank you very much indeed for your time. Well, as we await the news that those hostages have been released, we're also waiting to hear from the IDF. They are going to hold a news conference shortly and no doubt will update us on the news that Hamas has agreed to release 13 Israelis and 7 foreigners in exchange for 39 Palestinians after an earlier hitch. Do stay with us.
So we're all very excited at the zoo at the minute on the birth of our latest black rhino. She brings our numbers up to 9 here at the zoo. Hopefully she'll join us out on the paddock this morning. She's sticking really close to Mum. So wherever Zori's outside, you'll usually see the calf trotting up behind her. So the calf's just over a week old now, weighing at around 50 kilos when first born. She's she brightens up everyone's day. Everyone's very keen to see her. There's crowds gathering behind the restaurant trying to catch the glimpse of the rhino as she's out and about on the paddock. So she's an eastern black rhino. So in captivity, there's been over 100 births over the last few years. Here, our last black rhino was born 3 years ago. So we've waited 15 months for this little girl to arrive.
From land mammals to sea mammals, first grey seal pups of the winter season have been born on the North Norfolk coast.
It's that time of year when we welcome the grey seals to Blakeney Point on the North Norfolk coast. And over the next few weeks, we're expecting somewhere in the region of 4,500 pups to be born. It's staggering when you go out there just a couple of months before, and there's basically no seals there, and then in the space of just a couple of months, 4,500 pups are born. Each pup will have a mum, so that's another 4,500 seals. And then there's the bulls, the males as well. So probably somewhere in the region of 15,000 seals will be on Blakely Point over the course of this winter. So we play a really important role working with our volunteers to help manage disturbance to them. So we have visitors who are really keen to come and see them for obvious reasons, but they are wild animals, and this is a really important part of their life cycle. So it's really important that we respect them and we give them space. So we have staff and volunteers out on Blakely Point right now, ready to welcome visitors, help them to understand what they're seeing in front of them, but to explain how they can observe them safely, asking them to keep their distance and helping to protect the seals.
I'm Stuart Ramsey, and I'm Sky's chief correspondent. We take you to the heart of stories that shape our world.
Welcome back. You're watching Sky News, and a reminder of our breaking news this hour. And the first major hurdle in the hostage deal between Israel and Hamas appears to have been resolved tonight. The release of both Israeli and Palestinian captives had been held up after Hamas accused Israel of not fulfilling its part of the truce agreement, saying that fewer than half of the promised aid trucks had reached northern Gaza. Well, in the last few minutes, the Qatari foreign minister has said that the hostages and prisoners would be released tonight after intervention from both Qatar as well as Egypt. This is what Hamas had to say a bit earlier over why the release was being held up.
We believe that the Israelis till now, they are not responding in the right and the positive way to what was achieved. And according to that, we have called upon the mediators to make the needed efforts to fulfill all what has agreed upon, like allowing the trucks of aid to reach the northern part of Gaza. Out of 200 trucks, we did not reach till now 70 trucks. Also, according to the release of the prisoners, we believe that the Israelis are manipulating the issue. We will stand against that, and we are still waiting the response of the mediators. Al-Qassam troops postponed releasing the second 13 captives in order to hear the response from the mediators and the achievement of the fulfillment of this agreement.
So that was Hamas speaking a little bit earlier. This is the situation in Tel Aviv. We are waiting for a spokesperson from the Israel Defense Forces to take that microphone and update us on the situation. Qatari and Egyptian mediators saying that Hamas has agreed to release 13 Israelis and 7 foreign nationals tonight in exchange for 39 Palestinians that have been imprisoned by Israel. It all comes after an earlier hitch. Both sides had to continue negotiations to overcome hurdles believed to have been partly due to aid getting into northern Gaza. Hamas saying that the Israelis hadn't stuck to their side of the deal. Overall, of course, Hamas expected to release at least 50 Israeli hostages and Israel to release 150 Palestinian prisoners during the 4-day truce, all women and minors. Israel saying that the truce can be extended an extra day for any additional 10 hostages who are freed, something that US President Joe Biden has said he hoped would occur. And separately, as we've been discussing this evening, a Qatari delegation arrived in Israel today to coordinate with both parties on the ground to ensure that that truce deal continues to move smoothly. And we await to hear what the IDF have to say, and also we await to hear the latest on that hostage release situation. Well, a bit earlier I spoke to Ahal Bazorai, who's hopeful for the release from Hamas of his nephew and his niece.
I think, from what we hear from the Israeli officials, that the deal is going to happen now. that the delay or the reasons for the delay were resolved, and that hopefully my nephew and niece are going to be released tonight.
What's been going through your mind over the last few hours as we were hearing that potentially the deal was off?
You know, I mean, we were expecting, you know, manipulation by this terrorist organization called Hamas, you know, so, you know, in a way we were not terribly surprised but still when this happens, you know, it really takes an enormous toll. You know, there are grandparents who are waiting for these children. You know, the mother, my sister, was murdered by Hamas on October 7th. The dad is staying behind in Gaza. So, you know, they have only grandparents now, you know, our close family. They have one older brother who is 18, who was spared by all this. So they are waiting for them. They are obviously disturbed by all that. And, you know, it just baffles reason, you know, why would Hamas resort to such sadistic tactics in order to do what, you know, so to make us feel worse. You know, it just beggars belief, you know, this sort of behavior. I think the world can now see, you know, why this organization, as Israeli always said, you know, needs to be eliminated. And I hope, you know, this is what Israel would do once all this hostage exchange would finish.
Do you know what condition the children are in? Have you had any contact with them, any update from them or their father?
Not yet. You know, we are waiting. We will be the first one to learn about it. I think they are still being handed over to the Red Cross by the Hamas terrorists. So until they are in Israeli hands, we would not know exactly what is going on. There is a procedure. There are some family members who wait for them at the airbase in the south, from which they will be flown to the hospitals, and then some more family members are waiting for them there. And really, the medical condition will only be really assessed properly, you know, once they are at the hospital.
Of course, yeah. I mean, does it give you some hope that the hostages released yesterday appeared, on the surface at least, to be fit and well?
Yeah, I think this gives some hope. But, you know, I think the hostages are kept in separate sort of places. They are not all together. You know, these are young children. Maybe the mom was murdered in front of them, you know, when they were pulled out of Kibbutz Be'eri on October 7th. The dad is staying behind. So it's a very tenuous and difficult situation that they might be healthy physical-wise, but, you know, maybe they are tarnished emotionally.
You talked about the tragedy of October the 7th and your sister being murdered and that attack happening in front of the children. It's your understanding that the children know what happened to their mum, that she's no longer alive?
We believe so, because an eyewitness that I actually spoke to personally from the kibbutz, you know, this was my kibbutz. I was born there and when was brought up there, Kibbutz Be'eri, where most of these atrocities happened. He saw all of them being pulled out alive out of the burning house. So we actually believed initially that my sister was also a hostage. It's only 14 days after October 7th, on October 20th, that we found out that her body was actually found on the kibbutz. So it's an assumption. We have no proof of it, but there is some reason behind believing, you know, that she was murdered in front of them because they were together during this process.
The uncle there of two of the young hostages who hopefully will be released a little bit later on today. Well, as anxious relatives like him await news on the release of their loved ones this evening, there was joy and relief for the hostages returned to Israel yesterday as they were reunited with family and friends. Among them, Ohad Munda, seen here running down the corridor towards his family and friends, freed with his mother and grandmother after nearly 7 weeks in captivity. Let's hear what his brother had to say.
אתמול שוחררו אוהד, קרן ורותי מונדר משבי החמאס אחר 49 יום.
Yesterday, Ohad, Keren and Ruti Munda were released from Hamas captivity after 49 days. I would like to thank the IDF for the efforts to release them, and thank you to all the Israelis for their embrace and support, without which we would not have managed to survive these 49 days. I'd like to thank the entire nation, but it's very important for me to say that we are not celebrating today. We're happy, but we're not celebrating, because there are still other hostages in captivity. We need to carry on and not stop our struggle until all the hostages are released, until the very last one.
Meanwhile, Doron Asher-Katz and her two young daughters, Aviv and Raz Asher, are also seen here being reunited with the girl's father and Doron's husband, Yoni. They were kidnapped from the Nir Oz kibbutz on October the 7th. We're going to take a quick look at the weather.
Warm memories wherever you go. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, it's been a cold start, hasn't it, to the weekend? Conditions will become milder tomorrow, though. However, this will be a brief respite as rain clearing southeastwards on Monday will return colder air from the north. This evening, it'll be dry for most, with temperatures dropping sharply under clear skies. It'll be milder over Ireland and the southwest, where cloud will increase, bringing rain into the far west.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, do stay with us here on Sky News. Coming up, we'll bring you all the latest from the Middle East. We're expecting an update on the hostage deal and also a briefing from the Israel Defense Forces. We'll bring that to you live in the next hour. Don't go away.
This is Sky News at 8 o'clock. The headlines this evening. Hold up no more. Delays to more hostage releases now resolved after intervention from Egypt. Meanwhile, those set free yesterday are back with their families after 7 long weeks apart. In the UK, a number of arrests are made at a pro-Palestinian march in London. The Irish police stand ready to keep the peace, say ministers, after the stabbings and riots in Dublin. Good evening. In the last hour, we've heard that obstacles which were delaying the release of the second group of hostages held by Hamas have been resolved. The resolution was confirmed by Qatar's foreign ministry, which was involved in talks with Egyptian officials. A spokesman confirmed that on social media that Hamas will release 13 Israelis and 7 foreigners in exchange for 39 Palestinians after an hours-long delay. Our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, is in Belt Al-Beri, outside the government building, where the Palestinian prisoners are expected to arrive. And judging by you looking back, Dominic, it seems that it might be imminent.
Hi, I think you can hear me. I'm not entirely sure. The signal's very bad, but if you can, I'm just going to give you an idea of what's going on here. We're outside the Al-Bira municipality, and this is where the prisoners, the Palestinian prisoners, that's women and teenage boys, will come after they come across the Batunia crossing, which is about 15 minutes drive to the west of here. That will happen sometime after the Israeli hostages are released from Gaza, and that is expected to happen in the coming hours after that last-minute hitch where Hamas said that the Israelis will not keep their side of the bargain and said they wouldn't proceed until that had been resolved. It has now been resolved, so we wait to see whether it does and whether the hostages are released, and then ultimately whether the prisoners are released. And there is an anxious wait here, I think, tonight in Ramallah on the West Bank as they wait to see whether the prisoners will come their way this evening. And obviously that's important for Palestinian prisoners' families, but also really important for Gaza, because if it doesn't happen, then the ceasefire could be jeopardised, and their brothers and sisters in Gaza could face the Israeli military going back in at some point. And the Israelis had threatened, when this hitch had not been resolved, that if the hostages weren't released tonight by midnight, then military manoeuvres, they said, to use their terms, would resume in Gaza. So I think breaths are still being held, things are in the right direction. It looks as though for now the hostages will be released, are in the process of being released at least in Gaza, and then the Palestinian prisoners will be released and will be coming this way across the Batunia crossing into the occupied West Bank. Well, they will come here for some kind of welcome. The Israelis have said they don't want a celebration. The Palestinians have ignored that last night when 39 prisoners came across and were welcomed by the Palestinians from all factions. Hamas was there and Fatah and others. Jubilant scenes there at the crossing. Well, we expect something similar here in the middle of Ramallah at some point in the hours ahead.
OK, Dominic, for the moment, thank you. Well, earlier we spoke to Ahal Bessorai, who's hopeful for the release from Hamas of his nephew and niece.
I think, from what we hear from the Israeli official, that the deal is going to happen now, that the delay or the reasons for the delay were resolved, and that hopefully my nephew and niece are going to be released tonight.
What's been going through your mind over the last few hours as we were hearing that potentially the deal was off?
We were expecting, manipulation by this terrorist organization called Hamas, so, in a way we were not terribly surprised but still when this happens, it really takes an enormous toll. There are grandparents who are waiting for these children. The mother, my sister, was murdered by Hamas on October 7th. The dad is staying behind in Gaza. So, they have only grandparents now, who are close family. They have one older brother who is 18, who was spared by all this. So they are waiting for them. They are obviously disturbed by all that. It just baffles reason, why would Hamas resort to such sadistic tactics in order to do what, so to make us feel worse. It just beggars belief, this sort of behavior. I think the world can now see, why this organization, as Israeli always said, needs to be eliminated. And I hope, this is what Israel would do once all this hostage exchange would finish.
Do you know what condition the children are in? Have you had any contact with them, any update from them or their father?
Not yet. We are waiting. We will be the first.
OK, we want to take you straight to a news conference being held in Tel Aviv. Daniel Hagari speaking there from the IDF.
And everyone else, once things happen, please bear with us and be patient. There has been significant progress, and we will let you know once things happen. We are conducting this arrangement through mediators with a ruthless terrorist organization. As we've said already, nothing is finalized until it actually happens. Egypt and Qatar are constantly acting in order to bring about this deal. Dear families, this tremendous pressure you are under in these hours of waiting and uncertainty is something that is constantly in our thoughts. You need to be patient. Despite all this pressure, we will inform you, the families, first of all, and then the rest of the nation through the media. We will update you on each and every stage, you, the families, and then through the media, the rest of the Israelis. We will inform you and update you until the hostages return to Israel. Please only stick to the official statements. Questions? Channel 12 News. The release of the hostages tomorrow, is that in danger in view of the hitch we saw today? And what about the list of hostages to be released tomorrow? Has Israel received this? And there was a report today that Hamas is willing to extend the truce and release additional hostages on top of those agreed upon. Can you confirm this report? We are determined to realize this evening's outline this evening, tonight. And this is why things have been delayed. You need to be patient. Things will happen, and we will update. There is some real-time progress happening right now. Things will happen, and we will inform you on every stage, just as we've promised. And we are preparing for a situation that tomorrow the arrangement will be carried out as is planned. But until something is finalized, it is not finalized. And there will be details about the list. And once we get these, we will first inform the families and then the media. That's regarding tomorrow. What was your other question? There was a report that Hamas said that there will be additional hostages that will be released in addition to the 50 that were agreed upon. What will happen after the realization of the agreement as it was agreed upon? We will inform the general public once things are confirmed. But for now, we need to focus on this mission night after night. These are baby steps. There is a very long way ahead of us. The effort to bring back the hostages is an utmost important one, and we'll bring back the hostages through every possible channel, through an agreement or through continued combat. Rear Admiral Hagari, is the release of other hostages over the next few days, is that under some kind of doubt? And another question, please. The released hostages from yesterday, did they give you some kind of an intel description about the other hostages? These were a lot of questions. I'll answer them one at a time. Look, this is an agreement, and we've set out with this agreement. And as the IDF spokesperson, on behalf of the IDF, I would like to say that we are fully sticking to the letter of the agreement. There are some very serious mediators. Egypt and Qatar are very insistent that it happens. But we do have a murderous terror organization here called Hamas, and we need to make sure that we are fulfilling this agreement. And if it will not be fulfilled, we will take a step back. But we've paused because we understand that bringing back the hostages is our supreme effort. And as we've seen that great excitement yesterday, we want this to continue. That's regarding the actual agreement. What was your second question? What is the red line for you, the IDF's red line, that if it doesn't fulfill the agreement to the letter, Hamas, how will you react? Another question was, did the released hostages yesterday give you some more information and intel about the hostages? We are fully prepared operationally on the lines of the truce, fully operational preparedness. So I suggest that we do not talk about any red lines at this point in time. We are operating according to the agreement, and we don't need to inform Hamas on what we're going to do. We are operating according to the agreement, and there are countries that are mediators in this agreement, and they are fully committed to the agreement. But if they won't stand up to the agreement, then we will do our own situation estimate, and we're not going to inform Hamas on our actions through the media. We will act as we've done so far. What was your other question? The released hostages yesterday, did they give you some information in intel on the other hostages? Every individual who's been released, we meet with them, we gather all the information, we ask them questions. They each have their own memories, so we ask them exactly what they saw, what they learned, and I'm not going to give you an update here on what they've told us. Good evening, Rear Admiral Hagari. What can you tell us about progress this evening? What were the differences between Israel and Hamas regarding the assistance and the number of years the prisoners were in prison? And what did Israel agree to or give in exchange for the resolution of the glitch this evening? And I'd like to ask, the IDF forces in the Gaza Strip right now, are they continuing any kind of activity which doesn't involve fire? And could it be that Hamas senior officials crossed the tunnels into Egypt with the hostages? Let's start with the agreement. Nothing has changed this evening. An agreement has been agreed upon, and we are sticking to this agreed upon arrangement. In this agreement, there is a humanitarian aspect. For example, let me give you an example. It was agreed that there will be humanitarian aid. We in the IDF inspect the trucks arriving here through the assistance of the US and Egypt. These trucks come with humanitarian aid. These are trucks led by the UN and other international organizations into the Gaza Strip. The capacity of these trucks, based on the agreement, the inspection is done by the UN and international organizations. The supply is provided both to the north and the south. It's not done through the IDF. IDF meets the agreement to the letter. What was the resolution? Because there was a hitch, things got stuck, and then there was some progress. I don't know what you're saying that was discussed. I can only tell you what's in the agreement. Everything that was agreed upon in the agreement, we are carrying out our side of it, which is to bring in trucks and also the exchange of prisoners. This is what's written in the agreement. There are mediators. If there are any differences, they will address that. But right now, there is progress with the items of this agreement this evening. Let me just make one thing clear. The entrance of trucks, okay, to either the south or the north of the Gaza Strip. This is done by the UN and the international organizations based on their capabilities and based on the agreement. What about any activity which doesn't involve fire in the Gaza Strip? And what about tunnels that cross into Egypt? We are prepared in our operational points along the truce lines. Except for that, all of our forces are involved in preparation, regrouping, refreshing, and preparing for the next stages of the war. As for the tunnels that you've just mentioned, we have some intel monitoring. It's a topmost priority to monitor Hamas leaders wherever they are. I'm from Ynet. Was there any previous information about Hamas's intention to delay the exchange? And another question, please. Did the Houthis or Hezbollah fire at us today? As for the early warnings regarding the south, the information I have was that this was a false alarm. that we did a certain interception, and sometimes we are very strict about these threats. That's about the South. And now your other question was, did Israel have any early information about Hamas's plan to delay the release? Look, I'll tell you, yesterday was the first day of this complex event of bringing back the hostages, and there was a certain time frame, and then we expect things to happen the exact same day they happened the day before. But we need to be patient. It's very, very complex. Every such 24 hours is an operation. We have a command center, an operational command center led by the IDF along with the ISA and the Mossad. We are dealing with this 24/7, and the Chief of General Staff appointed Major General Nitzal Alon to head this. We have people from Intel, from Ops, and it is happening 24/7. We monitor everything in order to make sure that our hostages pass between the stages, and only then we inform the general population. We treat this as an operation, but it doesn't necessarily have to happen along the same timeline that it happened the day before. This is why we need to be patient, even though I understand the tremendous pressure that the families are under and the tremendous difficulty they're feeling. But I truly urge you all to be patient. Every verified piece of information will be provided. What we won't provide is details that are not real. We need to be careful. You know, people want to report, let's say, Arab media platforms or whatever. But let me assure you, whenever something happens, we will issue an official statement. Good evening. The delay that we saw today, will it impact the following execution of the agreement with respect to its execution, also with respect to the timetable? That's one question. Another question, are there any gaps remaining like we saw today for the next few days, or has everything been resolved? Let me tell you again. Nothing is final until it happens, and I keep repeating this. Within this arrangement, within the outline, with all the excitement we saw yesterday, we need to be very patient. Every day, every chunk of 24 hours is a separate operation. We're talking about everything that's happening in Gaza with all the complexities, because we have the Red Cross involved in Egypt and Hamas. This is a highly complex and complicated event or operation. It doesn't happen like clockwork. We need to be patient, and it doesn't necessarily reflect anything on tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. We will do everything in our capacity to make sure that things happen as they should in the best possible manner, and for people to return home as quickly as possible. We will create the conditions for that. But this is highly complicated, and we have some very complex players here, and first and foremost, a ruthless terror organization that has its own goal to exert psychological pressure and other things as well. So we all need to be patient. And once things happen, we will give an official update. Thank you very much, and have a good week.
Well, that was the news conference brought to us there by Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari in Tel Aviv, in which he says that Egypt and Qatar had constantly been acting to bring about the resumption of the deal. He spoke to the families of the hostages and said that they were constantly in the thoughts of the IDF, and they will inform them first should anything progress, because they acknowledge the stress that they're under with their family members still being kept hostage. He did say that tomorrow the arrangement will be carried out as planned, so the number of hostages to be released tomorrow will be carried out as planned, and said that they will bring the hostages back through any channels necessary via negotiations or even potentially continued offensive. And we're sticking to the full letter of the agreement. Nothing has changed this evening. But he did say that right now there is progress. Well, let's speak now to Barak Sanir, Senior Research Fellow at the Henry Jackson Society and a former Middle East Fellow at the Royal United Services Institute. What's your analysis of this hiccup, as it were?
The question is, does Hamas receive greater respite? It had in the agreement a number of days that that Israel would cease operations in Gaza. When suddenly Hamas releases less number of hostages, the question then becomes, Does the terms become more favorable to Hamas? Does it increase the lack of vision that Israel has as to how Hamas moves its operatives, its assets in Gaza? Because this is an intelligence disruption, and it does impact on how Israel attempts to proceed with the conflict against Hamas.
Do you think that something has significantly changed this evening, which could disrupt the further release of hostages?
I think that at the moment now things have been resolved, but how many more of these so-called misunderstandings and disruptions will occur until the number of agreed hostages will be released? This is something that may repeat itself on a daily basis. On the first day, only 4 of the 13 children were released and 3 mothers were released. And now tonight there's meant to be another 8 children released and another 5 mothers released. So is this going to extend the period in which hostages will be released? This cannot be divorced from the actual conflict itself. And this can actually, in the long term, create a greater escalation as Israel attempts to scramble to reconstitute its intelligence from scratch. This only occurred due to the fact that Israel revolutionized an integrated approach to warfare that placed an enormous amount of pressure on Hamas. And there's an enhanced integration between the collection of human intelligence, signal intelligence, satellite intelligence, cyber intelligence, Air Force surveillance, which is swiftly distributed to artillery, drone, Air Force, tank units, and Navy units that can support maneuvering forces and reduce frictions that strikes can be conducted with minimal contact with civilian populations. So you can have precision strikes. Now, what this does is this disrupts all that, and it can actually lead to, in the long term, greater collateral damage.
But there haven't been precision strikes, have there?
Well, there has been attempts to, civilians haven't been targeted. The fact that there has been civilian casualties does not entail that civilians have been targeted, and that's the critical point.
Hamas have said that the reason that there was this hiccup and the release of hostages had been stalled was because there wasn't enough humanitarian aid getting through. The IDF had said that they've upheld their part of the bargain. So what are we to believe? Is there another reason why there's been this hiccup?
Look, Qatar and America have been very, very frustrated with Hamas for not upholding their end of the bargain. We don't also know, I was just speaking beforehand about the intelligence disruption, which impacts on combat. We don't know what's happening now with the humanitarian deliveries to Gaza. We don't know in whose hands this is falling into. Does this go into Hamas's hands in order to prolong the conflict? Is this going to NGOs on the ground to benefit civilians directly? This is something that we don't have a clue about.
All right, Sonia, thank you very much for speaking to us and sharing your expertise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to bring you a statement that we're getting in from Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in which they say, after a delay in implementing the release of prisoners from both sides, the obstacles were overcome through Qatari-Egyptian communications with both sides, and tonight, 39 Palestinian women and children will be released from Israeli prisons in exchange for the release of 13 Israeli hostages from Gaza, in addition to a further 7 civilians outside the framework of the humanitarian truce agreement. Those released from Israeli prisons will include 33 children and 6 women, while those released from Gaza will include 8 children and 5 women, in addition to 7 foreign nationals. We reiterate our appreciation for the efforts of our partners in mediation efforts, Egypt and the United States of America, for the collaboration efforts that removed obstacles to implementing the terms of the agreement for today. Qatar's hope is that the momentum of the last 48 hours can be sustained to extend the pause once the current deal expires and lead to further discussions about a more sustainable truce to end the violence. So that the very latest coming in from Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is Sky News. Coming up, how Arsenal returned to the top of the Premier League.
Big stories don't always come from big cities. I'm Lisa Dowd and I'm Sky's Midlands correspondent, and this is where I grew up. We can reveal that the driver who hit Harry Dunn is 42-year-old Anne Sakulas.
Just met the president and we never thought we'd get this far.
This is what they're up against. The wind is the really big problem. It is back-breaking work and the smoke is thick. It's been working well. Water levels are dropping, but no one knows what impact further rain will have. What would you do if this place wasn't open? We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
It's really scary. We're terrified.
In this community, I'm told that everybody knows someone affected by COVID.
Hopefully this will be the last wave.
I never knew they would make it. It's amazing.
Change seems tantalisingly close in this corner of the UK. Wales was the first to introduce the plastic bag charge. This is my patch, my specialism. It's also my home.
Time now to get all the very latest sports news from David.
This Sky News Sports Bulletin is brought to you by Vitality. Getting more people more active. Live life with Vitality.
Welcome to the Roast restaurant here in central London. We are lucky enough today to be joined by 3 elite athletes. Now they're going to be cooking a cultural dish all related to their heritage. It's going to be fun. Let's go see who they are. Right, we're very lucky. We found a gap in the training schedule of a great British Olympic athlete. Lavia Nilsson's joined us in the kitchen, cooking for us today. What have you got for us, Lavia?
So this is a traditional Sudanese dish. That's my mum's heritage. It's called mahshi in Arabic, but it's basically a stuffed vegetable dish. It's got rice, and we're doing a vegan version today with some brown lentils instead of mincemeat. So yeah, really excited about it. My sister and I, we learned from our mum, you know, the value of a home-cooked meal.
And you're sort of growing up in your household, I think you said your mum was Sudanese and Egyptian.
control, annexed by Israel back in 1967, an annexation that isn't recognised by many countries. But there they have said to the Palestinian families, if you celebrate the return of your loved ones, if you even hand out sweets, you could be fined 70,000 shekels, which is well over £10,000. And they've made similar requests or demands of the Palestinians here, but they were ignored last night. What I think they want to avoid tonight, and you'd imagine the Palestinian Authority rivals of Hamas in the West Bank will want to avoid as well, is those scenes we saw yesterday of the green flags of Hamas being waved, brandished over the bus of Palestinian prisoners as they came across the crossing, and the same colours in the crowd, which is why I think they're going to try and get the coach here to Al-Bira Municipal Centre, which is more of a Palestinian Authority stronghold. And down there, a crowd is gathering, waiting to welcome the Palestinian prisoners as they will come here from Bitunia crossing at some point in the coming hours. It feels like it's going to be more of a sort of subdued atmosphere, more of a formal welcoming. There's a podium set up for speeches, which we'll hear, and then the prisoners will be reunited with their families. And then the expectation is if this goes to plan, then we'll see a similar exchange tomorrow. But I think we're probably going to see more hitches. The Israelis say Hamas were playing games. We heard from Mark Regev earlier, telling Sky News that you need nerves of steel to deal with Hamas. I don't think the hitch and the setback and the delay that we've seen today is going to be the last one by any means.
Dominic, for the moment, thank you. We'll be back to you a little later on. Well, earlier, Israel Defense Forces spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari gave this update on the hostage situation.
We are determined to realize this evening's outline this evening, tonight. And this is why things have been delayed. You need to be patient. Things will happen, and we will update. There is some real-time progress happening right now. Things will happen, and we will inform you on every stage, just as we've promised. And we are preparing for a situation that tomorrow the arrangement will be carried out as is planned. But until something is finalized, it is not finalized, and there will be details about the list, and once we get these, we will first inform the families and then the media. That's regarding tomorrow.
Well, as anxious relatives await news on the release of their loved ones this evening, there was joy and relief for the hostages returned to Israel yesterday as they were reunited with family and friends. Amongst them, 9-year-old Ohad Munder, who was freed with his mother and grandmother after nearly 7 weeks in captivity. Our Middle East correspondent Alistair Bunkle reports from Tel Aviv.
This was the moment that 9-year-old Ohad Munder realised he was home and ran into the arms of his waiting father. After 49 days being held hostage in Gaza, he was freed along with his mother and grandmother. They only found out on Friday morning that they would be released.
It was tough. It was tough. They didn't have much to eat. And when they wanted to use the bathroom, they have to ask permission. And it took sometimes longer than they wanted. They didn't know exactly the exact details of what's going on, but they heard the noises, they heard the bombs, sometimes closer, sometimes more further.
Another family were celebrating in the same hospital. Doran Asher and her 2 young daughters were also released.
I dreamt that we went home.
You dreamt of going home. Now the dream has come true. We're home, that's it. Soon we will go to our house. We just came here to be checked by the doctor, and that's it, we go home.
And then there was Yafa Ada, the oldest hostage, taken from her kibbutz by Hamas and driven into Gaza on a golf buggy, but now surrounded once again by her grandchildren.
After almost 50 days in captivity, we got a chance to hug her again. We are very moved from her strength and from the way she was able to survive this experience.
The hospital said that many of the released hostages were too excited to sleep last night.
They're telling us their stories, and we're listening, and we're exciting with them, sometimes crying with them, but they can't share these stories.
Israel's Foreign Minister Eli Cohen met the 10 Thai nationals and 1 Filipino who were also let go by Hamas. For every hostage released, many more are still being held in Gaza, and the wait for news is agonizing.
firstly, being a mother and of a hostage, I'm happy for all the others who their loved ones will come out. Obviously, it's a good thing, but we have to remember that's only 25%.
The images of the missing are everywhere in Israel, on walls, lampposts, displayed in the windows of shops and homes. And that is why the release of every single Israeli hostage is a national moment for this country. Tonight in Tel Aviv, there was a rally to mark 50 days since the war began. Israelis gathered to await the news of the latest hostage release and pray for those still in Gaza. Even though the ceasefire has delivered a collective sigh of relief, the country is still holding its breath. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News in Tel Aviv.
Just want to bring you a bit of breaking news, an update on the situation. We're hearing from the Israel Defense Forces that based on information that has been received from the Red Cross, the hostages are currently on their way to the Rafah crossing in the Gaza Strip. And those will be the Israeli hostages, as confirmed by the Red Cross, are now on their journey to the Rafah crossing in the Gaza Strip. We'll keep you updated as soon as we get more information on that. In the meantime, joining me now from Washington, D.C. is former senior policy advisor to the U.S. State Department's Israel-Palestinian negotiating team, Laura Blumenfeld. Good evening to you. You will have heard me just giving out that information that the hostages are now on their way to the Rafah crossing in the Gaza Strip. Were you surprised by the hiccup that we experienced today?
Good evening. Just crossing my fingers to quote President Biden, absolutely not surprised. When I worked on the Israeli-Palestinian negotiating team in the U.S. State Department under President Obama, we had a saying that nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. And very often that meant the whole deal would blow up. And so this is a day-by-day ordeal as we try to free these hostages. And I expect there'll be future hiccups. The good news is Biden is passionate. Passionately committed to this. There was a hiccup this morning. He got on the phone on his Thanksgiving break on a Saturday. He called the emir of Qatar, and 3.5 hours later, it seemed like the deal was back on. So that's the good news. From the start, we've seen that kind of personal involvement, whether it was his own boots on the ground, flying out to Tel Aviv to meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu. He sent his battleships. He sent Blinken. So the U.S. president's all in. I think there will be hiccups ahead, but hopefully he'll be there to work through it.
Yes, I was going to ask you about the American involvement, because it's been reported that Qatar and Egypt basically brokered the way through this latest hiccup. But the involvement, as you say, of President Biden has been extremely high, and we understand will continue to be so.
Yeah, that's what's fascinating. You've got Qatar and Egypt and the Israel chief of the Mossad and the Americans. They're all diplomatic foxhole buddies now. So the positive view is that we can turn this into something else going forward following the war as we look toward a broader regional peace and understanding. As Secretary Blinken said, we can't go back to the status quo. So yes, Qataris have been, I would say, the linchpin here with the help of the Egyptians. From the first visit of Secretary Blinken to the region, I noticed he sort of paused, even sitting there in Tel Aviv, and said a very special thank you to Qatar for your help on the issue of the hostages. And this is just days after October 7th. So I think, there was this expectation that they would be a very, very productive diplomatic channel. And so far, so good.
But as you say, still a challenge. And the IDF had said that Hamas are playing games because they had stuck to the letter of the truce, although Hamas was saying that humanitarian aid hadn't been allowed through. Can we expect more of the same following on the rest of the days of this ceasefire?
I'm afraid so. And this is the Middle East, so there's going to be haggling over the price of the hostages, so to speak. Right now it's 3-1, but it's helpful for the viewers to remember that in 2011 there were over 1,000 prisoners exchanged, Palestinian prisoners exchanged for one single Israeli soldier. So the price is probably going to go up. The conditions will change. It's a nail biter, down to the nub.
In your experience of these matters and this particular area of politics, do you think it is likely that it will go past the 4 days of ceasefire? Do you think it's likely there will be an extension?
I think that there will be. I think that there's an opportunity, and especially domestically in Israel, they're desperate to bring their people home. There's going to be tremendous pressure by the Israeli public to extend the pause. For as long as there are Israelis being held in Gaza, that pressure is going to be on the Israeli military. They'd like to finish the job. They have not accomplished their stated goal, which is eradicating Hamas and creating a buffer zone. On the other hand, there's going to be domestic and international pressure as aid groups go in and start to report on the suffering, the tremendous bloodshed and suffering on the civilian side among the Palestinians. I think that you're going to see a day and another day and another day, and time is not on Israel's side militarily during these pauses.
Does it disappoint you that Benjamin Netanyahu has said that once the ceasefire is over, whether it's extended or not, the war will continue?
Netanyahu is, I hate to say it, but he's kind of almost, he's relevant, he's the prime minister, but even his own people recognize his irrelevance. He's not, I wouldn't call him quite dead man walking, but politically he's finished. So it's hard to even speak about him in terms of disappointment for what he's saying. People are absolutely disgusted and dismayed, his own public, at how he handled the situation and how he led to this moment where, you know, he failed to fulfill his basic commitment, which is keeping his people safe. They're just waiting till they get through this war.
Aside from the individual, the personality of Benjamin Netanyahu, do you think it's wrong to express that sentiment at this time, that the future entails war?
Well, I think that's going to be an increasing point of tension between the United States and Israel, because they're wondering what is Netanyahu's endgame, right? Where is this all leading to? You know, our president have said very clearly that we're looking for a two-state solution. That's the only way forward. And he's not willing to consider that. So, you know, a lot of people feel like all he's thinking about is his own political survival, which is not the place where certainly the Israeli public is. They're not worrying about Netanyahu's survival. They're worrying about their own existential struggle.
OK, Laura Blumenfeld, thank you very much for speaking to us and sharing your expertise. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good evening.
Here in the UK, tens of thousands of people have marched on the streets of London demanding a permanent ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. Officers handed out leaflets providing what they called absolute clarity on what would be deemed an offence. The Metropolitan Police says 18 arrests were made. Our communities correspondent Becky Johnson has been speaking to some of those on the march.
Tens of thousands marched through London. This, the first large-scale pro-Palestinian demonstration since ugly scenes in the capital on Armistice Day. Leaflets handed out by police warned anyone inciting hatred would be arrested. Along the route, police from forces around the country had been brought in to support the Met.
Well, they're doing their job and we're doing our job. It's not a hate march because you can see it's really peaceful.
Nothing's going to happen. Everything's fine. It's peaceful.
But away from the main march, a separate, much smaller protest organised by Hizb ut-Tahrir, the same group that held a demo last month where the word jihad was chanted. There were tears for Palestinian children, but police on alert. 2 women were pulled over by officers and asked to translate their banners.
The best translation would be, who will roll up the sleeves for heaven?
But without an independent interpreter on the ground, police asked the women to wait. This is an example of the difficult balancing act police have, allowing free speech, but not allowing anything that incites hatred or promotes terrorism. After several minutes of confusion, they arrested them.
You're under arrest on suspicion of Section 4A religious, Section 4A aggravated public order.
How can you arrest us for
You
something you don't know what it
but it may
means,
harm the
though?
defence.
They were taken to a police station for questioning. Back on the main march, demonstrators said protests will continue until there's a permanent ceasefire, not just a temporary halt to the fighting.
It's a pause, it's not a ceasefire. We want Israel to stop bombing Gaza.
That's why we're out. We want peace. That's what we're out for.
And organisers defended the rights of the protesters.
We have very clear laws that define what is and what is not acceptable. The police's job is to implement those laws. They have been policing these marches. They have had to arrest a handful of people. We know they're under huge political pressure, including people who are trying to conflate anti-Semitism with legitimate advocacy for Palestinian rights.
But those suspected of crossing a line were taken away by officers. Proactive policing after criticism by some of too little intervention at previous protests. And at the end, a small group causing trouble faced a robust response. Becky Johnson, Sky News, Central London.
Coming up, after a knife attack in broad daylight and a night of riots, we speak to the community in Dublin coming to terms with the violence.
Big stories don't always come from big cities. I'm Lisa Dowd and I'm Sky's Midlands correspondent, and this is where I grew up. We can reveal that the driver who hit Harry Dunn is 42-year-old Anne Sakoulas.
Just met the president and we never thought we'd get this far.
This is what they're up against, that the wind is the really big problem. It is back-breaking work and the smoke is thick. It's been working well. Water levels are dropping, but no one knows what impact further rain will have. What would you do if this place wasn't open? We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
It's really scary. We're terrified.
In this community, I'm told that everybody knows someone affected by COVID.
Hopefully this will be the last wave.
I never knew they would make it. It's amazing.
Change seems tantalisingly close in this corner of the UK. Wales was the...
Just want to bring you these live shots now that we are seeing, and we believe these to be the Israeli hostages crossing the Rafah crossing into the Gaza Strip. We believe that they have actually made that crossing. We saw a convoy go past that shot in screen. 13 Israelis and 7 foreigners, we believe. These are the very latest pictures. Making that crossing in exchange for 39 Palestinians. There was a delay, as you will be aware, earlier today with Hamas stopping any exchange and saying that humanitarian aid had not been delivered as per the truce agreed with Israel. Israel disputed that and said that they had stuck to the details of that truce agreement to the letter, and that in fact Hamas were playing games. But nonetheless, Qatar and Egypt stepped in to mediate and were able to resolve the hiccup, which has now resulted in the release of the Israeli hostages being held in Gaza. These are the very latest pictures, but the live shot now, I think, just showing the area after that crossing has been made by those hostages, who we believe are now on their way to freedom possibly to first be taken through medical checks before they then can be reunited with their families. Families who've been on a roller coaster ride today, not knowing whether they would actually be released, having been informed that that would be the case, and then to have it stalled for about an hour or so whilst negotiations continued to allow the exchange to take place. So those are the very latest pictures at the Rafah crossing, with the Israeli hostages and 7 foreigners amongst them being released in exchange for 39 Palestinians. We'll keep you updated on that story throughout the course of the evening, of course. A 5-year-old girl injured in a knife attack outside a Dublin school on Thursday remains in a critical condition in hospital. That attack was followed by riots and violence in the Irish capital. Police are searching through 6,000 hours of CCTV and have already made 34 arrests. In Dublin, people are still coming to terms with the violence, as our correspondent Sadia Chowdhury reports.
Nestled in the outskirts of one of the world's most welcoming cities, this is Dublin's Liberty Market. But the freedom that was once on offer here is starting to show signs of erosion.
But we're bringing the people into the country, and the minute they get here, they get everything. They're getting a medical card, they're getting house, people, all these people are living on the street. So, I mean, I don't see, there's no fairness.
Larry calls downtown Dublin a no-go zone.
There's no way I go down because it's like a no-go area. It's so many nationalities into town that people are afraid to walk down the town.
If it wasn't before, it certainly could look like a no-go area today. Dublin's night of violence has left its Black Friday shopping weekend quiet. People off is the main reason. I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner, to be honest.
If you're helping other people, help the people as well that have been here longer. Otherwise, it's going to create conflict.
There are divided issues here, but Ireland is a welcome place for immigrants.
The unrest came after anti-immigration sentiment grew in small parts of the country, some of it exacerbated by crimes attributed to migrants. Frustrations about immigration are worsened by a long-running housing crisis. In Dublin, house prices and rents are simply unaffordable. That means overcrowding in socially deprived inner-city areas. Homelessness is also at record levels. Aisha and Sabina say immigration has become the scapegoat. Thursday night's violence has frightened them.
It is shameful that we had to cancel the soup run because of the things that happened in town. We have the service users who are vulnerable as well, but this type of incident never ever has happened. Even though you call the country your home and you give all you can, you do what you can to give back to the society, but if something like this happens, you do feel unsafe and you do feel unwanted.
The soup kitchen serves about 500 mostly Irish people every week, immigrants serving indigenous communities. The city is changing and not everyone likes it. Sadia Chowdhury, Sky News in Dublin.
Let's take a look at the weather for you now.
Warm memories wherever you go. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
After a cold start to the weekend, conditions will become milder for Sunday. However, this will be a brief respite as rain clearing southeastward on Monday will return colder air from the north. This evening, it'll be dry for most, with temperatures dropping sharply under clear skies. It'll be milder over Ireland and the southwest, where cloud will increase, bringing rain into the far west. This will spread east overnight, with cloud extending into Wales, western Scotland and the southwest. For the rest of the country, there'll be a widespread and severe frost, along with some patchy freezing fog. This will clear to sunshine, especially for Scotland and eastern counties.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
This is Sky News. Coming up, the second group of hostages released by Hamas have been seen entering the Rafah border crossing towards Egypt. We'll bring you all the very latest.
Hello and welcome back to Sky News with me, Yalda Hakim, live from Jerusalem. Let's take you straight to the Rafah crossing, where we can show you now at 11:30 in the evening the latest developments. These are images that have come to us just a little while ago, where you can see that Red Cross convoy emerging from Gaza and crossing over through the Rafah crossing into Egypt. Now, we understand that that convoy has 13 Israelis and 4 foreigners that were received by the Red Cross, and they've made their way to Rafah. That was information that came to us from the Qatari Foreign Ministry, and of course you can now see those images. We understand that the 13 Israelis, women and children who have been released, 8 of them are children and 5 women. 4 foreigners have been included, and this is something that
came and developed in the last few hours, where we understood that there would be potentially foreigners, not previously disclosed that foreigners would be included in the group today. We understood that it would be just like yesterday, 13 Israelis, women and children. We understand that there are 8 children in that group and 5 women. But that has now included 4 foreigners. Now, this agreement that we've seen that began yesterday, and yesterday really was following the kind of plan that we were told it would. So at 7 o'clock in the morning local time, the ceasefire was put into place. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we were told that the first hostages would emerge, those 13 hostages, women and children and the elderly. And that was pretty much bang on time. So just about 4:15 in the afternoon, we saw those hostages emerge. And then a few hours after that, we saw 39 Palestinian women and children come out of Israeli prisons, the Offa prison in the West Bank. But tonight, we've had some difficulties. There was a hitch. There was a delay. We were told earlier in the day that Hamas would delay this release of these hostages because they said that the aid that would be promised to northern Gaza hadn't reached northern Gaza. They said in the last 48 hours, the trucks of aids that had gone in, that there were roughly 340 trucks that had gone in, and only 65 had reached northern Gaza. Although we'd heard from the Palestinian Red Cross, they said that they had managed to get a lot of aid to northern Gaza. So there were intense negotiations and discussions throughout the day between the Qataris, between the Egyptians, speaking to the Israelis and Hamas. The US officials were also getting involved because there was so much angst and nervousness about this truce somehow breaking down. We were also told earlier by diplomats who were aware of the mediations in the region. They told Sky News that this was just technical issues that they were hoping to iron out. And it appears now at 11:30 in the evening, about 7.5 hours after they were due to be released, these 13 hostages, women and children, 8 Israeli children, 5 women, and also 4 foreigners. We don't know the nationalities of these foreigners, but we know that they are part of this group. They weren't initially supposed to be, or we weren't told, but just in the last hour or so, we learned that there would be foreigners included in the group that would be coming out. So it's been quite a day, a roller coaster day, full of uncertainty, full of angst, both from the families of the hostages. They had been told that their families would be released today. I spoke earlier to the uncle of 2 hostages, young children, 13 and 16 years old, a young girl and boy who would be released. And he said he was just full of anxiety, full of frustration, because he couldn't understand what was causing this delay. And we were being told that there needed to be patience, that they were trying to work through this deal and to make sure that it wasn't going to collapse, because, of course, so many things are at stake here. This truce has so many layers. The ceasefire element, so that the bombardment, the ground offensive would stop. And then, of course, the hostage element of it as well. The fact that these hostages are being released over these 4 days, 50 Israeli women and children released over 4 days in exchange for 150 Palestinian women and children who are going to be released from those prisons. And so a lot of angst, a lot of tension throughout the day. Qataris, Egyptians, the Americans, the Israelis, working with Hamas to find out what the issues are, to iron those out, to ensure that this truce doesn't actually break down. And now you're looking again at incredibly moving images of the Red Cross convoy making its way out into Egypt, where just if we follow what happened yesterday, and we can just see there some of the young children in that vehicle. Just a glimpse of them in those vehicles once it zooms in. You can just see a little bit of the people coming out. And if it does follow what happened yesterday, the Red Cross did initial medical checks, and then they're taken to Egypt to a medical facility, quite a large medical facility where there are dozens of ambulances waiting alongside medical teams to examine, to ensure that they are in good health. And then they hand it over to the IDF. And that's when the IDF, with special training, ensure that they handle the children, the elderly, the women with care, not to further traumatize them, because of course they have spent 7 weeks in captivity, so much uncertainty. Many of these children aren't fully aware of what actually transpired. Some of them wouldn't even know that perhaps their parents or family members, grandparents, were killed on October 7 when they were taken into Gaza as hostages. From the stories that have emerged today, and our correspondents have been speaking to the families of the hostages who were released in the last 24 hours, we're hearing stories like they didn't even know that a war had broken out, that they would occasionally hear sounds of bombardment, sometimes close, sometimes further away, but they weren't actually aware of what was happening, which probably gives you a sense of perhaps they were kept in the tunnels that Hamas has. There's still so much uncertainty about what actually happened, where they were over the course of the 7 weeks. But right now, good news, a sigh of relief from all sides. The Qataris who were here in Israel today, a delegation arrived to try and work out how to extend this 4-day truce, to try and extend it further beyond the 4 days, because this is providing respite to 2 million Gazans. We've been told throughout the course of the last 7 weeks that over 14,000 Palestinians have been killed as a result of this conflict, half of them children. For them, this is a moment of pause and a moment of respite. And of course, yesterday we also know that there were 10 Thai nationals who were also part of the release of these hostages, one Filipina. They have been met by Eli Cohen, the foreign minister of Israel. They've been met by embassy staff. They also have gone through the medical checks. But there isn't any certainty about what the actual nationality of the 4 foreigners who have come out today. So there's just been a day full of uncertainty and angst, but it does now appear just before midnight, just before the 2nd day of this truce ends. So many aspects of it went according to plan in terms of aid entering Gaza, the much needed aid, the desperation, the fuel that needs to enter Gaza. So much relies on the fuel, which of course all of these elements stopped as a result of the bombardment, the conflict, the fighting. But there's been a level of uncertainty, and now we understand Egyptian media are showing live images of hostages getting checked on Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing. So as soon as we get those images, we will be bringing those to you live as well. So really following what happened yesterday, let me bring in my colleague Dominic Waghorn, who joins us now from the West Bank. And Dominic, I mean, everyone was really holding their breath because there is so much at stake here. The ceasefire, the hostages being released, the prisoners being released. We're looking now at live images of that medical facility in Egypt at the Rafah crossing, where we saw yesterday the hostages being treated and checked, preliminary checks, same sort of white bus parked outside, waiting to take them away and hand them over to the IDF.
Yes, and I think we're seeing these pictures that are coming in taken from the Rafah crossing. As you say, I don't think we're seeing the pictures that Egyptian TV is reportedly showing, which is of the hostages getting out of the vehicles and being checked. And what we haven't seen tonight, I don't think, is pictures that we saw yesterday of these Red Cross vehicles driving through Khan Yunis, being applauded and to the sound of cheering as Palestinians celebrated them going, but also the fact that this ceasefire was intact, a ceasefire that has brought in now desperately needed fuel, as you were saying, desperately needed aid, desperately needed medical supplies. We saw on our own team in Gaza today filmed people queuing with cooking gas canisters, because for the first time cooking gas has been able to get into Gaza, and desperately needed cooking gas so that the people of Gaza can cook and keep themselves warm as the temperatures begin to come down in Gaza as autumn approaches, and also able to get in fuel as well, so people queuing for that. We also interviewed, our team in Gaza interviewed a doctor who said he hoped that this ceasefire could become permanent, because only when the ceasefire is in place can he really do his job, and the many other medics in Gaza do their jobs as well. So I think those hopes are still being held by Gazans, and obviously there was a lot of concern, a lot of anxiety, as you say, a lot of angst in Gaza and in Israel, and here where I am on the West Bank, that this entire deal could fall apart, because Hamas, at around the time when the hostages were expected to be released, and in fact at the same time, almost exactly the same time as Haaretz newspaper and other papers were claiming the hostages had indeed been handed over to the Red Cross, Hamas called time on it and said that it felt that Israel had reneged on the deal on a couple of points, one to do with the prisoner list, it's thought, but also mainly to do with the amount of aid that they said Israel had not sent in to Gaza in sufficient quantities. And then there was a period of uncertainty and concern that the deal would fall apart. And we heard from Mark Regev, the Israeli official, saying that you need nerves of steel to deal with Hamas, accusing Hamas of playing games. I think many in Israel will say what Hamas did today was simply a kind of flexing its muscles, showing that it is still calling the shots and showing that it is very much in control of this process. Hamas, though, saying that Israel was playing games, that it was going back on its deal. I doubt we'll get to the bottom of that, but I think it's fair to say it's probably not the last hitch that we're going to see in a ceasefire that's meant to last for 4 days. And that hitch that emerged was actually sort of against what we had seen earlier in the day, when the Egyptians said that both sides were talking about extending the truce. They were so happy with the way things were going, they wanted to extend it for a day or two. That may still happen. I think we're going to have a roller coaster ride, and I think the families of the hostages waiting to get their loved ones out of Gaza will have yet more torment and cruel waiting and agony ahead, as their hopes are raised and then dashed. And as we saw today, it's unimaginable to think about what they're going through. But these pictures, obviously, great consolation to them as the next batch of hostages come out of Gaza. 13 Israelis. We're told by Haaretz newspaper only 4 foreign nationals. There were reports there were going to be 7. They're now heading out of Gaza, and they will be heading for medical triage, and then eventually to be reunited with their families. And then a few hours later, we expect Israel to keep its side of the bargain, as it did last night, sending over a coach of what is expected to be 39 Palestinian prisoners, because the ratio of prisoners being released to hostages being released is 3 to 1. So we expect 39 prisoners to be released. They will be women and teenage boys, as per the terms of the truce. They will come across from Ofer detention centre in Israel and into the West Bank through the Betunia crossing, as they did yesterday. And then they're coming here to the Bira municipality building behind me, where crowds are gathering and anticipating them arriving here, presumably in another big white coach, where they will be greeted with speeches, celebrations, and then they will be reunited with their families here on the West Bank.
Yeah, Dom, I mean, really exactly what you've just described, the roller coaster ride, the angst. We're just seeing some images because we understand that the 4 foreigners who have been released are again Thai nationals. So very similar to yesterday. Yesterday, 10 Thai nationals were released alongside 1 Filipino. And we can see images there of the 4 other Thai nationals who have also been released today. And there's more information coming out. We understand that 9-year-old Emily Hand, who was taken from Kibbutz Be'eri, and we're told she celebrated her birthday last night in captivity. So a real sense of relief. Her mother died when she was very young, but we're told that her family really rallied to get her back. And so you're seeing there a split screen, some of the hostages sitting in a waiting room lounge, waiting to be examined, and then others have already made their way onto that bus. You can see some of those children sitting there in what looks like their pajamas, and it could be still the clothes that they were wearing when they left 7 weeks ago. So many details remain uncertain about what happened and what transpired over the 7 weeks. And we've been working with our correspondents to get more information, to learn more about what happened when they were taken into captivity. And our correspondent Alistair Bunkle was telling me today that he spoke to one family of a hostage that was released, and they were saying that they weren't aware, actually, that a war had broken out, that they could hear bombardment every now and then, sometimes far, sometimes near, but they didn't actually know what was going on. So it just gives you a little sense of just what was going on for them, as well as for the people of Gaza over the last 7 weeks who have endured this intense bombardment. And the death toll, of course, has risen. The food, water, aid, fuel running out in Gaza. We've been warned of all sorts of humanitarian crises. So a real respite for them with this truce as well. So much was at stake, so much hanging, and so many concerns on both sides. On the Israeli side, because people wanted their family members back, their citizens back, the pain and the trauma that this nation has suffered since October the 7th. It's a very small nation, a very tight-knit country, so everyone seems to know someone who was either killed or taken hostage, and so they really have felt the pain of this. And then on the Palestinian side, right across the board, the pain and suffering and the tragedy of the Palestinian people, as we saw the death toll mount as the bombardment continued, and the conflict between Hamas and Israel intensified. And of course, the angst of today, where we saw this truce almost fall apart, the sensitivity, the fragility of this truce, and the fact that neither side trusts each other, where we suddenly had Hamas say that they're delaying it. They didn't say they were suspending it, but they were saying they were delaying it because they were unhappy about the level of aid reaching northern Gaza. And then the frustration, we saw a number of press conferences from the Israeli side trying to understand what the issues were and working alongside the Qataris, the Egyptians, the Americans, all sides that have been at the forefront of these negotiations coming together to try and iron out the issues. And no doubt there will be more issues over the coming days. So far, we've gotten through 48 hours of this truce. It's now 10 to midnight, and literally at 10 to midnight, we're finally seeing these hostages released. And this was supposed to happen at least 7 or 8 hours ago. Yesterday, if you were to follow yesterday's playbook, in the morning we saw the ceasefire. It began a little bit shaky, and then about 15 or 20 minutes in, we understood that the bombardment had stopped. We heard reports of some people being shot at by the IDF as they tried to move from one part of Gaza to another to check their homes, to try and retrieve the dead and pull people out of the rubble, and to check if they had any possessions left following 7 weeks of intense bombardment. But that ceasefire held. And then at 4 o'clock, around 4 o'clock, we saw those incredibly moving images of that convoy making its way out of Gaza, to cheers from the Palestinians when they saw these hostages being released and leaving, because they knew for them it meant respite, that the aid would come, that there would be a pause in the fighting. And now, finally, we're seeing these other 13 Israeli nationals and 4 Thai nationals coming out, making their way to freedom. We have been receiving some of the names of the hostages. 9-year-old Emily Hand. I understand we may have a picture of her, if we can pull that up onto the screen. This is Emily Hand. She celebrated her birthday last night, we're told. Today, she is free to go back to her family. We were also told and given a little bit more detail, her mother is believed to have passed away from cancer when she was just 2.5 years old. And her family have rallied since October the 7th to campaign to pressure the government. The government here has been under immense pressure. They have camped outside of the Ministry of Defense for weeks, families of the hostages in Tel Aviv. They've turned the square there into what they've described as hostage square, and pictures of people like Emily, children like Emily, on screens throughout Tel Aviv. Just a reminder to the people of Israel, to the people of the world, not to forget about these hostages who have been trapped for 7 weeks. Emily now free to go back to her family. We're also learning here about a three-year-old Yale, who has been released alongside Neve, and who's 8, and Adi Shoham, their mother. Their father and Adi Shoham's husband remains in captivity. Now, we mustn't forget that this deal only includes 50 Israeli, and obviously now perhaps more than 50 now that we're learning about these foreign nationals, but the initial deal was 50 Israeli women and children, the elderly, to be released over the course of the 4 days. We're seeing some elderly people come out as well, but no men. And really, the families of the men have another sort of anxiety. The people I've been speaking to have said it's bittersweet. We've become one large community fighting for our family members to be returned. And while we're happy for those who have come out, there's the pain of those more than 200 others who remain in Gaza tonight. But we're going to leave you with these images of the Rafah crossing, of the Red Cross convoy making its way out just close to midnight, almost 7 or 8 hours after they were first supposed to be released, because, of course, Hamas said there would be a delay. They didn't suspend it. They said there was a delay. They were unhappy about the level of aid reaching northern Gaza. And you'll know that northern Gaza has received the most intense amount of bombardment. But tonight, these Israeli citizens, women and children, alongside 4 Thai nationals, have made their way to freedom. We'll be back in the next few minutes with all the latest for News at 10.
The 5 of us have made it out of the car.
Welcome to Backstage, the film and TV podcast.
This is Sky News at 10, live from Jerusalem. I'm Yalda Hakim, our top story. 13 Israeli hostages cross into Egypt and freedom tonight after being handed over to the Red Cross. The group includes 5 women and 8 children. We're live at the hospital on standby to receive them. Among them, Emily Hand, who celebrated her 9th birthday in captivity. All day, families held their breath as the deal with Hamas appeared to falter before mediators intervened. We're live on the West Bank, where 39 Palestinian prisoners will also be let go as part of the agreement. Those released yesterday are finally back with their families after 7 long weeks apart.
I'm Gillian Joseph. The other main stories at 10. A number of arrests are made at a pro-Palestinian march in London. The Irish police on high alert after stabbings and riots in Dublin. And we'll take a first look at tomorrow's front pages in our press preview from 10:30.
Good evening from Jerusalem as we witness the second Israeli hostage handover finally taking place after a day of delay. The group, made up of 5 women and 8 children, has passed across the Rafah crossing in a convoy of Red Cross vehicles and is heading to a hospital in Egypt. On the West Bank, 39 Palestinian prisoners will also be let go as part of the agreement. For much of today, it felt like the handover might never happen. A statement from Hamas accused Israel of not fully fulfilling its part of the truce, forcing Qatar and Egypt to intervene and get things back on track. Our international affairs correspondent Dominique Waghorn reports.
Hours later than expected, after a nerve-wracking night for their families, the next group of hostages emerging in Gaza. More extraordinary scenes as they drove through its streets on the way to Israel and freedom. Hamas had accused Israel of reneging on their deal, but with 11th hour Egyptian and Qatari diplomacy, the hitch was overcome. Israel's government accused its enemy of playing games, with more likely still to come.
But I think when dealing with a group like Hamas, we need nerves of steel. We know that they will, if they can stress people on our side a bit longer, they'll try to do so. But they have that commitment. The humanitarian pause is based on that commitment, and they are obligated to release our people.
The ceasefire brought hope to the people of Gaza for a second day, as desperately needed aid poured in by the truckload. Sky's team filmed in Khan Yunis, where there was a chance to get fuel and, for the first time, gas for cooking, with supplies now going in.
We hope the truce extends and the people's conditions improve, provide fuel for the people as well as their living necessities, nothing more. What else would we want?
The truce means a reprieve for doctors too, but is only temporary. Dr. Nazar Tabish told our team it was essential the ceasefire continues for him to do his job.
To be frank, if the ceasefire continues, I'll be here in the hospital in the mornings, carrying out my duties, and then in the clinic in the evening. But if the ceasefire is over, and there's no new ceasefire, I'll go to the refugee centres like any other citizens, and I'll carry out my duties from the schools.
On the West Bank at the Batunia crossing, they were waiting in the gloom for news of the prisoner release. Eyewitnesses told us Israelis had opened far earlier and couldn't be trusted.
I trust only my people, my family and God. I don't trust them from here to there.
This is where the coach holding the Palestinian prisoners was greeted by crowds of jubilant Palestinians last night. Very different feeling here tonight. Feels pretty eerie and jittery. The Palestinians we've been talking to are suspicious of us as journalists and very wary about what the Israelis are doing down the road there, because they've been using live ammunition against them earlier on this evening. So whereas last night there was a sense of celebration, tonight just a real feeling of uncertainty. This truce may be back on track for now, but Hamas says Israel is not acting in good faith. Israel's defence minister landed in Gaza by sea today with a message. The offensive will begin again when this truce is done, or perhaps earlier if Hamas delays it again. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News on the West Bank.
And we'll be speaking to Dominique in a minute, but as anxious relatives await news on the release of their loved ones this evening, there was joy and relief for the hostages returned to Israel yesterday as they were reunited with family and friends.
This was the moment that 9-year-old Ohad Munda realised he was home and ran into the arms of his waiting father. After 49 days being held hostage in Gaza, he was freed along with his mother and grandmother. They only found out on Friday morning that they would be released.
It was tough. It was tough. They didn't have much to eat. And when they wanted to use the bathroom, they have to ask permission, and it took sometimes longer than they wanted. They didn't know exactly the exact details of what's going on, but they heard the noises, they heard the bombs, sometimes closer, sometimes more further.
Another family was celebrating in the same hospital. Doran Asher and her 2 young daughters were also released.
I dreamt that we went home.
You dreamt of going home. Now the dream has come true. We're home, that's it. Soon we will go to our house. We just came here to be checked by the doctor, and that's it, we go home.
And then there was Yafa Ada, the oldest hostage, taken from her kibbutz by Hamas and driven into Gaza on a golf buggy, but now surrounded once again by her grandchildren.
After almost 50 days in captivity, we got a chance to hug her again. We are very moved from her strength and from the way she was able to survive this experience.
The hospital said that many of the released hostages were too excited to sleep last night.
They're telling us their stories, and we're listening, and we're exciting with them, sometimes crying with them, but I can't share these stories.
Israel's Foreign Minister Eli Cohen met the 10 Thai nationals and 1 Filipino who were also let go by Hamas. For every hostage released, many more are still being held in Gaza, and the wait for news is agonizing.
Firstly, being a mother and of a hostage, I'm happy for all the others who their loved ones will come out. Obviously, it's a good thing. But we have to remember that's only 25%.
The images of the missing are everywhere in Israel, on walls, lampposts, displayed in the windows of shops and homes. And that is why the release of every single Israeli hostage is a national moment for this country. Tonight in Tel Aviv, there was a rally to mark 50 days since the war began. Israelis gathered to await the news of the latest hostage release and pray for those still in Gaza.
Okay, that was Alistair Bunkle reporting there. Well, let's go straight to our Dominic Waghorn, who's in Al-Bira, outside the government building where the Palestinian prisoners are expected to arrive. And Dom, I mean, it's been quite a day, an emotionally charged day, a sort of roller coaster day full of angst, because for the families waiting for their relatives to arrive, really on both sides. The Israelis were waiting for their women and children to arrive, and of course released from Israeli prisons were 39 women and children, and so many people waiting for them to come home.
Yeah, it has been an extraordinary day, up and down. As you say, it began, or in the afternoon, we had very encouraging signs saying not only did this truce look like it was still on track, the ceasefire had held, but also the Egyptians were saying that both the Israelis and Hamas were saying that they had an appetite to extend the truce beyond the 4 days and nights to another day or two, which could have seen more hostages being released. And then, as we heard from reports from Israeli newspapers that the hostages were being handed over to the Red Cross, we then had the statement from the Al-Qassam brigades, the Hamas military wing, saying that they were not going to go ahead with it, accusing the Israelis of reneging on their part of the deal, saying that not enough aid was going in today. The Israelis had gone back on their commitment to put in certain amounts of aid to Gaza. And then we had this 11th hour urgent intervention diplomatically by the Egyptians and the Qataris. The Qataris had arrived here early in the day, which is unusual because the Qataris, of course, although they're involved in mediation, don't have diplomatic relations with Israel, having cut them off in 2009 after an Israeli military war in Gaza back then, Operation Cast Lead. So I think their presence here, but also the Egyptians intervening, sending a delegation into Rafah to intercede with Sinwar, the leader of Hamas in Gaza. All of that led to a breakthrough and the hitch being overcome. The Israelis say Hamas were just playing games. They were just doing this to flex their muscles, to show that they were calling the shots and in control of this process. I don't think we'll get to the bottom of that. The bottom line, though, is, of course, that these hostages have now, as we've seen, been released in Gaza. And one name obviously leaps out at us. I think that is 9-year-old Emily Hand, because her story is extraordinary. Her father, Thomas Hand, gave an extraordinary interview in the days after October the 7th, saying that the fact that he thought his daughter had died because her remains were thought to have been found was a cause for him to be relieved and to be happy, because he said he knew what happened inside Gaza and he couldn't imagine a worse fate for his daughter than falling into the hands of Hamas. And then the Israelis said they believed, they had intelligence leading them to believe that Emily was in fact alive. And she has now emerged from Gaza, one of the 13 being released, 13 Israelis being released by Hamas. And the other name that Israel is highlighting today is Hila Rotem Shoshani. She's 13. She's from Be'eri as well as Emily Hand. But her mother, Raya, has not been released, not in the terms of the truce. Families were not meant to be separated. So the Israelis are saying that the fact that she's been released but not her mother is Hamas breaking the terms of the truce. So that may cause trouble tomorrow in terms of how this truce is prosecuted and viewed by the Israelis. But I think the bottom line is that these Israelis are coming home. So far the truce is holding, and we're going to see here at some point the Palestinian women and male teenagers being released from off-air prison to the west of here on the West Bank, going to the Petunia crossing. And what we saw last night was a huge amount of tear gas fired ahead of the 39 released yesterday. Well, we just had reports from Petunia saying a lot of tear gas has been fired there. So that may be a prelude to these hostages, these prisoners, coming through in a bus. They are to the Israelis terrorists, to the people here, though, waiting for them in Ramallah, in the square down below me here. They are heroes of the resistance against Israel's occupation of the West Bank that goes back to 1967. I think we're going to see more sort of low-key celebrations here. We saw extraordinary euphoria and jubilation on the streets of Petunia yesterday, and we also saw Hamas green flags, a cause of concern, of course, for the Israelis and for the Palestinian Authority here in the West Bank. But I think we're going to see more of a controlled homecoming here today in Al-Bira, outside the council buildings there. There's a podium set up for officials to give speeches. They'll be taken off the coach when they get here, and then they too, like the Israeli hostages, will be reunited with their families at some point tonight.
Well, as you say, Dom, a very long 48 hours have passed, and another 48 hours of this truce to go, and then we'll have to see what happens beyond that point. Thank you so much for bringing us up to date. Well, that's it from Jerusalem for now. Sky News will continue to cover all the latest developments from here as we wait and see how things develop over the coming days. But for now, back to you, Gillian, in the studio.
Yalda, thank you. Here in the UK, tens of thousands of people have marched on the streets of London demanding a permanent ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. Officers handed out leaflets providing what they called absolute clarity on what would be deemed an offence. The Metropolitan Police says 18 arrests were made. Our Communities correspondent Becky Johnson has been speaking to some of those on the march.
Tens of thousands marched through London. This, the first large-scale pro-Palestinian demonstration since ugly scenes in the capital on Armistice Day. Leaflets handed out by police warned anyone inciting hatred would be arrested. Along the route, police from forces around the country had been brought in to support the Met.
Well, they're doing their job and we're doing our job. It's not a hate march because you can see it's really peaceful.
Nothing's going to happen. Everything's fine. It's peaceful.
But away from the main march, a separate, much smaller protest organised by Hizb ut-Tahrir, the same group that held a demo last month where the word jihad was chanted. There were tears for Palestinian children, but police on alert. 2 women were pulled over by officers and asked to translate their banners.
The best translation would be, who will roll up the sleeves for heaven?
But without an independent interpreter on the ground, police asked the women to wait. This is an example of the difficult balancing act police have, allowing free speech, but not allowing anything that incites hatred or promotes terrorism. After several minutes of confusion, they arrested them.
You're under arrest on suspicion in Section 4A, Section 4A, aggravated public order.
How can you arrest us for
You don't
something you
say
don't know what
anything,
it
but it may
means,
harm the
though?
defence.
They were taken to a police station for questioning. Back on the main march, demonstrators said protests will continue until there's a permanent ceasefire, not just a temporary halt to the fighting.
It's a pause, it's not a ceasefire. We want Israel to stop bombing Gaza. That's why we're out. We want peace, that's what we're out for.
And organisers defended the rights of the protesters.
We have very clear laws that define what is and what is not acceptable. The police's job is to implement those laws. They have been policing these marches. They have had to arrest a handful of people. We know they're under huge political pressure, including people who are trying to conflate anti-Semitism with legitimate advocacy for Palestinian rights.
But those suspected of crossing a line were taken away by officers. Proactive policing after criticism by some of too little intervention at previous protests. And at the end, a small group causing trouble faced a robust response. Becky Johnson, Sky News, Central London.
Time now for a look at some of the day's other top stories. In the US, a former police officer who was convicted of killing George Floyd has been stabbed in prison. Derek Chauvin was attacked by another inmate while in prison in Arizona, according to a US law enforcement official. A fire in a shopping centre in Pakistan has killed at least 10 and injured 22 others. Police and local residents say it quickly tore through the multi-storey mall in Karachi. The cause is still unknown. 250 XL bully dogs in rescue centres may have to be put down before the new year. It will be illegal for rescue centres to rehome XL bullies, which leaves charities across the UK with no choice but to euthanise them. A 5-year-old girl injured in a knife attack outside a Dublin school on Thursday remains in a critical condition in hospital. That attack was followed by riots and violence in the Irish capital. Police are searching through 6,000 hours of CCTV and have already made 48 arrests. In Dublin, people are still coming to terms with the violence, as our correspondent Sadia Chowdhury reports.
Nestled in the outskirts of one of the world's most welcoming cities, this is Dublin's Liberty Market. But the freedom that was once on offer here is starting to show signs of erosion.
Well, we're bringing the people into the country, and the minute you get here, you get everything. They're getting a medical card, they're getting house, people, all these people are living on the street. So, I mean, I don't see, there's no fairness.
Larry calls downtown Dublin a no-go zone.
There's no way I go down because it's like a no-go area. It's so many nationalities into town that people are afraid to walk in down the town.
If it wasn't before, it certainly could look like a no-go area today. Dublin's night of violence has left its Black Friday shopping weekend quiet.
People off is the main reason. I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner, to be honest.
If you're helping other people, help the people as well that have been here longer. Otherwise, it's going to create conflict.
There are divided issues here, but Ireland is a welcome place for immigrants.
Thursday's unrest didn't look so welcoming. It followed growing anti-immigration sentiment in small parts of the country, some of it exacerbated by crimes attributed to migrants. Frustrations about immigration are worsened by a long-running housing crisis. In Dublin, house prices and rents are simply unaffordable. That means overcrowding in socially deprived inner-city areas. Homelessness is also at record levels. Aisha and Sabina say immigration has become the scapegoat. Thursday night's violence has frightened them.
It is shameful that we had to cancel the soup run because of the things that happened in town. We have the service users who are vulnerable as well, but this type of incident never ever has happened.
Even though you call the country your home and you give all you can, you do what you can to give back to the society, but if something like this happens, you do feel unsafe and you do feel unwanted.
The soup kitchen serves about 500 mostly Irish people every week, immigrants serving indigenous communities. The city is changing and not everyone likes it. Sadia Chowdhury, Sky News in Dublin.
Just want to bring you some breaking news, that being on the Israeli hostages that have been released from Gaza. They have now crossed into Israeli territory. That is the 13 Israeli hostages and 4 Thai hostages that have been released by Hamas from Gaza. They have now arrived in Israel. This information coming to us from the Israeli military defense forces. They've said that they're undergoing an initial medical assessment and they will continue to be accompanied by IDF soldiers as they make their way to Israeli hospitals, where they will, we are told, be reunited with their families. So that's the very latest on the progress of the Israeli hostages and the 4 foreigners that have been released in exchange for the 39 Palestinian prisoners who have yet to be released. But at the very latest there, that those Israeli hostages and the 4 foreign nationals are now in Israeli territory. To Westminster now, where Conservative backbenchers have told Sky News the new Home Secretary is not meeting his promises to the electorate on migrants. It comes after James Cleverly said in an interview with The Times that the Rwanda scheme is not the be-all and end-all when it comes to curbing illegal migration. Let's get more now with our People and Politics correspondent, Nick Martin, who's outside the Home Office for us tonight. And Nick, you've been speaking to backbenchers on the right wing of the Tory party. What have they been saying to you?
Well, if there's one issue that can really get the Conservative Party stirred up and actually start breaking into a fierce factions, then it's migration. And over the last few weeks, that's really started to build. And I think it's starting to come to a head over this weekend. Several reasons for that. The Supreme Court's ruling on the government's controversial Rwanda policy, which was ruled unlawful. And then last week, some very big numbers, those record net migration numbers announced, have really put a focus again on the Conservatives' record when it comes to migration. Over the weekend, the new Home Secretary, James Cleverly, taken to the newspapers to say that we shouldn't really be getting too fixated on the Rwanda policy. He says it shouldn't be the be-all and end-all. And that, frankly, couldn't be further away from his predecessor's views, Suella Braverman, whose hard line on migration made her an absolute favourite, especially amongst the right of the party. So today we've been speaking to some fairly angry Tory backbenchers who think that James Cleverly's views are not in line with where the party should be going. One Conservative backbencher said it was incredibly blasé of James Cleverly to downplay the importance of the Rwanda policy and deeply concerning. And we've also heard from some others who say that the Rwanda policy absolutely has to stay on track because a U-turn would be deeply damaging for the party. And we've also seen a backlash within the cabinet as well. Robert Jenrick, Immigration Minister, now making a lot of sounds in the direction of the kind of policies that Suella Braverman was advocating, a cap on health and social care workers coming in, for example. And so all of these are starting to cause huge difficulties and could actually impact the Tories in the polls. A source close to James Cleverly tonight has sort of hit back and said that the Home Secretary is absolutely committed to stopping the boats. And the Prime Minister in the Mail on Sunday tomorrow will say, trying to sort of steady the boat, I think, is saying that the government are acting on migration, citing moves to cut down on a number of dependents that students can bring in. But at the same time, the Prime Minister will try and enact emergency legislation to try and get through this controversial Rwanda policy. What does this all add up to? Well, infighting is no good for the Conservatives as we head into an election campaign. The electorate are very keen, according to the polls, on migration. A split, a row on this thorny, divisive issue is the last thing that the Conservatives will want right now.
Nick, thank you very much for the moment. Let's bring you the latest pictures that we're getting in from the IDF, and that is of the Israeli hostages on the moment that they crossed into Israeli territory. There you see the vehicle carrying the 13 Israeli hostages and 4, we're told now, foreign nationals. Of those Israeli hostages, 8 are children. That is the moment that they crossed over into Israeli territory. Time now to cross for an update to the sports team and David.
This Sky News Sports Bulletin is brought to you by Vitality. Getting more people more active. Live life with Vitality.
Welcome to the Roast restaurant here in central London. We are lucky enough today to be joined by 3 elite athletes. Now they're going to be cooking a cultural dish all related to their heritage. It's going to be fun. Let's go see who they are. Right, we're very lucky. We found a gap in the training schedule of a great British Olympic athlete. Lavia Nilsson's joined us in the kitchen, cooking for us today. What have you got for us, Lavia?
So this is a traditional Sudanese dish. That's my mum's heritage. It's called mahshi in Arabic, but it's basically a stuffed vegetable dish. It's got rice, and we're doing a vegan version today with some brown lentils instead of mincemeat. So yeah, really excited about it. My sister and I, we learned from our mum, you know, the value of a home-cooked meal.
And you're sort of growing up in your household, you said your mum was Sudanese and Egyptian, and your dad was from Denmark, right? So quite a multicultural household.
Yeah, my mum, you know, she taught us to appreciate food from every culture, mainly Sudanese food. We never sat in front of the television. We always sat on a dining table, always talking about school and sport and everything like that. And the good thing about my heritage is that the Sudanese diet is kind of influenced by both African and sort of Mediterranean diets. And we all know Mediterranean diet is really good for you. So I always say, like, herbs can add a lot of flavour to your dish. So we're actually going to use lentils for this dish, which makes it completely vegan, which is great. We're also going to add our herbs at the same time. Get the flavour in there.
Look at that, come on.
And one last thing, the holy grail of black cooking, the Maggi cube. Got to add that for flavour. Because the herbs already add a lot of flavour, we don't need to add too much seasoning.
So, Lav, you've got a bit of time off at the moment. Like I said, we're very lucky to sort of catch you in this break that you have in training. What do you get up to when you've got that bit of time off to sort of down tools?
I think, you know, because I travel so much for work, like you mentioned, I don't really get to see my friends and family that often.
You're not getting emotional, by the way. It's just super hot.
It's super hot. The kitchen's terrible, it's the onions. So I'm going to stay at home, spend some time with my friends and family. I think the most important part of the off-season break is the emotional side of it. You know, there's so much adrenaline and so many nerves that go into competing at the world stage. So sometimes just switching off from that and being a normal person is the best thing that you can do. So yeah, I'll be spending a lot of time with my friends and family at home. So I think I'm just going to use 2 peppers today. And you want to just take out the inside. And then yeah, just stuff these peppers nice and tight, so really get it in there. Okay, and then the last thing we're going to do is we're going to drizzle it in some tomato passata. And then once this cooks on the stove, don't need a lot, it will sort of caramelise, so it will look better than that. It will caramelise and it will brown a little bit. we go. Mashi, stuffed peppers, loads of protein, loads of carbs, flavourful dish.
Right, Sasha Corbin, former England and Barbados netball player, thank you so much for joining us in the kitchen. What have you got for us today?
I want to do like prawns.
This Sky News Sports Bulletin is brought to you by Vitality.
Just want to bring you some more detail now on the Israeli hostages that have been released this evening and are now in Israeli territory. Here's a photo of one of the hostages released, 9-year-old Emily Hand from Kibbutz Be'eri. We're told she celebrated her 9th birthday last night. Sharon Avigdori, 52 years old, a drama therapist who works with people with autism. That's actually Noam Avigdori. She's 12 and she was about to celebrate her bat mitzvah. Alma Or is 13 years old and was kidnapped from her home in Kibbutz Be'eri along with her older brother, Noam, and their father, Dror. Noam Or, 17 years old, was kidnapped from his home in Kibbutz Ben Ori along with his little sister, Alma, and their father, Dror. Their mother, Yonat, was murdered. 13-year-old Hila Rotem managed to escape from her home in Kibbutz Be'eri, from which her mother, Raya, was kidnapped. She succeeded in hiding in the bushes, where she was then found and kidnapped. 67-year-old Shoshan Haran has been released. 8 members of her family were kidnapped and 3 were murdered: her husband, sister, and brother-in-law. 38-year-old Adi Shoham has been released alongside her 2 children, 8-year-old Nave and 3-year-old Yahel. They were taken alongside their dad Tal from Kibbutz Be'eri. Well, that was Sky News at 10. Coming up, we'll take a first look at tomorrow's newspapers in the press preview. Tonight, we're joined by the journalist and author Christina Patterson and the barrister Andrew Eagle. We'll be right back. Do stay with us.
Big stories don't always come from big cities.
I'm Lisa Dowd and I'm Sky's Midlands correspondent, and this is where I grew up. We can reveal that the driver who hit Harry Dunn is 42-year-old Anne Sakulas.
Just met the president and